Just tell them to. One guy yesterday was kind of holding it down.
Good morning to everybody here in the crowd and to everybody that's watching the stream live via Binance, CoinMarketCap, and DEX tools. So we are day 2 of DCENTRALCon, and I'm very, very excited. And I'm excited to also see people here super early in the morning, because I know some of us didn't want to get up. I was one of those people. Everybody in the crowd, did you guys get up okay? No? Yeah. I went to bed at 8:40. And I was up at 5:30, but I didn't want to get out of bed. But that's part of being in Miami, I guess. But anyways, for those that are watching live, make sure to like the video, share it, drop a comment, and of course, smash like and subscribe. The reason why we do that, because that helps push this into the internet, into the metaverse, further into Web3. And it's important to get this type of information out there. So before we get started today, we do have to drop a little bit of alpha about not your keys, not your coins, because that's actually going to be the first panel. The reason why we need to talk about that, I feel that it is a reoccurring theme in our industry, especially during this bear market. But I don't like to call these a bear market. I like to actually call them a protect your capital market. Reason being is because I'm sure a lot of you were taking profit during the bull run. Did you guys take profit watching in the crowd? Maybe. Possibly, maybe not. Well, you're supposed to do that. If you're up, you should always consider taking profit. But more importantly, we're seeing the impacts of the crypto contagion take over our industry, unfortunately. I feel like me, myself too, kind of got complacent in practicing self-custody and really remembering what that is and why that's important. We Bitcoin, we crypto, we NFTs because we want to get away from the middleman, from the third party. And we want to own our own assets. And a lot of us seem to trust a lot of these centralized exchanges because what could go wrong? And that's exactly what went wrong. We gave our trust and we didn't verify. And again, sometimes it's hard to do your own due diligence, especially in crypto, because people seem like they're good actors. They seem that they have good intentions. They have the auditors. They have these great teams. They have all these political connections, et cetera. So it can be a little bit hard at times to, figure things out. But a lot of us became complacent, myself included, and a lot of these exchanges keep going down. And there's rumors that more exchanges will keep going down, unfortunately. So if you're watching this now, and you're somebody who's got capital on any exchange, you might want to consider removing that and practicing good safety practices. Some of the ways that I like to practice self-custody, and I'm going to let the geniuses up here get into it a little bit better because they're so much smarter than I am. But one of the ways that I like to do it, I'll use a cold storage device. I'll use a paper wallet. And if you're somebody that can't figure out paper wallets, that's okay. If you're holding any particular cryptocurrency or any project, you can go to CoinMarketCap. You can go and go to their website, type the coin in, type the project in, go to their websites. They should have, on the website, they should have a downloadable desktop wallet or a mobile wallet. I'm not a really big fan of mobile wallets But if you're somebody that does need to use a mobile wallet, try to get a burner phone. And the reason why we want to get a burner phone is because it's super easy to click on random links because you got an email saying you won $1 million from somebody across the world. And in fact, that's not the case. But you can download some of those mobile apps or desktop wallets and store your coins there carefully. You can also use different wallet apps on a burner phone if you can't afford, a cold storage device. But try to keep it offline and only keep a small amount of crypto on your phone that you use day-to-day basis. I think that's important. And then as far as custodying your keys, one of my favorite tips for that is make sure you write your seed phrase down multiple times before you send any money to that device, to the phone, to the wallet. Make sure that you are able to reset the wallet and open it back up with the same seed phrase that you wrote down. Why do we do that? Well, because sometimes these things and these systems need to be updated, and if you send a bunch of money there, crypto, and you can't get it out, that would kind of suck. So it's a good idea to practice that. And also, too, don't give anybody your private information. Don't hop into DMs with random people. I don't know about you guys, but if a stranger was to walk up to me on the street and say, Wendy, can I have your date of birth, your social security number, how much money do you have in your bank account, etc., I would tell them to F off because it's just kind of weird. So keep the same energy you do in real life on the internet. Just be careful who you interact with. Continue to do your due diligence on all of these things and use different wallets. Continue to practice good cold storage and custody measures. Now, with that being said, we are actually going to be talking about the importance of not your keys, not your coins with an outstanding panel. These guys are so smart, and they've created really great systems in the industry to make it easy for people to custody their coins. And they got a lot of knowledge, especially on the technical backside. So before I let them up, I just want to thank everyone for being here, for coming to DCENTRAL Miami. It's one of my favorite crypto conferences, so thank you to the organizers. Thank you to everybody who is watching via Binance, DEX Tools, and CoinMarketCap. Make sure you guys like this, share this. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get our first panel up here. We are going to have Nelson. He's going to be moderating with Not Your Keys, Not Your Coins.
Hello, everyone. We're very excited to start this panel, Not Your Keys, Not Your Crypto. I think this is a very important topic to discuss and have some industry leaders really give their insights in terms of how to properly protect your assets, especially in such a tumultuous time in the crypto space. As we have seen with exchanges going down, kind of these black swan events happening, it's even more important to make sure that your assets are properly secured. And so we're going to discuss about the future of securing your assets as well as how to make sure that you currently have your assets secured in a way that is secure but also very easily accessible. So I'm going to allow everyone to introduce themselves, give a little bit of their background, and then also their connection with this specific topic.
Hi everyone, my name is Georgi. I'm the CEO of Orox, and our goal is basically to leverage the data and information that we currently have for our terminal to make DeFi a lot easier. So we've recently released a Web3 wallet that leverages everything that we've done with the terminal to make that user experience as simple as possible, mimicking the centralized exchange look and feel, but being powered through decentralization.
Hi everyone, my name is Paul Poi. I'm CEO and co-founder of Edge. We are a self-custody exchange. Allows you to buy, sell, and trade, access DeFi protocols, and also some centralized exchanges, but while you always keep custody of your assets. You go from fiat to fiat between different cryptocurrencies. We've been building since 2014, so we were a long time established player in the space, and really are trying to make key management within our own app a lot simpler than what you see with hardware wallets and other software wallets. So really bridge the gap in user experience between a centralized service and a full self-custody platform.
Hey everybody, my name's Andrew Durkee. I'm head of Republic Crypto. We're a vertically integrated digital merchant bank, combining advisory, tokenization, token sale mechanics, infrastructure, and treasury management, and wallet products. Been in the space for over a decade. I was CEO and co-founder of the Coin Tree, the first doing multi-sig security and storage for Bitcoin back in 2011, 2012, and 2013.
Awesome. So to start, what does not your keys, not your crypto mean? And how has the ethos, I think, within the crypto space developed in its early days, and then now as retail begins to start adopting crypto and the trends change, and as we've kind of seen the centralized entities really begin to play a much larger role than in the past?
So Bitcoin started off as being decentralized in nature. It is supposed to be decentralized. Cryptocurrency is supposed to be decentralized, but we've kind of gone 180 and centralized the entire field. There's centralized authorities that are basically taking what cryptocurrency is supposed to be and just changing it completely. So not your keys, or not your crypto, not your keys, not your crypto is basically you need to have possession of your cryptocurrency because you can't trust centralized authorities. That's why Bitcoin was first created. So for us, we want to maintain that our company is never storing any funds on the user's behalf. That's really what cryptocurrency is supposed to be about, and I think that's what companies need to pursue in the future as well.
So not your keys, not your crypto, for us and myself, is really at the heart of why we even care about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in the first place. If you think about it, there are cryptocurrency conferences and events literally almost every single day of the year. But why is that? This is the first time in history that we've ever been able to hold and transact a digital asset without a third party that held your money. Think about that. We've never, ever been able to do that. Hold your own digital value. That's what made Bitcoin compelling back in 2008, 2009. And that's what makes all the other cryptocurrencies compelling. If you take that one core functionality, that one core feature of Bitcoin, and you compromise that, add anything else that you like about Bitcoin or other cryptos, none of that would make it compelling. We would not be here today. You wouldn't have conferences every day. You wouldn't have meetups all around the world, because that was what really made it different. Nothing else is different about it. If you think, oh, price go up, that's the reason why you like a cryptocurrency. If it didn't have that capacity of self-custody, if you couldn't do it, then it's just another commodity like gold. And we've never really had this. This is what's so compelling. Now, there's many reasons why there's challenges to doing that. There's many reasons why you should, many reasons why people don't self-custody. But just know that this is the one thing that made cryptocurrency unique. Nothing else really separates the way the ability to hold your own funds really separates it from any other asset class in the world.
Yeah, not your keys, not your crypto is really a cautionary tale that just continues to build up on itself. I mean, he's right. I mean, really, one of the core ethoses of Bitcoin in its first iterations and crypto in its first iterations was just financial independence and financial freedom, the ability that you could control your own kind of financial path and protect your own financial assets. But as we've grown, and as the industry continues to grow, and we start to onboard new users that aren't as native to that concept or native to the feature sets necessary to be able to operate in that space, you start to see centralized products come around that on the surface look to be easier to use and look to be commercial products. But the reality is we're still a ways away from having real commercial viability for a lot of these things. We're getting closer and closer, but what you're seeing, because the space is so loud, it's still incredibly small. The Web3 space is very small, but it is a loud space. And so it's able to attract new users. And as these users do come to it, they look for products that are easy to onboard and easy to use, and are, for them, more comparable to Web2 products that they're using now. But again, the reality is these just are not commercially viable solutions yet at scale. So whether it's hacks like you see at FTX, or your breakdown of different bridges, and wormhole hack, and a variety of other bridge hacks that we've seen over the past year, this is all scenarios of where we believe something is at a commercially viable state, but it just isn't.
I think one of the we've recently seen that, or at least reports that MetaMask is beginning to collect, or maybe has been, but at least the last few days has been. So he sent out an update that is collecting the IP addresses of wallet users. We're seeing a lot of clampdown in terms of control, KYC, overall oversight of crypto assets, of just retail, not even whales or anything. How do you see that playing out in terms of, we have kind of the people in the crypto space that have that crypto ethos, that want the freedom, that want the sovereignty, and then you have a lot of these centralized entities that have been very well funded, that are that also have been around for a very early time, but they seem to have been almost co-opted, and co-opted in a way that is not supportive of the crypto ethos. It seems like this is a battle between David and Goliath is the big boy that's trying to control, and David is kind of the people that are just trying to build products that help to push that sovereignty ahead. How do you guys see that playing, and do we see Goliath being able to take over, or is David going to come in and take the day?
Wallet products collect a lot more information than most people think. And the idea that you're anonymous is actually pretty difficult at this point. You know, groups like Chainalysis and a variety of other products that are being used by law enforcement are particularly adept at tracking these assets. It's one of the reasons that law enforcement is a large fan of Bitcoin and some of the other cryptocurrencies at this point, is because everything is on chain, all transactions are public, all records are kept, so it becomes relatively easy. I don't think the IP issue is actually that big. I think it shakes out for some people, but I think the reality is what the industry is going to find itself is it really in two places. It's going to be highly regulated, large bank-style environments, like whether it's Goldman or JP Morgan or whatever, that are going to be running large exchanges, right? And they're going to be heavily, heavily regulated. And then you're going to have full DeFi solutions, you know, whether that's your Sushi or Uniswaps, but like fully decentralized. And there'll probably be nothing in the middle, because the things in the middle are going to be so high risk that you're going to run scenarios of like what you've seen with, you know, FTX and other exchanges that have collapsed. So I think you're going to see a bifurcation of the industry that's going to go in those two directions. I think the reality is, though, inevitably, probably the DeFi ends up being the larger component later. But I think right now we're going to see, especially as the pendulum swings very heavy into the regulation format, which from the Republic side, we're particularly big fans of. We're a heavily regulated entity. You're going to see some of the larger groups. A lot of people saw JP Morgan just filed their trademarks for their wallet products. Like, that's all coming now in a highly regulated framework.
So the question was about privacy, and it seemed like that, and the information given up by wallet providers, software, and to some degree maybe even centralized services. So one thing I do tell people, if you care about privacy, then for sure, if you're using a centralized service such as a centralized exchange, and also realize that there are some wallets that are fully custodial. They fully hold your funds, even though they provide no exchange services. If you use those products, you've lost just about all the privacy you possibly could lose. However, at the same time, if you are using a self-custody product where you own your keys, that does not guarantee that you have a high level of privacy. That service can still collect KYC information if it chose to. Many of them at least collect a phone number and email address. Many of them can associate your transactions that you create with that phone number and email address right off the bat. So if you do care about privacy, look for services or really just software that doesn't collect that information, and under the hood is at least open source. You can verify if they say that that software doesn't associate your transactions with any personal info. Now, there's still the stuff that the government can do, IP address analytics, as was mentioned, associating IP addresses to transactions, but at least not a direct association with any personal info. And then as well, if you really do care about privacy, even to another level, which I'm a big fan of a high level of privacy by default and easy, then looking at privacy-based protocols becomes a key piece of that. We're a big supporter of Monero. We were the first multi-asset app to support Monero right out of the box and support trading into and out of it, and then as well Zcash, a full privacy mode in Zcash. I think this is actually the future of crypto, are much more private protocols. Much like the internet started very in the clear, very transparent with HTTP, and the government didn't even want us to adopt HTTPS, SSL, encrypted communication over the internet. They pushed hard at banning SSL, and then come 15, 20 years later, they now mandate it. In the same sense, I can't predict that that history is absolutely going to repeat itself, but I'm hoping and lightly predicting that an aspect of mandate will actually start to come with services that are actually transacting very frequently with cryptocurrency, and that they'll need to use a privacy protocol, much like it's mandated for traditional finance. So that really is the one way to achieve a very high level of privacy, somewhat akin to what we already have in the internet. Hopefully that comes true, and you can help contribute to making it coming true by actually using some of those protocols itself.
You mentioned MetaMask with the IP logging and stuff. Look, MetaMask is one of our biggest competitors. They dominate 90% of this field. So for me to come out and say this for them and protect them against some of this claims is a big deal. So with MetaMask, they don't have any other option but to at least log your IP addresses. It's just how the websites, how servers work. At all times, they're able to see your IP address. So you connect to the internet, they can see your IP address. If anything, if we're going to say anything about MetaMask, the fact that they inserted that clause in their privacy policy now means that they were always doing that because they had to in general. It just depends on how much logging is going on behind the scenes. Just the fact that you were connecting to their RPC URL, well, you were already being tracked. Your IP address was already being logged. So if anything, there's probably a class action lawsuit that could potentially be brought against them for not having that in the first place. The only way to go against that, in order, if you're using any type of wallet out there, is actually running your own node, which is fairly difficult. If you're using any type of RPC URL out there, those servers are seeing your IP address, they're seeing your address that you're transacting with, and that's just how it is. If you really want to maintain privacy, like it was mentioned just now, is using privacy-based protocols. If you want to transact on the Ethereum network, you still need to, you'd have to basically run your own node, and even your own node is going to log your IP address somewhere, and then you have to clear that out. So I think in the future, the privacy protocols are probably going to be more of a niche type of situation where people that are extremely deep into crypto are going to be utilizing, whereas the general public, the general public is using Facebook and tracking everything about them. So the general public just doesn't care that much about their privacy. They'll say they do, but at the end of the day, they want to use a service because of whatever functionalities that it has. With Facebook, it's obviously social media. With Web3, we're hoping that it's going to be the automation and the transparency and the openness of these protocols and being able to do whatever you want with your life. Privacy is a huge forefront, and security is a huge forefront for Aurochs, but at the end of the day, when it comes to the general public, the masses, basically, it's really going to be that use case of the product itself.
With the fall of FTX, we've seen sentiment shift pretty dramatically towards decentralization and against a lot of these centralized entities. We're seeing a lot of fear for a lot of these exchanges not having the assets that they claim to do. The proof of reserves is really coming out in a very strong way, even if a lot of it seems to be just smoke and mirrors. Do you think this sentiment and what has happened with FTX and with, I think, potentially other exchanges, is that going to have a really deep impact in the ethos and the personality of crypto as it continues to develop? Or do you just see this as a minor blip and we continue moving towards kind of a very centralized space?
The FTX situation basically now has put us in as an industry, has put us in a huge hole. The fact that they were leveraging these celebrities and everything else has lost credibility within the general audience out there. So the only way to fix that issue is for companies to be a lot more transparent and a lot more decentralized. If the general public knows that your funds are safe on their own computer and they're able to access them at any time, as long as the internet works, that trust can be brought back into the crypto field. So we're in this pivotal moment as an industry where we need to hold centralized authorities accountable. They need to be regulated just like any other centralized authority is, and hopefully see a more dynamic shift to decentralization and allow transparency to take place throughout the entire industry.
I've been in the space since 2013, and I've seen these issues come up over and over and over again with every cycle and in between cycles. The issue of having a centralized service compromised, whether internally or breached, and people losing funds. And what seems to happen is the people that are currently in the industry that are well connected, that go to the events, go to the conferences, they do learn, and they internalize those events and try to use services that don't put them at risk. Problem is, with every bull market, we 10x the number of people in the industry, and then the new people that enter don't quite have that same to-heart experience that those that were in that cycle experienced. And so 9 out of 10 people are like, oh, great, I'll just use an FTX, I'll just go and use a Coinbase and whatnot. And that creates the massive amount of wealth stored in those services until an issue happens again, we hit another bear market. Those people have now learned, but then we enter another cycle where 10x more people enter. What is it going to take for us to move past that, where the next cycle of people actually start using services that don't have this possibility, that don't have the potential for a contagion? I've been polling a lot of people, influencers, traders, and whatnot, and the few things that seem to repeatedly come up are that we need better user experience, or more decentralized, more self-custody tools. When we get that, we get more liquidity into the system. More people are using it, and liquidity begets liquidity. That's one thing I've learned about the financial system, is where the money is where people want to be. And so as more people start using it, liquidity improves, prices improve, slippage improves, and now you have a much more competitive product in self-custody than you potentially would have with the current ecosystem. That's what I think it's going to take, and I think it's at least been a wake-up call for builders. This is the builders in the space. This is the opportunity, but that opportunity is a very small time slice. So as builders, we need to actually build tools that really bridge this gap while we can before the next bull cycle happens. Get people onto these services, get the liquidity there, and make it where we are contagion-proof come the next bull run. And that's what I'm hoping to do. That's what I'm going to try to contribute. And I hope everyone else here can help assist that effort.
I've been through every crypto winter since the beginning. The big difference between what we're going to see here and what we've seen in the past is the long tail damage and contagion of FTX is going to take a while to unwind. I mean, so much so, actually, the FTX collapse has really originated out of the Terra Luna fallout. So, I mean, if you track it all the way back to that, the repercussions of these things take months, if not years in some instances, to really shake out. What that means as far as building confidence back, there's really two ways to do that. Regulation is definitely going to be one of the ways, and we're definitely going to see that coming. And then transparency is on the other side. Proof of reserve, which is definitely a buzzword that's come up quite a bit, and you're seeing a lot of different exchanges and centralized entities that are pushing for this idea. By themselves, it actually doesn't really mean that much. Like, proof of reserves is one thing. You're not exposing what your liabilities are, and really being fully transparent. The proof of reserves really doesn't matter. The problem is when you expose all your proof of reserves and your liabilities, it's almost like going public at that point. Like, you truly are like basically going public with all your financials, and that's a very difficult thing for a private company to do. But it's almost going to be required. And I think it's going to even take a step further. I think you're going to have to do proof of reserves, exposure of liabilities, and probably also have a third-party audit done by a major entity to go in there and verify it all as well. And if you don't combine all of those things, I think you're going to run into a problematic situation. Even if you do third-party audits, there's plenty of companies that just all imploded that had plenty of third-party audits that were done, and still didn't matter because the rest of the transparency really wasn't there. So you actually have to have all three of those columns checked.
You make a good point, and as well, if you think about it, these third-party audits, they're expensive and slow, right? So how much time is there between the last third-party audit went to the next one, and how much of the funds in an exchange could possibly disappear between then? I don't know if people have read into some of the stories on FTX. Apparently, there was literally a button that SBF could push that would transfer funds between Alameda and FTX. So you can have all the audits in the world, but one button can basically wipe out all the funds that are sitting inside of an exchange when there's that much control. That's the kind of thing that you can't get with the true transparency that you get in DeFi and true crypto products that are self-custody.
Yeah, third-party audits right now with like FTX and some of these companies, they're getting third-party audits by auditors that are incorporated in like BVI and some of these tax havens. And they're trying to claim that that audit is, they're showing that audit is foolproof, but in reality, it's really not. Our company is actually planning on going public at the start of this upcoming year, and we've gone through the audits. We've done all the due diligence, everything that is necessary. And to be honest, I mean, we're a small company right now. It's not that difficult for companies like FTX to go through a full-on transparency report, full-on audit from USA law firms and USA firms. It took us maybe about 5-6 months. Obviously, FTX was doing a lot more volume. It would take a lot longer, but when you compare it to some of these bigger corporations that are currently public, that are transacting billions of dollars every single month, it doesn't really take that much effort for a company to force these companies to take those steps. Having like a small dedicated group of people in their the accounting department and stuff to keep track of everything, it's not that challenging for a company that should be making hundreds of millions of dollars a year. It's really not. So the fact that they're not doing it is kind of disappointing. And they're trying to say their proof of reserves is good enough, but their liabilities is not transparent enough for anyone to see. Yeah, they might have $1 billion in their cold wallet address, but in reality they owe $10 billion to their users, and no one knows that, other than sending some audit from some random company across the world that no one has heard of.
And remember, FTX is only 3 years old. I mean, it was like brand new. So there were some red flags there. It was hard to know. I mean, we used FTX quite a bit at Republic because it was just a good product. Like they built a robust product. They were also one of the few trading platforms that allowed for cross-margin lending, which was pretty unique. So there's going to be more opportunities. There's going to be more exchanges. People will learn from this. Like you mentioned that this is the time to build. This is my favorite time in the space. Every time we go through one of these cycles, all the best stuff comes out of it. So if you are here in the audience and you are a builder, like this is your time to shine. This is your time to get to work.
So I think the last question, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience and those watching the live stream are thinking about, I have my assets mostly in these centralized exchanges or entities. I want to embrace self-custody. And so what advice would you give people that want to really make sure that they're managing their assets and securing them in a way that is best positioned for the craziness that we might continue to see in the space?
This is almost a bit too much of a softball for companies such as us that build self-custody products. But probably the thing that I definitely try out our app, edge.app, but at the same time, probably the one piece of advice is don't go overboard. I think there's too many influencers that try to promote this uber high level of security with split keys and whatnot that intimidates a lot of people and also creates a high level of possible user error. So look for the self-custody products that you feel comfortable with as far as the whole process of key management, because key management is the biggest friction point, and one that I don't think a lot of products differentiate on. That's one that we try to differentiate on. So look for one that has that comfort level, and as you start building up, then you can kind of go to things like the hardware and multi-sig, because just getting it off a centralized exchange is just your first step, and already improves the security of our assets 10x. But make sure it's a solution that doesn't provide too much rope to hang yourself, because many of them do.
Yeah, definitely look for the, I agree with everything that you said. The user experience of the products that you're going to be using is going to be the most important thing. Security and user experience are going to go hand in hand. So, for example, some products out there, you can send money into it and then it doesn't appear until you have to do like 5 other steps. And a lot of people that don't know how to do that, they kind of run into problems. They complain that they lost money when it's in reality it's still in their wallet. So look for products that do have a lot of good user experience, that are focused a lot on user experience and security. And then if you want to take the next step, as it was just mentioned, you know, you can go multi-sig routes, hardware wallets, things like that. So just be very careful dabbling into self-custody. Just try to read a little bit about it until some of these friction points are fixed by companies such as ourselves. Yeah, just make sure that you're doing a little bit of research before you jump straight into it.
I mean, it just comes down to the individual. You know, there's a lot of different solutions based off of what your needs. You're balancing risk versus utility. Right? So if you want zero risk, you're probably going to forfeit a lot of utility. Right? So you're going to be sitting in a cold storage wallet product or a hardware wallet somewhere. If you're looking for more utility, then you're going to find yourself more in warm or hot wallet scenarios, or some of the more advanced wallets that allow you to move things in and out. So it's just going to come down to what you're looking for and what you're trying to do and what your needs are. Are you an individual, are you an institution, are you a family office? And that's really going to come down to understanding what you're trying to do, how you're trying to do it, and then what the right product is to fit that need.
Awesome. Great. Well, this is the end of the panel. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and thank you to the panelists.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're still waking up here in beautiful. Whoops, my alarm. For the next panel, we're going to be talking about NFTs because we all know how important NFTs are to the crypto ecosystem. The title of the panel is going to be The Future of NFTs, the Possibilities and Opportunities for NFT Technology. And our moderator is a friend of mine, Mr. Rembrandt, who is not only moderating, but he does really, really great events.
Hello.
Test. Mine's really
Test
hot.
Test two, test two.
Mine's hot.
Super hot.
Real hot. I'll just do back. When can we start? Someone's going to tell us we can start, right?
After we get a big round of applause.
Right. When it hits,
Okay, there it is.
That's pretty good.
That's good. Let's warm them up. Warm 'em
I
up.
wish the people in the back would come closer, but I think they like the view from back there.
That's
Because it's like the stadium style seating. Hi guys. Oh, they're all alive. They're there. Okay, I know we have a minute, but we'll just start because why not? So hi, my name is Rembrandt Flores. I'm the founder of 8 Commas. We are a Web3 marketing consultancy. We work with NFTs, cryptos, blockchain, and try to achieve cultural relevance for our companies. And that's through traditional communications, IRL events, and entertainment marketing. And as you guys know, we're on a panel of the future of NFTs, next generation possibilities and opportunities. And I have an illustrious panel of guests to my left, and I'm going to have them all introduce themselves, starting with Elf.
Hello, I am Elf J. Troll, co-founder of an NFT project called Forgotten Runes Wizards Cult.
Forgotten Runes.
Yeah, it's a fantasy-based NFT project full of wizards and warriors and magical beasts. It's got a focus on storytelling and just creative content.
Amazing. Thank you. Jeff?
Hi, I'm Jeff Marsilio, CEO and co-founder of NFTs. We're a platform for launching and managing interactive NFT programs, probably most famously partnered with Warner Brothers for The Matrix, and just recently announced a big project for Game of Thrones.
No one's heard of Game of Thrones here, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Lauren?
Hi, my name is Lauren Halstead. I head up business development at Chainlink Labs for sports, media, and entertainment. Since I've been at Chainlink, we've really been working on pushing forward the dynamic NFT movement, which is putting real-time data on chain to have the NFTs update. Some of the projects I've worked on is the National Basketball Association's The Association, LaMelo Ball NFT, among many others. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for being here bright and early.
GM.
No coffee for me. I don't think you guys had coffee yet either.
There's a little left
so
in here.
Let's start with where we're at first in the NFT market. We're currently deep hearing it again and again. We're in the bear market. I talked about this 3 months ago on another stage in New York. And now, 3 months later, we're still here. Maybe now an extreme bear or a hibernating bear or the post-FTX bear. So when I talked in September, it was about building, because that's what you're supposed to do in this market. And now we're continuing to build, correct? And so how are each of you doing that currently, knowing that, okay, we're in a bear, we're going to continue being in this bear, maybe we'll be in this bear for another year, 2 years, I don't know. No one knows. So let's just go down the line and tell everyone what you guys are doing while we wait this out.
Yeah, so at Forgotten Runes, we have a big focus on sort of the more entertainment component of NFTs. Right now, we have got a 10-issue comic book series in production. We've actually already printed one of them, physically printed. We've got a large MMO video game that's been in production for about a year now. We've got actually a TV show in production with a very illustrious writer named Derek Kolstad. This is the guy who created the John Wick franchise. And on the sort of more token side, we're currently developing all 10,000 of our characters. We're making 3D models of all of them, which will be deployed into open 3D metaverses. Those are some of the bigger things that we're doing. So yeah, we're just trying to build for fun, because I think in the end, that's what's really going to engage audiences and bring new ones in.
Amazing. Jeff, what are you guys doing at NFTs?
Well, you know, first of all, I kind of think of bear as an investment term. And NFTs are about way more than speculative investment. What we saw over the last couple of years was a fervor that was, I think, if you step back for a moment, it was never really going to be sustainable. We'll probably see those kinds of waves come and go. But what we're seeing, and I don't think this has really been interrupted in a meaningful way, behind that speculative fervor is just a marching ahead of adoption of a brand new technology and a brand new internet. And I don't think that's entered a bear in any way. I think in some ways what we've seen is that's accelerated, even while speculative fervor has receded. Brands and creators, we work a lot with brands and creators, and we're trying to bring mainstream audiences in. Right. Mainstream audiences aren't going to enter this space, and mainstream brands aren't going to enter this space because of speculative fervor. They're going to enter because there are fun, cool things to do with NFTs. And maybe they'll even stop calling them NFTs, I don't know, but they're not going to really care as much about the technology. They're going to care more about the experience.
what would we call
Totally
NFTs
agree.
if they're not going to be NFTs? What do you think? Are they just going to be like, just rewards or what we?
Yeah, it'll be whatever the thing is, but for Nifty's, a lot of the NFTs that we do are collectibles.
Yeah.
And a lot of the collectibles are dynamic. A lot of them are interactive. That I think is the next wave, and that's where we're focused. Is NFTs that can be more than financial instruments, that can represent culture, represent community, and interact, in a fun, gamified way.
Lauren, what are you guys doing over at Chainlink?
So over at Chainlink, we're just kind of to level up on what Jeff said is we're trying to find new creative ways to integrate our technology to make it fun and exciting for consumers. So what I do on a daily basis is I talk to large enterprise brands about the different Chainlink products and then different ideas either I have, the team has, they have about how to make it more interesting and fun. So, how have we done it so far? We've done it a lot with sports data, having that real-time data change the actual NFT. So say you are going to be watching Messi play, say he scores a goal, all of a sudden that his NFT actually shows him kicking a goal in real time. And it makes it fun for you watching the game there because you just don't know what's going to happen and you don't know when your NFT is going to update. So that's something we're doing. So yeah, over at Chainlink, we're really just trying to educate enterprise brands about what we do, really going back to the basics about how we got into this space and why, and pushing that narrative to eventually, mainstream this to the broader community and the rest of the world.
Amazing. My next question's for all of you. Which category do you believe NFTs are more aligned with? Is it tech, entertainment, or something else? Let's start with you, Al.
I think so far it's sort of been more aligned with tech, but I think ultimately NFTs should be more associated with entertainment. After all, this is intellectual property, I think, and the majority of these deal with characters. What do you do with characters? You tell stories with them, you play games with them, you use them as your digital avatar. You essentially try to bring them to life. That doesn't really speak tech to me. That speaks entertainment. That speaks TV shows, comics, games. I think that's where we need to head with the NFT space.
Okay. Jeff, I think I know your answer to this, but
yeah. Well, I'm an NFT maxi, I guess. I think that like in the future, all unique assets or items will be represented by NFTs. So on a long enough timeline, the answer is all of the above to your question. But in the near term, I think I agree with Elf. I think that, I guess the category for me would be culture. NFTs can represent culture in a variety of ways. They can represent entertainment and storytelling. They can represent community, and they can represent sports, and they can represent lots of things that come in the form of culture. But one of the things that is so special about, we talk about NFTs representing ownership, but what happens to ownership when it enters the internet? That's, I think, the question. And the answer, I think, is ownership becomes social. So that's why cultural objects are much more interesting in the NFT space than just about any other category.
Lauren.
Yes, I'm agreeing with all of you, all of the above. I do see in culture, in the music setting, and in community building, just in general for people who love the arts, I think it's going to be extremely prevalent. The tech aspect would be, that if you imagine an NFT as a cookie, like an internet cookie, and that cookie's being passed around across the metaverse or across the internet, it's collecting different data points that then can be used to then go inform somebody what that person's interested in to broaden their community and show them other things they're interested in. And the way you flip this to make it interesting so it doesn't just seem like surveillance is that when we actually when everything switches and there's the paradigm shift and we own our own data, then you can use that data from the cookie NFT to then sell it back to an enterprise and be like, why am I interesting? You can pay me to find out. And I think that's kind of the intersection of tech and community coming together.
Amazing. So my follow-up question for all you guys is, do you think now are NFTs poised to disrupt the entertainment industry?
Definitely.
If so, how?
Yeah.
Al?
Yeah, I mean, so what has been the model for the entertainment industry for the past, I don't know, like 100 years? It's been the IP has been owned by centralized, often corporate structures, and because of that, they reap all the rewards and revenue from leveraging this IP. I think NFTs are poised to sort of invert that model. That's at least what we're trying to do at Forgotten Runes, where all of our holders actually share ownership of these characters. And it turns out this is a really amazing incentive to create for those characters. And so if they own the character and they're creating for it, they should also share in any sort of revenue generated from that. You know, we sort of want to, we don't want to use this top-down model anymore. I think it's more of a horizontal model where we're just sort of both sharing creativity, revenue, and just make it more of a more intimate relationship between like the sort of corporate structure and the fan base.
Lauren, I want your take.
Sure. Yeah, I think that it's massively going to disrupt the corporate entertainment industry. One of the blockers we have right now is just getting access to APIs for streaming data. I think that massive failures in the real world, unfortunately, will lead to them releasing more data to us to use. So if it's not just a grassroots new platform like Audius, I think that these companies are eventually going to have to, like, the mass public's going to realize how much they're making off of, these big companies are making off of you and the artists, and then once that clicks to a certain mass amount of people, then they will start complaining to corporate structures like Spotify and say, we want, like, that artist should deserve more, and that's really when things will change fundamentally. I think it'll take a while, but it will happen, and it is happening.
Yeah, this is probably a topic worthy of its own panel. It's a big one. And the answer is, of course, yes, but there, I think, are enormous challenges. A lot of the best storytellers and a lot of the best sort of the worlds that have been built up over decades exist in the more mainstream side of media. And a lot of the native NFT projects started not really with stories and worlds, but just with like characters, and offered CCO or other forms of IP rights, and basically said to the community, go tell your own stories. And there's this kind of divide, I think, between them. But there are projects that are emerging. I'm really interested in hearing about what Elf is doing. That sounds really fascinating. There are projects like this new one called Broadside. It started with a much more complete world and story, and is now developing it and inviting the community to participate. With Nifty's, we partnered with the George Romero, you know, the godfather of horror, who kind of invented the modern zombie, to create Zombie Nation. And we're giving everyone who owns the NFT the rights in the IP of their NFT, but we're also going a step further, and we're giving them access to tools to create stories out of that IP and out of those NFTs. So there will be tools, I think, that come out that empower storytelling with this native IP.
Amazing. So now that we've sort of halfway through, let's get into the meat and potatoes of our talk. Let's talk about the future, right? What are the possibilities? What are the opportunities in the NFT space? Let's start with you, Lauren.
Yeah, I'd love to mention music NFTs. I know it is a buzzword, but I do think music NFTs are coming, and I think there's a lot of things you can do with the streaming data. I haven't yet really been able to work on a specific music NFT project in real time where a new artist is having their NFT change in accordance to what's happening with their streaming on a platform. And then this unlocks many, many things. So you start a fan club, and then all of a sudden you can, give them swag, you can give them all these different benefits to that NFT. So I think that's coming, and I think like it's been done well with certain NFT collectible communities now, but I think there's tons and tons of space for this to happen in music, and I think everybody in music wants it to happen too. So I am really excited about that in the future.
Yeah.
I think the last wave of NFTs we were all talking about utility. It became this crazy buzzword. And everybody who launched a project, sold an NFT, had this laundry list of utility attached to it. And they sold their NFT, and they quickly discovered that delivering that utility was costly, it was time-consuming, their organizations weren't set up to do it, and they had to do it forever. And it was really kind of scary. And that actually, I think, was one of the reasons that we've seen some brands sort of step back from NFTs. I've got to do this forever. So I think the next wave, the next opportunity, at least where Nifty's is most focused, is what we call utility at scale. Utility that is powered by technology and not powered by just money or people at organizations who have to constantly sort of churn the wheel. So, you know, infrastructure that provides for utility at scale is coming, and I think that will be that will power the next wave of NFTs.
So Alf, I have a question before you start. So he just said forever. So
Forever?
are you prepared to do this
Build
forever? So this community you're responsible for forever.
Yeah.
Otherwise, is there a timeline? You go like, okay, we can do this for 10 years, guys. So we just want to let you know that this is going to expire in 2030 or whatever. So
It's really funny that you picked up on that because immediately he said it that I felt it in my
yeah,
soul.
I freaked out when he said that. I was like, okay.
No, it's a challenge because you do have to constantly deliver new utility. But I think you know, one thing we're doing at Forgotten Ruins is a lot of the tools we build are in service of empowering our token holders to build themselves.
Okay.
You know, you see a platform like YouTube where their major value proposition isn't necessarily what YouTube is building, it's what the content creators are building. That's what draws people in. And so I think as long as we can provide tools to empower our community to build, they can build faster and bigger and at scale so much more than we at Magic Machine can. And yeah, it's all about building the right incentive structures, the right tooling to incentivize them to do that. So, you know, I mean, specifically what we're doing is, like, for the comic book, for example, it's such a great proof of concept for what we're trying to do. We've got a writer writing the stories, but his source material for these stories is the content that our token holders are creating. We've got a thing on our website called the Forgotten Runes Book of Lore. This is a digital tome that currently has over 4,000 entries. And all it is just people writing stories about their characters. Our comic book writer uses that as the source material to put into the physically printed comic. And our community loves seeing their characters in this book. And so, you know, this is the model going forward. We're going to use this model for the show. We use it for any large media expression that we do. So I think that's ours.
Got it. So if it isn't forever, there must be a timeline. And if there's a timeline, is it passing the torch? Like, where do you think that I just want to get that answer here and now? So I understand all the NFTs I bought were thousands of NFTs that I bought already. What do I do with them? You know, do I keep them forever? Do I pass it on to my children? Do I pass it on to grandchildren? Like, I need to know.
Yeah, this will be a family heirloom that you
Right?
save forever, for sure. Yeah, I don't have a solid timeline. I mean, I'll tell you this. The really tricky thing is when you're engaging with the legacy media industry, they move so much slower than the crypto industry. Mm-hmm. So, you know, we're kind of bottlenecked by that pace. But that's all the more reason to hold forever.
Yeah. Okay. I'll huddle. So everyone knows the news is just consumed by FTX. And now that we're in this, what I described earlier as post-FTX world, I used to remember a couple months ago, people thought I was so smart getting to Web3. They're like, oh my God, you're such a futurist. How did you leave your Web2 life and go into Web3? You're so smart, you're making so much more money. And those people are now giving me condolences. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I heard what happened to FTX. Were they a client of yours? And I go, thank you so much for your condolences. I'm fine, thank you. But you know, all those people who were skittish are now nowhere to be found. They don't want to hear me talk about FTX. They don't want to hear me talk about NFTs. They don't want to hear me talk about crypto. So, but our industry needs mass adoption. So how are we as a community going to get them back? I know there's not a simple answer to this, but what are you three going to do to try to get people back into our side of the fence? Who wants to start?
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's the same thing we've been saying. I think our solution at least is pivoting more into these traditional media expressions because this is what the mainstream knows. This is what the general public understands. When you say the word crypto to them, unfortunately, a lot of them now are going to think scam. So I think we definitely have to lean away from the degen financial speculation component and more into just straight up entertainment, straight up fun. When you deliver a comic book that looks great or a cute toy or a really engaging TV show, these are formats that the general public understands. This is what will bring them back, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, Jack.
Yeah, I think the answer is a bit of a paradox.
Would you say a bit of what?
A paradox.
Paradox, yes.
Because for brand, and I'm specifically responding to your question about FTX and how that changes things. I think it makes, for brands and institutions, it makes trust all the more important. And for the end user, it makes trustlessness all the more important. Here's what I mean. The brands and institutions that we talk to, they're still very, very interested in Web3 and NFTs, but they're shaken by the news that they're reading coming out of FTX. They already had the suspicion that this was all a giant scam and fraud.
Yeah.
But they're interested. They understand also that NFTs can provide brand superpowers. So finding companies and partners that they can trust in a space where trust has been so damaged has become all the more important. For end users, especially those who really understand what went on with FTX, it's all the more important that we collectors not depend on centralized institutions not to screw us over, frankly. So trustlessness, the kind of core principle of blockchain, that the NFT that you own, you really hold. And some central entity, whether they exist tomorrow or not, your ownership doesn't depend on them. Trustlessness matters more for the end user.
Right.
Trust matters more for the institution after FTX.
I agree with you. Lauren.
Yeah, no, I think I'm agreeing with both of you. I think what people need right now more than ever is transparency into what's happening. So something like FTX seems very bright, shiny object, sponsoring all the biggest events all around the country, the arena right around the corner. So once you see that destroyed, you're like, what happened? Everybody wants to know what happened and how did they get to that point. And it's really about us educating them how that happened and then introducing them to products. And projects like Chainlink, one of our things we have is proof of reserve, so you can actually know that an asset is backed fully, and that there's no debate. It's cryptographically proven. So I think right now we really just have to focus on teaching people the core principles. And for me, it's always just going back to the basics and explain to people why I got into crypto, explain them the principles of self-sovereignty and owning your own assets. That always gets people fired up. So just give people a reminder of why they came here and how they came here, and just go back to the basics and start from there.
Yeah, I think a lot of companies, had to come forward with saying like, hey, we have this in our reserves. Hey, you're protected. Hey, we are not like that company.
Emails
So
every couple hours.
It's really important now, more than ever, as you mentioned, you have to communicate to the community, to everyone outside of it, and everyone, just to try to help these people feel like you will be okay. Not everyone in this space is a bad actor, right? Oh, we're running out of time. So next, so I want you to each tell us what you see as the next big trend in NFTs. Who wants to start? Yeah.
Well, look, we're seeing a wave building, and I think it's going to surprise people in 2023 of brands who learned during the FOMO years of 2021 and 22 all about NFTs. And now many of those people who learned in some ways in some cases the hard way by investing in NFTs and losing their shirts, but learned to love the technology, are now championing the technology at their brands, and with their colleagues. And it reminds me in some ways of 2018. I was at the NBA, actually, who you partnered with.
I was in high school in 2018.
You were in high school.
You were in this space already?
I was at the NBA,
yeah.
And many of us, myself included, had learned about blockchain during that wave of speculative fervor in 2016, 2017, yeah. which crashed. And in 2018, we all thought, wow, this space is really scammy, right? You remember, just like we feel now, frankly. But we also many of us had been educated on the promise of the technology. And there weren't CEOs breathing down our neck asking us, what's your Web3 strategy? We were just, people at a brand who thought this technology was really great and could bring cool experiences to our customers and wanted to experiment with it. That, I think, is what's happening now at a much, much bigger scale. Now there are all these people who learned about NFTs during the frothy years and are now, frankly, under a lot less pressure, who are coming into the space to experiment and create real experiences. I think what will be different, in a good way, is rather than brands coming in and saying like, well, how do I quickly get as much money as possible because I suddenly have this item, in my budget that I have to hit. They're going to come in with experiences, and they're going to have a lot more NFTs that they give away for free. So the wave that we'll see are marketing experiences, marketing budgets coming into NFTs in a huge, huge way.
Lauren.
Yeah, I'll just play off that. I completely agree, and I'm always surprised actually on calls how many non-crypto natives who have just been learning themselves at these big corporations and tell me these ideas. I'm very excited that they've gone down the wormhole and really thought about these things through. So then the next wave will really be is, this stuff is, dynamic NFTs are happening, and I think what I learned in the past year is, as everything else, this just takes a long time to get the result you want. So when I'm on calls with these big brands, they want to do everything, like, the sky's the limit, and they want to do it right now. So I think we're just going to have to set expectations a little bit, and then we're going to be rolling out some pretty advanced dynamic NFTs that will lead to user experiences and then highly, highly curated events that all the people who hold the NFTs actually want to go to and will be interesting and will be more similar to a Web 2 experience you're having right now, but Web 3, which will be even spicier.
I love that. Last but not least, Elf.
The term metaverse was hot a few months ago. I still see a lot of promise in that. I think the biggest challenge there is getting people to understand that the metaverse is not just a VR app created by Mark Zuckerberg. It's actually much bigger than that. These open worlds take a long time to build. I think a lot of people are wondering, like, why isn't the metaverse here yet? It takes a long time to build. And so I think that the feature of the metaverse that I'm most excited about, though, is the interoperability. If you're building a meta, open it up. I'm really fascinated by the idea of using your character tokens across multiple experiences. And so I see a lot of promise in that.
Amazing. I know we're out of time. I want to thank you guys all for listening to us. Thank you to our panelists, Lauren, Jeff, and Elf, for joining me on stage. And stay in NFT space, guys. We're here to stay, so you guys should all stay with us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thanks.
Awesome. We did great. Now, we actually have a very, very special guest, you guys, so I hope you all are excited. We have Jonathan. He is going to be hosting a fireside chat with none other than David Swartz, the CTO of Ripple. And they are going to be speaking about the XRP ledger and the future of Web3. And big shout out to the Sologenic community.
All right, how's everybody doing today? There's some fun couches we got here. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jonathan G. Blanco. I'm the founder and CEO of NIFMint. We do NFT things and for brands. And I'm really excited today to be able to interview the CTO of Ripple. If you're here, I'm sure you've heard of Ripple. So with that, I'd love to welcome you to David Schwartz. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Well, let's level set the room for people really quickly. Ripple has been a top crypto and a top blockchain pretty much over the last decade.
Got to correct you to XRP Ledger.
Or sorry, XRP Ledger, thank you.
I get fired if I don't.
No, I appreciate the correction. For the last decade. So can you just, I'm sure you've done this in other interviews, but for those of us who are here, can you just give us a quick little overview of you know, the project from that, you know, last decade, and not the whole decade, but like the inception point and when you came into the project?
Sure. Just first, I want to say it's great to be up here with someone who takes business casual as seriously as I do.
Got the J's on.
Yeah, I don't dress up for anybody. Probably don't either. So yeah, I mean, I've been doing this since 2011. It's really hard to sort of mentally project back to that time, but Bitcoin was essentially the only game in town, and people were just starting to make clones of it. And I think the first cracks in the proof of work narrative were starting to emerge then. I know it sounds ridiculous today, but the thought then was that anybody could mine, and that like literally while you were sleeping, your PC would mine and you would just make money. And I mean, we know now that's tremendously economically naive. Someone's going to have the cheapest power, someone's going to have the best ASIC. So it was just starting to not deliver on that decentralization promise, and transaction fees were just first starting to come up. And if the narrative is like, be your own bank, no middlemen, it didn't really feel like that. So with a bunch of other people, Jed McCaleb, you know, at the very beginning, and Stephen Thomas, and later Chris Larson and other people, we built a blockchain that we really felt was meant to be owned by the people who were using it. And I know you think that's true of other blockchains, but it's just not. It's just not. The analogy that I sometimes use is Uber. Uber is not built for drivers and riders. I mean, it's built to be good enough for drivers and riders that they use it, but the owners of Uber want to make as much money as they possibly can. And every dollar they make is a dollar that a rider pays that a driver doesn't get. And the owners of Uber want to keep Uber's profits as high as they can. They make it just good enough that the riders and the drivers will use it. And that really is the model of many cryptocurrency projects. So if you look at Bitcoin, the transaction fees are as high as the miners can get them. And the limiting factor is, of course, if they were $5,000 a transaction, they wouldn't make any money because there wouldn't be any transaction. But they're incentivized to produce scarcity. And so we wanted to build a system that didn't have those kinds of incentives, a system that's built for the people who use it, a system that really delivers on the no middleman. Now, I wish I could say that we 100% delivered on that promise and it's all roses, but I'm an engineer at heart, and everything is trade-offs. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. There's no such thing as a free lunch and all of those things. But the blockchain that resulted from that, what we today call the XRP ledger, has very, very low fees, very, very high transaction rates, and it's very, very it's much more decentralized than most other blockchains. And the reason for that is that fundamentally there aren't people trying to profit off the people using it. And so that's why, like, when I talk to people who are building projects like NFTs, I mean, a blockchain where they're the actual stakeholders, the people using it are the stakeholders, is a very different concept.
So it sounds like the XRP ledger based off what you're saying, has some good use cases for high throughput, high transaction volume type of businesses. I want to go back to Bitcoin just for a second, as you brought it up. From a XRP or Ripple point of view, do you see it as an either or do you still see there being a place for Bitcoin as, call it, store of value, et cetera, and then using XRP for more transaction throughput? Is it an either or, winner take all, or how do you view that, I guess, when it comes to how you think of the Bitcoin versus XRP or Ripple?
I think there's kind of two ways that you can look at that. One is looking at the blockchains themselves, and the other is looking at the digital assets themselves, and you kind of get different answers. But I think in both cases, certainly for layer 1 blockchains, it's not an either or. You might like Bitcoin as an asset, but you don't like 10-minute confirmation times. You can move Bitcoin on the XRP ledger. You can say, Bitcoin is the digital asset that I like. I like its tokenomics. I like its volume, and liquidity. I'm happy with its volatility. I want to use Bitcoin. That doesn't mean you have to transact on the Bitcoin blockchain. Most Bitcoin transactions don't take place on the Bitcoin blockchain, right? A lot of them take place on centralized exchanges. And then there's the question of, well, what layer 1 blockchain has the characteristics I like? Does it have low fees? Does it have fast confirmation? Is it decentralized? Is it censorship resistant? And you don't necessarily have to be locked in to the same decision, to parallel decisions. But I also think fundamentally the idea that there's going to be one world currency is just hopelessly naive. I just don't see. And even if you do think that's going to happen, let's say you're a Bitcoin maximalist, Bitcoin, not the blockchain, but the asset. You think that Bitcoin is the be-all, end-all asset. Well, first of all, people are going to want to do all different kinds of things with that asset, and they'll need systems with different semantics. But also, we're not there today, right? 99.99% of the world's value is not in Bitcoin. And so we're going to need interoperability. We're going to need on-ramps and off-ramps. We're going to need all of the same things that the Bitcoin blockchain can't provide any of those. So there's still a lot of work to be done, not in the not right in the Bitcoin.
Sure. And so, in the XRP ledger context, I think a lot of people here know, it to be used in banking, and you have some banking partnerships and relationships that you've built overall. Can you walk us through how that works and how they think about that? And then I'd love to get back to the NFTs here after that.
Yeah. So Ripple is a company. It's centralized. We have a CEO. We have employees. We have people who hold Ripple stock, who own equity in the company. It's just like any other corporation. And we wanted to figure out what we could do. We wanted a decentralized blockchain, but there's, just like in the Bitcoin ecosystem, there's all kinds of companies in that ecosystem. And Ripple is one of those companies that, among other things that Ripple does, we interact with the XRP ledger. And the thing that we decided circa 2014, 2015, we were thinking, all these companies were doing all these different projects. There was just starting to be an explosion of grassroots adoption of crypto. And that was when buying things with Bitcoin was all the rage, and there was this big increase in your average person had heard of Bitcoin. It went from something that only nerds knew about to something that was on the news. And so there was that sort of inflection point, and Ripple started to be introspective and say, what can we do? What's missing that we can do? And what we thought about was we were very inspired by the internet. And most people think of the internet as a bottom-up kind of technology that's like for the people, but it wasn't in the early days. It started with military and government and researchers and people who had very focused use cases. So we thought, who could have a focused use case? And remittances and international payments, everybody agrees is broken. How many people in here have made an international payment? And how many have had a bad experience? Right? How many of you had to call up to check if the payment succeeded, and they said, we don't know, call back again in a couple more days? Right? I see lots of hands going, it's terrible. And it's nice when people have a problem that you have a solution to, rather than say, I have this new technology that does something totally new and different. You're like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's really nice when you say, look, there's something in your life that sucks, and I can make it better. That's a much easier case. And so Ripple said, we're going to, but if you're going to go after institutional adoption, because that's what it's going to take, it's going to take institutional adoption, it can't be 3 people in a garage. It has to be an organized operation. So we said what Ripple, the company, is going to do is we're going to focus on building high-quality technologies that will allow institutional adoption. And so we look, what are the blockers? Why can't banks use a cryptocurrency to settle? And the answer is their messaging systems are antiquated. They don't even know where the money has to go when they make a payment. The messaging isn't even closed loop. It's back in the 70s if you're lucky. And so we focused on building a system called RippleNet, which is an institutional messaging and settlement system that can settle with a digital asset. Meantime, all kinds of other projects on the XRP ledger focusing on things like payments, but also things that are not payments, stable coins, which are kind of payment adjacent, and all kinds of different projects, including more recently things like NFTs. So there's an ecosystem of development on the XRP ledger, and then there's Ripple, who's, among other things, working to drive institutional adoption, use the XRP ledger as a settlement.
Yeah, and just real quick on that notion, do you think sometimes people just get confused about XRP and Ripple, like the relationship between it? Because you're talking about Ripple being a centralized entity, it's a business, right? It's a company, and then XRP ledger being decentralized overall. What's the best way for people to? I mean, you kind of outlined it there, but what's the best way for people to think about that? Because I think sometimes I hear people say things like, "Oh, well, Ripple's centralized, so it's bad in crypto, et cetera." But everything that you're describing right now is like, hey, no bank is going to want to use a technology, at least not right now, that is going to, take complete control out of their hands, right? So how would you kind of talk to that?
It's actually very interesting. So I've heard a lot of people say that no bank would want to use a decentralized system. They want to use a system they can control. The problem is, if you are Deutsche Bank, HSBC, Credit Suisse, JP Morgan Chase, and maybe 2 or 3 others, that argument is perfect. But that's what, 5 banks? How many banks are there? Right? There's thousands. If you're any other bank but those 5 or 6 I just mentioned, a system controlled by the banks is a system controlled by your competitors. And if I say, well, would you want to rely for your business on a system controlled by your competitors? That sounds a lot less exciting, right? People think of banks as like, people will say these things like, oh, the big banks, they've got the whole system under their thumb, and the whole world's arranged for them. Your local bank probably feels the same way. But when you think of a big bank, you might think of your local bank. They're not big in like the world of banks. So in the world of banks, like the idea of a system that their competitors can't exclude them from or control resonates very well with them. And obviously, they wouldn't trust Ripple to like if we ran the system, they wouldn't, the level of confidence would be limited to the amount of trust they could have in us, which while we would love them to have as much trust in us as we could get them to have, we would prefer they not have to. And so, believe it or not, like the incentive is to build a decentralized system that nobody can control because that's a more valuable. That spans jurisdictions. Countries like Saudi Arabia don't want the United States or the EU to have control over internal payments in the region, and rightfully so. They're a sovereign country. There's no inherent reason why the United States should have a veto over a payment between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. That doesn't make any sense, and those countries are not going to stand for that level of control. And they're going to, if it can be a decentralized system that's fair to everyone, that might be like the next best thing.
Yeah, I see your point. Thanks for outlining that for everybody. So I want to move to NFTs real quick. So you're making lots of headway on the NFT side. There's also the community fund. I think it's 250 million. Is that right, community fund? Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So the XRP ledger was never originally designed for NFTs. Obviously, NFTs weren't a thing when the XRP ledger was built. And it's not like the Ethereum blockchain where you can do anything on it. It's not a general purpose blockchain. There's obviously disadvantages to it not being a general purpose blockchain. You can't just write a smart contract and do something. But there are huge advantages to it not being a general purpose blockchain. For one thing, the sort of general purpose blockchains are more expensive and have lower throughput because it's more complex to run a general purpose blockchain. But the big disadvantage is you've heard of people who've had NFTs stolen from them because they agreed to smart contracts and didn't know what they did. That power can be used against people. It's a very high cost to understand what you're agreeing to or what can happen. The XRP ledger is a fixed function ledger, and it didn't have NFT functions. But someone named Weitzu Win came up with a standard called XLS14, and he bashed a square peg in a round hole. I mean, it's ugly from an engineering standpoint, but he made it work. He made NFTs work with no changes to the core protocol. But, not great. So a group of people, including myself, set to design a fixed function feature set that included probably 90% of what people want to do with NFTs in the XRP ledger. That standard is called XLS20, and it's now available. It's live on the XRP ledger, and it's purpose-built for the vast majority of things you want to do with NFTs. If you want to do some really weird thing that we didn't think of, you have to go to a more general purpose blockchain. But as long as you're within that sort of set of functions that we have, the advantages that you get are very low transaction costs, tiny fractions of a penny, very high finality, very rapid finality, 5 or 6 seconds, and high throughput. and it covers a significant fraction of the feature set that you want. Again, like the target market for the XRP ledger is to build features that enable people to use the blockchain.
That was super interesting. And being that Ripple, for example, has taken these inroads from the banking side, when you think about the NFT side, is there a vertical or customer set that you're thinking about that would be more preferential for NFTs, or that you'd be targeting to be using the NFTs?
I guess it comes down to what kind of time frame you want to think about. So obviously in the shorter time frame, collectibles are where all the action is. If you said, what are people using NFTs for most today? It's collectibles. But there's a huge growing group of people using them in gaming. Is like one of the biggest growing areas. It's not just a pure collectible, where maybe you could take an avatar across games, or maybe like when you move from an older game to a newer game, which game companies want you to move from the older game to the newer game. They don't want to stay in the older game. What they want to do is they want to keep developing on their newest game and reach as many people as possible with developmental efforts. The problem is when you move from an old game to a new game, it's like graduating from junior high school and going into high school. You were the coolest guy in junior high school, you were a senior, now you go to high school and you're like the lowest of the low. If it takes something with you, then you would be able to migrate more easily, and that actually solves a problem in the gaming space. There's also real estate NFTs, but I have to say in the longer term, that there's the two things that I'm most excited about are NFTs that represent ownership of things in the real world, like smart objects that could understand that they're owned by the owner of an NFT. But I think even more interesting than that is every single person in this room has bundles of digital rights that they own, whether it's songs, whether it's books on Amazon Prime, whether it's movies that they may have bought on Hulu or Netflix. And the problem is these marketplaces are not built for you. If you decide that Amazon Prime sucks and you want to switch to Hulu because it's supported better on your device, you lose all of the stuff that you bought. That sucks for you. That's great for Hulu and Netflix because they lock you in. And it's not built for the creators. You might think it's built for the creators, but it's not. Imagine if you just released a blockbuster movie. You have a window of maybe 3 weeks in which I'll buy that movie for $22. If I don't buy that movie for $22 in those 3 weeks, I'll never do it. Why would I buy it for $22 if I'm thinking a year from now when I want to watch the movie again, I might not have Netflix anymore, or I might not have Hulu anymore? Hulu's what, $79 a month? Like, what if they go up and I drop them and I switch to a better service? I'll lose that movie that I paid $22 for. I'm just going to rent it at the lower price. And anytime you see a marketplace that isn't built for the buyers or the sellers, that's something that needs to be disrupted. And I think NFTs could be video games that you own. Are there digital rights? Like, digital rights is a huge, huge business, and NFTs are portable digital rights. They could be the solution to that problem. And that's massive, but of course, fairly far out because that whole marketplace is locked up by big players who are not going to give any space.
And David, my final question for you. So you've been in the space in crypto pretty much since the dawn of it. And what's your outlook for, call it the next 6 months, year? What's your crystal ball say?
I mean, honestly, I'm a little depressed about the FTX collapse, and I am concerned about what dominoes are going to fall. But I also don't want that to distract from people who are building things. That doesn't make anything technological that somebody built go away. That doesn't make something that's been developed not exist anymore. And so I'm hoping that when all the ashes of this clear out, the projects that had solid fundamentals, were building good tech and building products that solve real problems, will still be there, and maybe they'll be a little easier to find. That, honestly, though, it is a little depressing right now, but do not let that discourage you from building. Venture capital's out there. That's why we created the Creator Fund. The problems still exist. The technology still work. I kind of hope that people can keep at. I've seen this happen. I've been through Docs collapsed. I mean, there have been a lot of these before, and many times we emerged out the other side. So I think we're going to again keep building.
Awesome. Well, David, thanks so much for joining us. It was great conversation. And everybody, I hope you're enjoying DCENTRAL. Make sure to talk to David, hang out here longer. There's lots of great events coming up, and we'll see you all here a little bit later. Thanks so much.
And thanks for filling in.
Yeah.
It is almost afternoon, and I'm so excited because I'm having a great time, but I'm also very tired, and I think I need another cup of coffee. But for our next panel, we are going to be discussing GameFi, play to earn, and what is next. If any of you guys watch my channel, you know that I really am a big fan of NFTs, play to earn, GameFi, etc. I think it's going to be one of the catalysts to bring in the next bull run after the 4-year cycle is complete. So without further ado, I have Itai. He's going to be moderating this amazing panel. Hope you guys can stick around.
All right, thank you for joining us in this early Miami morning, I guess, for everyone here. Happy to have you all. We have our panel members joining. Come on, a bit of round of applause. Let's come on. Yeah, woo! Yeah, we got it. Wow, it is cold in here. All right, perfect. Let's open the stage. The idea here is to have a bit more of like a kind of informal talk and talk about, I think, a very hot subject and refrain from, we want to go more than community. It's great, it's important. We want to, I think, drill down to the nuts and bolts. Let's take 2 minutes to just each person, if they can really shortly present themselves and what they do, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, I guess we can just go down the line. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Choi. I'm the Business Development Manager at ComTwist USA. ComTwist, we're a mobile gaming developer publisher based out of Seoul, South Korea. We were established back in 1998. We had a hit title called Summoner's War, which released in 2014. Through the success of that game, we've been able to really grow our corporation. We have a pretty diverse investment portfolio ranging from entertainment and Web3, and that's how we started getting into the Web3 space. Earlier this year, we released a blockchain gaming platform called C2X, and now we're working on our own mainnet called Explo.
Very cool.
What's going on, guys? My name is Bryson. I am a Web3 gaming content creator, Twitch streamer, entrepreneur, CEO of a venture-funded startup called Loot Bolts. And yeah, it's cool to be here talking about what's happening in Web3. I know we're in a bear market, so we're a little light on people in the audience, but the fact that you're here is a blessing because ultimately I see us as leading the next generation of games.
Hey, Jeff Donnelly. I'm the OG on the stage. So 25 years I've been marketing for gaming companies. I've gone through 2 other bear markets, so we will make it through this. At least the strong will survive. So I represent MegaFans. MegaFans is an esports tournament platform. We integrate esports tournament systems into other games to monetize them, and happy to be here today.
All right, cool. My name is Itai. I'm from Market Across. We are a Tel Aviv, Israel-based PR and content marketing firm. Work with some of the bigger players in the space. You can check it out online, or we have a booth as well. All right, cool. So let's start with very general, but not an easy question. What is Web3 gaming? How do you define that? But like for real, like actually something that my mom can understand. Not what is Web3, but what is Web3 gaming as opposed to Web2 gaming. So just start the conversation and then take from there.
Yeah, so I guess when I think about Web3 gaming, I think about like what the distinction is between Web2 and Web3 currently, and I guess that really just comes down to the addition of blockchain features, being able to use blockchain to add ownership elements and giving players the ability to kind of earn off of the effort that they've put into the game. And yeah, I guess that's...
So the main thing is blockchain is the way to do it, but because we use blockchain, then we have assets that are actually owned by players. That is your core definition of Web3 gaming, the ownership of key assets and not the
Yeah,
platform.
exactly.
All right, cool.
Web3 introduces new digital assets. Gamers have been using digital assets for decades, since the 1990s, and trading them. Back in the day, they used to actually resell digital assets on eBay. So now we've introduced cryptocurrency, NFTs, and whatever's coming next. So that's the primary difference. But then you've got blockchain, which also gives it transparency. You can see transactions. It's open ledger. The original premise of the blockchain, I think, is an important factor as well to support that system and the infrastructure.
Yeah, like to your point about buying assets on eBay, I was the one kid back in like 2005 where I would take my parents' credit card and buy like Madden Ultimate Team characters and a bunch of shit I probably had no business buying, like on the blockchain, or it wasn't blockchain back then. But ultimately, there wasn't really asset ownership. I mean, I grew up, you purchase skin after skin and game after game. I mean, I probably bought Madden for 10 years before I realized, oh, wow, that $1,000 a year subscription to Madden really isn't worth it. You need to go out and like play something else. But no, I mean, ultimately, where we are in this like Web3 gaming ecosystem, of course, we talk about the whole idea of ownership and the blockchain being super prevalent. But ultimately, it's just gaming with the ability to have ownership rights, but ultimately those ownership rights have come at a cost the first year and a half of this. I mean, I'd love to get your thoughts. You've seen probably a ton of what the gaming world has brought in the last year and a half.
Oh, I think with ownership comes community, right? Because now you're trading something, right? And so if you just go back to sort of the primal human, needs for building community, for being recognized, trading's been a part since the beginning of time. So it really allows us to sort of sit around the gaming campfire, so to speak, and do what people do.
But that also creates a challenge. I like the conversation already. And I think this touches community in general. Everyone loves to use that word, but sometimes I always say your community is as good as your floor price. And then the issue that Web2 companies don't have is I could be an avid Netflix user and love it, and the fact that the stock went down X%, I'm oblivious to it. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't hurt me. And that creates a situation where our community and our members are also asset holders of our own, I would say, financial asset. And that, when it works, it's great. But when it doesn't work, that can be a very big detrimental concept.
Unfortunately, because it's, all eyes are on us, right? So people are hypersensitive to what's happening in this. Like you said, when you're using another company's product or service and something happens to their stock.
The users of Gmail don't care about Alphabet's stock price.
Nobody cares. But with us, it's like, oh my gosh, watch this, it's going to devastate the whole industry. So I think it's just because it's early, because we're building, we're innovating. This room, this panel, we're just innovators, right? And because of that, it's all eyes on us. And so there's going to be a little bit more sensitivity around it. But we're all going to build through this. And again, the strong will survive.
All right, perfect. Oh, yeah, sorry, you want to touch that?
I was going to say, I think that's kind of one of the things that we've seen in Web3 gaming up to this date, where I think people who are coming into Web3 gaming have kind of the wrong approach, maybe the wrong mindset. I think the thing is, a lot of the success of games like Axie Infinity, NBA Top Shot, a lot of it has been kind of around the ability to make money, whereas it hasn't been about, do I really enjoy playing this game? Is this game fun? Do I want to continue to play the game? And if that was like the focus, then they wouldn't be as worried about.
This is great. It's a great setup for the next question. So you touched Axie Infinity and different models or whatever. So it seems like play to earn, which was the Axie Infinity model, which is the concept of you playing a certain game and that revenue being a substantial amount of revenue in your life, was, I think, the first kind of boom of, or I'm not saying the first iteration, but the first successful iteration of play to earn gaming with the concept of migrant workers, usually in Southeast Asia, etc. That model does have some problems, but we're seeing it evolving. What are the other models? Is play to earn the base of it all? Is it actually now more like play and earn? You talked about two different models, like two different even demographics. Top Shop is, I think, mostly Western people trying to make a few more bucks for spending, and where the Axies were thinking about, oh, this is a cool way for a set migrant worker to make his rent. So what are the different models? Is there one's going to win? They're all going to win? What do you think?
So yeah, I guess our company's thesis is that we follow more of a free-to-play and earn model. So basically, all of our games, you can download them through the App Store, through Google Play. When players come into the game, it's really, at its core, basically just a Web 2 game. They don't really know that there's anything different. And then as they progress in the game, eventually they'll reach a point where it goes, hey, actually through this entire playtime, you've been earning this additional currency. Would you now like to,
open a wallet?
Open a wallet, gain access to your assets, et cetera, et cetera. And if, for some people, it might not be their cup of tea. They don't need to do that right away. They can, continue to play, enjoy, and just continue as is.
And that's going to touch a different question, but you're saying that there's an option of Web 2 and Web 3 gaming living on the same platform. X users can live their whole Web 2 world, and then the power users can opt in to enjoy a different environment.
Exactly.
I feel like, though, ultimately people won't want to live in a separate segregated Web 2 or Web 3 situation. I think that when we look at what Play to Earn was, and it's ironic because I'm on the stage because, my initial rise through the Axie Infinity days and then expanding over Web 3 gaming, but Play to Earn really fucked gaming up. It made gaming way worse than what people fail to realize, because when people think of gaming in Web 3, they don't think of oh man, Star Atlas is one of the most anticipated Web 3 games, or Illuvium has this really cool overworld ecosystem that's coming out. They think of, oh, Axie Infinity got hacked for 600 million, and all these people were making this money doing this play to earn scam, and oftentimes people fail to realize that connotation that someone has who has no idea what the space is what shapes the narrative of the space. So
there's a famous tweet of someone saying, I bought into StepN 3 weeks ago. now I need to walk 6 hours a day for 10 years to get my money back.
Yeah, but I mean, to that point, like, what was the, like, StepN's a damn running app. It shouldn't matter, like, if you made any money running or not. You should get your lazy ass out there and run because it's good for you, you know? But that, like, goes by the wayside when people are like,
marketing.
oh my God,
like, that should be their micro copy. Get out for lazy ass.
So look, obviously, the first iteration of P2E was flawed, right? It wasn't built to survive a bear market. We saw what happened. And people's lives got devastated. Those guilds are being supported by people from a very lower economic system, and they were surviving on that. So this affected.
We do need to be honest. It's not just bear market. There was a Ponzi economics base of almost.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So flawed. But traditional gaming, we use esports. Esports is a traditional Web 2, actually Web 1 version of gaming, right? Tried, true, and proven. It works. So you know you can apply those functions and those types of products and services to the Web3 market, and they'll still work here too. It's just a different community. And people are collectors, so when it comes to the digital assets, humans also like to collect things. So that's just something that's innate, right? And will survive within the gaming.
Segue question. On your end, you're seeing most of the people that interact with set platforms or protocols or games, are they collectors of potential land and swords or whatever, or are they actual players? Because I think that that's one of the major issues that happened that a bit after Axie and these whole notions of guilds and whatever. And what we did is started creating another mid-level of speculators of digital assets and not the game. So that was a big issue.
Well, I mean, to be completely honest, like, if we really, like, dive deep on the idea of, like, land and, you know, renting out land, like, the whole idea is pretty flawed at the you know, the base level. I mean, I personally don't want to be a sharecropper. Yeah, of course, maybe someone in a developing nation for a short amount of time, it works because the returns are, you know, more than previously stated, like higher than what they would have made. But ultimately, like, that model isn't a model that's sustainable because we as people don't want to rent assets. You know, the whole idea of Web3 and blockchain is you own your assets. And maybe it's like a rent-to-own model or something. I've heard a ton of, like,
it also creates financial issues that some people would be paying USDC for these assets but earning in set game currency. And those creates those arbitrages that can get a lot of people wrecked. So you might be paying set person an agreed fee for that sword or house or whatever, but the native token you're earning in goes down immensely. So I agree with you that the mid-ownership level was not the best maybe iteration, and I do think that now we're going more towards experiences and less about financial, like.
At the end of the day, you take any collective group of people and you're going to have different segments, right, that behave differently and have different needs and wants and different reasons, right, to answer the why. So it's going to cover the whole spectrum. And
blockchain offers a lot of technology, but we're still people. You know, people are people.
But, you know, ultimately, you know, what comes out the other end is it's got to go through a natural course, and that's what we're seeing right now.
So there's a general concept that I would say the current iteration of blockchain gaming or Web3 gaming kind of suck. Like, that's kind of the going notion there. Is that, the question is that a bug or a feature? Is this because we did very simple mobile games right now? And again, some of the biggest games in history, Flappy Bird, for whatever, some games suck by definition, and they still do very well. So what are your thoughts about that? Because I can tell you that most of my real gamer friends said, look, I can't take this seriously before there's a game I might actually want to play without any of these assets connected to it.
It's early, right? This is still new. If you go back 20, 30 years, again, OG on stage here, you know, I've seen what the earlier games looked like. They were crap compared to what you see today. Yeah, and all the games
Pac-Man isn't the most elaborate gameplay. You know?
Yeah, this is a natural evolution. Right? And so we're just at the very beginning of this particular part of that.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, I want to, like, basically 100% agree with what he's saying. And if you think about, like, a AAA title as we know it, the development cycle for a AAA title is generally, you know, 5 years minimum.
And tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah. And then
these whole raised $4 million from 6 crypto VCs to develop a AAA game. Whoever reads those titles needs to understand that that's flawed by its definition of how AAA gaming works.
Exactly, and then, you know, obviously, you know, these AAA studios have thousands of employees who are just working around the clock, trying to meet deadlines, trying to make sure they, you know, get everything in order. And, you know, the reality is a lot of these games that have come from the Web3 side of things so far have been, you know, from startups, smaller companies. But now we're seeing some of these bigger players really start entering the space. So I think in the next, you know, 3 to 5 years, because, you know, I think a lot of these games that will be coming from these studios already have been in development for like three, 4 years, and now they're just adding that blockchain Web3
So interesting.
layer.
You're saying that the games that were invented or by blockchain people that wanted to look into gaming look like that, and now that we have the gaming companies who are maybe interested in blockchain looking at that, they might bring in, I would say, the higher quality of, because that's their job, that's what they do.
I mean, I'm not trying to like downplay anyone who's created games.
Well, there's no names being mentioned.
Yeah.
Talk about.
But I think definitely when you consider that some of these larger studios have a history of deploying very successful titles, that experience, that know-how, bringing that into this space is really going to be
cool. I love that.
Really pushing us.
And it's also a thing of, I think we see what's happening with Unreal Engine 5, and everyone sees these insane-ass graphics, and a lot of times they're like, oh my god, this game's going to be, like, this is a game, this is going to be insane. It's like, that's just like people creating experiences of people moving around and doing shit. Creating an actual fun game loop is ridiculous. I mean, I chatted with one of the Metaverse leads at Fortnite. They know they can't make another Fortnite, so that's why they came out with Fortnite Creative.
Yeah. I've been driving around, I've been like Ubering in Miami, and I feel like I'm in, GTA Vice. I'm like, when am I getting out of the car with a baseball bat, All right, cool. So let's talk macro crypto for a second. It was an interesting year. A lot of things happened. A lot of the things that we thought, like some of the biggest blue chip players in the space are no longer even here. You can drive by FTX Arena. That's a nice surreal experience. Some are saying that GameFi is maybe the golden ticket right now. That is like the one that, other than the Axis.
Goblin Town.
Yeah,
Goblin Town. It's dead. It's
What?
dead. GameFi's dead.
GameFi's dead?
Yeah, GameFi is dead.
All right. Why's that?
It's dead because you're taking finance and putting it at the forefront of gaming and trying to deceive people into believing that putting a financial mechanism with a gaming UI in the front is going to be the end-all be-all. I see it as synonymous with the whole V1 or version 1 of play to earn, because I know we talked about the whole there's a second layer of version that could happen, but for the concepts of what GameFi stand on, it's not going to work. There are tons of games that'll reach out and talk about the whole idea of we have burn mechanics and a white paper and tokenomics.
So
all that shit is
Web3
lame.
gaming and GameFi are separate for you. There is the gaming aspect, and then there's the financial models aspect of it. And you're saying, let's do more Web3 gaming, and let's do less
I agree.
GameFi.
I agree with Bryce on what you just said. Web3 gaming. It's just gaming, okay? And it happens to be using Web3 mechanics, but gamers are going to game, so that's it.
And to your point about like these financial models, there's always been financial models in games, and I think there should be an ecosystem of infrastructure when these games launch. But ultimately, the communities are what drives prices and markets. The problem is you've seen games tweet about, oh, this NFT that we're launching is going to be a collectible, like a Pokemon or something. And it's like, dude, Pokemon's been around for 30, 40 years. I was playing it when I was 5. I'm still playing it, and I'm 27. That collectability of a Pokemon card didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen because a founder of Pokemon said, oh, this is collectible. It's like describe value over time, and that's what's missing in Web3 gaming, because to your point, we're really early.
But let me add to that. So gamers are going to game, and if they can earn something, great. Whatever label the market puts on it, P2E or whatever,
and then
who cares?
So
They're
we're
going
seeing
to
that,
game
but then
if
we're seeing the platform say, all right, you have this NFT. How about stake it? How about do derivatives of it? How about do fractionalize of it? So maybe that's the bad ideas that we're taking from the DeFi players or CeFi players or whatever, and we're trying to, now that we have you here and you have a financial relationship with us, let's try and bring all the shit that didn't work in different places.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I also do agree, but I also disagree in a sense, because I think obviously the term GameFi as it is, we are only kind of experiencing what the current iteration is, and that word and what it kind of stands for can always evolve. And I think as Web3 gaming evolves, I think the definition and behind GameFi will also evolve with it.
So how do you think that Web3 gaming can grow with a much growing negative sentiment around blockchain and crypto in general, in the general public? So let's say there is a situation that we're going towards a rough 2023 when it comes to public sentiment. How do we make sure that this part of Web3 isn't too much affected or can break the trend?
I have a theory on this. So build better games, okay, and make it seamless, right? Make the experience seamless. It's experiential. People play games to escape, and then to win and join a community and all these other things that come with it. But it's an escape mechanism. It's entertainment at the end of the day. We're in the entertainment industry. It's a $2.2 trillion global industry that we're part of, and it happens to be
mobile gaming is larger than all of crypto combined, almost 1.5 or 2 times in
It's
today's
the
market.
fastest growing sector in the entire global entertainment industry.
Yep.
Okay, but people are doing it because they want to play games. If they can win something and gain something out of it, great. If it's a collectible, even better. These are all innate human needs that people like to meet that are part of the community. So.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, yeah, I think the focus is definitely going to be on the games itself. As long as the experience is good, as long as you're having fun, people are going to come. Gamers don't care if it's Web 2 or it's Web 3. If they can go and have a good time, they'll come. And as he said, I think making that experience as seamless as possible, I think ultimately, gamers don't need to know what's under the hood per se. Yep. They don't need to know that there's blockchain there. They don't need to know that there's NFTs there. They just want to know, is this a game where I'm going to come in and have fun? And if so, and can I potentially have an extra benefit? Great. If not, whatever. I'm just here to have fun. I'm just here to play a game.
And in terms of that whole point around mobile gaming, it's crazy. So for example, I went home a couple of weeks ago. My mother played poker on her phone for 4 hours. Then my parents divorced, so I go visit my dad. He lives in Richmond, and he tells me, yeah, I'm the second best table pool player on this fucking random mobile game I've never heard of. And he says yeah, I play 3 to 4 hours a day. I'm like, anyone could pick up any of these games, and it could be a Web3 game, and they might not even know it because it's not, the term Web3 gaming isn't going to outweigh genres of gaming that have their own specific niches, like MMO or card games. That is where these games are going to sit, and ultimately creating
it's like saying a cloud,
easy mechanisms.
We want to be
how
like where
we get there.
cloud is. We use cloud-based technology all the time, and we don't know that it's a cloud-based technology. It's just on the cloud.
So Web3 in the cloud gives us the opportunity to take gaming to the global market, right? To emerging markets, to developing markets. So that's a huge opportunity. We can use this as a beachhead to bring the rest of the world online and use it as you said, it's it's a great bridge, right? And it could bring in the masses. This could literally bring the entire planet that's going to come online. It can be their point of entry.
So I don't remember who it was who said this. It might be CZ or Brian Armstrong. Someone smarter than me said that one of the things that we all failed as an industry in the past year is that we tried to onboard 1 billion users a bit too fast. What are your thoughts about that? Is it okay for us to go and tell people, hey guys, we're building. Things take years. These assets, whatever. Have we too fast to, first of all, fundraise a lot of money from wide-ass people and then give them assets that they're invested in? But also, are we trying too fast to onboard 1 billion people?
So those kinds of claims, I dismiss, okay?
Yep.
I look at the macro.
That's a good conversation. I like it.
Okay, I look at the macro. We call it the macroeconomics, but the macro truth is that by 2025, 82% of all internet access is going to be done through a mobile device, and that approximately half of the world will be online. We hit 8 billion in population, 2 weeks ago? Approximately 4 billion people are going to be online. 82% of them are going to use one of these supercomputers in their hands to go onto the internet, to experience that. So that's the natural macro view, and those are the real numbers. So claiming that we're going to bring on the next billion or whatever number that people want to pluck out of the sky, that's great for a soundbite, but let's just look at reality. That's reality.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, I think that ultimately you shouldn't stop trying to bring in users just because tech is early and things of that sort, because ultimately you need more people with more various diverse backgrounds that can provide feedback to games, whether it's, Web 2, Web 3, you need people in general. So I think you should go out and market the same way you would if your game was, doing 100 million daily active or a monthly active.
Most of these games have more NFT holders than active players, like substantially more.
Well, most of the NFT holders aren't players, actually.
Yeah, of course, of course. I think that another thing I also want to touch on, I think it's really directed to you guys. So it seems like all paths go through app stores. Apple App Store, Google App Store, whatever. There is a framework on how you can have your product on it. And again, I'm not going to go into specifics, but it's don't do an NFT drop before you actually have a game. But that's something else. Are we all contingent on Apple and Google liking us and letting us participate, and then also maybe doing user acquisition or whatever? Or is there a chance that games or the game Web3 industry can live and develop itself without being subjected to being under Google and Apple's direct
beholden?
Yeah.
I think is the appropriate word.
What are your thoughts about that?
Major players are going to be there, so it's part of the ecosystem. But there's plenty
bigger
of room.
things in Web3, like you talked about, like some of the biggest Web2 games, whatever. They're not able to beat Google and Apple. They want to do their own internal currencies.
No, but I think there's enough room for all players to play, right? For all innovators and developers to be part of it. So there's going to be an indie sector. There's going to be the major brands. And remember, the bigger they are, the less nimble they are as well. So they can't go into a lot of the markets that we're entering, right? These developing markets, these emerging markets. They want access to that. They'll use us to get that, right? So those big brands, the Microsofts and the Googles, they'll use us.
Build more channels. It's not let's do everything we can to get into Google and Apple app stores. It's also build our own app stores.
Sorry, say that again.
Should we all optimize on how we build Web3 games so they'll be able to be inside an Apple or Google app store, or should we focus on creating distribution channels that don't involve us being contingent on Google and Apple letting us participate?
So I guess coming from traditionally mobile gaming, I would say that obviously Google and Apple gave a lot of smaller studios a great distribution channel to really reach a wider audience. I think specifically, Com2uS being a Korean mobile gaming developer publisher, if it wasn't for Apple and Google, people in America, people in Europe may have never heard of us, may have never played our game. Summoner's War became a global hit thanks to that distribution channel, and I think it is kind of having that great distribution channel will really help the industry grow and really help people become more exposed to it. I'm not saying that we need to be fully reliant on Google and Apple Play, but I think they've set up a system which is a great distribution channel and really for.
So we should optimize but not be too dependent and also think about different channels.
It's a symbiotic relationship. They need us and we need them. And it's not just about Apple and Google. There's some other very large distribution channels. Huawei, Samsung.
We have an avid Twitch user. The question is like, if tomorrow X platform, streaming platform A or B does like or doesn't like, there's a lot of gatekeepers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that although Apple takes 30%, if I was building a mobile game, I would put it on the Apple App Store and then get on Facebook and run probably twice as much as I spend in development time and development cost of the game in advertisement, and chance the fact that I'm going to be able to make that money back through one of those traditional platforms. Love to get your thoughts on that.
Like I said, it's a symbiotic relationship. They need us and we need them. So they have the distribution channel. They have the eyeballs and the ears. So we need that. Okay, but they also need us. They need the innovators. So.
All right, let's use our last 2.5 minutes for shout-outs. Please, everyone, if you have an opportunity to tell the people about something cool you think that's happening in the industry, you guys can be involved in it, but please not your actual direct company or whatever.
Something besides us. I'm going to give a shout out to Ukinga, which is a new game coming from Crow Studios. It's an exciting battle arena tower defense game, and we happen to be integrating our esports tournament system in there. But we're going to market now. It's actually posted on mainnet, and we're on PC first, but we're moving to mobile in about a month.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll do a creator shout out. I think that content creators in Web3 gaming are going to be super important. If not seeing the value now, then probably in the future. But a lot of content creators are building out loyalty rewards programs that are providing value back to their audiences. And I know Kagi and the Juice team did something really cool with a founder's launch and providing NFTs back to his audience for helping build out his entire ecosystem. So shout out to him and what they're doing. I think that creator NFTs, more so like loyalty rewards, are going to be like a really big wave in NFTs over the next probably year and a half.
Yeah, so I guess the group I want to shout out is Exterio. They're the exclusive Web3 partner of FunPlus. FunPlus is a very big, traditional mobile gaming developer publisher. So I'm really excited to see what kind of products that, what kind of games that they're really going to bring into this space now with this new partnership.
All right, perfect. I want to give a shout out to the Game 3 Awards. PokerStarter Gaming started that. I'm one of the judges as well, and we're trying to, with a lot of other bodies, try to create a decentralized body that will congratulate the best builders in the space and create some type of an annual awards, whatever. There's no financial models in it. It's all organic, and we're just trying. The voting. Some the nominees are already up. You can go check it out. Game 3 Awards. The votes, I think, start in the next few days. All right, thank you very much. We have 20 seconds on the clock, so we'll give you guys a bit of time to stretch. Thank you for my great panelists.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You guys did awesome. Pleasure meeting you all. Thank you. So well, before we introduce our next panel, big shout out to Binance, to Dex Tools, and of course, Coin Market Cap. If you're watching from the interwebs, please make sure to smash the like and share this. And for our next panel, we have Enzo and Kara. They are brother and sister, and they're going to be talking about how we can make Web3 more mainstream, and they have an amazing presentation to share with you.
Hi guys. So first, a big thanks to DCENTRAL, because after 1 year of hard work, this is the first time we talk publicly about our project. And also, I recommend you to stay until the end of the presentation, because we have kind of surprise for you. So now, before we begin, I would like to ask you a quick question. Could you please raise your hand if any of you have an NFT?
Okay, wow. So we have quite often I just don't know because it's not working. So just the slide, sorry. Okay, oh, 1 second. I don't know why it just started. Okay, so I saw that we have quite of an active community here. Not really surprising because we are at one of the biggest Web3 events of the year, but still I think that we can all agree that today we are in a niche market and that honestly in terms of value it's not growing as much as it could. And this is mainly because we're not able to attract people in the Web3 anymore. So one question we could ask is, why can't we make it attractive for people to join the Web3? Or to say this in another way, how can we make Web3 mainstream and why is it necessary? So with my brother, we have been analyzing the market for several months, and well, we have really quickly realized that Web3 has a really bad image, and above all, there are many barriers of entry. I don't know if you know that, but today, less than 5% of the world's population owns a cryptocurrency, and less than 0.5% owns an NFT. But more than that, the top 0.1% of the top holders own 27% of the Bitcoin. That is 90 times more concentrated than the dollar. That is why I described it as a niche market earlier. The problem here is that a decentralized technology has been created in an economy that has remained completely centralized. So today, after, as you may know, we have had a huge growth, but large market leader has been collapsing. And I'm not going to name them all, but from all the events that has taken place, it is clear that only a core group of people can control the market, which makes it a danger. And today, my team and I are convinced of something, and I hope that by the end of this presentation, you will agree with this. Well, we are convinced that for more stability and less volatility, we need this mass adoption. And this mass adoption happens through education. We need this mass to take back the power to evolve the whole market to be regulated. So now we're getting in the heart of the matter. How do we get this mass adoption? Well, we have been talking to a lot of people around us, and usually the main problem that they encounter is the user experience, accessibility. So let's take my mother, for example. Telling her that she needs to download MetaMask, then send funds to a crypto account, then save 12 secret words that made no sense together. Honestly, that was double Dutch to her, and for the most of the people, I think. So then there is this, and then there is also the issues of security, trust, and above all, the major problem, mistrust. So if you're in this room, I think you're very probably interested in the Web3, so could you please raise your hand again if you have ever heard the phrase or synonyms, it's a scam, it's worthless, you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, so I think that our mission today to make this mass adoption happen is to make Web3 part of everyone's life. So if we're going back to my mother example, if we made the user experience simple, so buying a plane or whatever ticket becomes buying an NFT becomes as simple as buying a plane or whatever ticket, well, you would have no problem doing that. So in order to accept this, people need to understand this. They need to understand the importance and new opportunity that this technology provides. It is like the internet in the 2000s, basically. Today, everybody uses it, but at first, so even my grandparents, they did not understand a thing, but now it's almost impossible to not use it because it's part of our daily lives. So to validate our belief that education is inevitable, with my team and my brother, we conducted a survey of 3,000 people and asked them what image of the Web3 they had. So whether it was a scam, what it was the future, meaningless, or if they were willing to invest. And that is what we found. And what's interesting there is that we did 12 focus groups of 10 people and took one morning, a couple of hours, and explained them more in detail what the Web3 is. So we went beyond their preconceptions. And well, after this discussion, 3 out of 4 people were interested in knowing more or even willing to invest. That is why we deduce that education is inevitable. So this is the exact reason why we are on stage today to announce officially that we're launching Agora Learn in 2 months, one of the very first e-learning platforms directly related to the blockchain. It's a platform completely free to use for all different levels, where you can learn, get information, discover the best solution of the market, and understand how to enter this new era. But more than that, you get rewarded to learn. So basically, it's completely free to use, and the more course you finish, the more course you accomplish, the more real money you earn. And that's how we get the best engagement in the world. There will be all the different topics of Web3, from NFTs to DeFi to creating a smart contract. So we're kind of a Web2 and Web3 startup because we are making it easy for people to move between both, and you do not need to understand anything about the Web3 at first to participate. So now I want to talk about big numbers because that's what the Web3 goes with. So 45 million, that's the estimated numbers of new job opportunities that will be created in this industry by 2030. So this shows how much we will need to educate the population. And that is why, more than regular courses, we developed a white label versions for the corporation as we will educate their employee towards the Web3. And to link all that, we created a job board for companies to post their job offers. So basically, we established ourselves as a bridge between future talent and the corporate world. And now, we want to go even further because not only are we trying to educate people and offer them job opportunities, we are also launching Agora events. And this is because we believe that Web3 is an extension of the real world. So we want to give the opportunity to our community to meet in real life, not only online. So we're going to do events every 2 months in the biggest capitalized on the world. So each event will be sponsored by a luxury brand. We have already managed to secure some partnership with very famous brands. And as you probably understood by now, we like to go further. So we go even further. And to wrap everything up together, we are also launching Agora Class NFT in March 2023. So basically, holding one of our NFT will give you access to all our events, will offer you the opportunity to earn 3 times more on our Learn-to-Earn platform compared to the one who does not hold one. But more than that, as long as you hold your NFT, you get 20% of our income revenue, and it grants you access to multidimensional gifts. And this whole project has been created and developed with the world's best-selling French artist in the world. I think you already saw his artwork. His name is Richard Orlinski, and he's all over Lincoln Road right now. And he, by the way, have another panel at 2:30 that I invite you to join. And we also created and developed this whole project with Dior's art director, Mr. Olivier Lapibus. So basically, we are a team of 4 main partners, my brother, Richard Orlinski, Olivier Lapidus, and I. But more generally, we are 43 people working on a project for this amazing that is going to launch in 2 months. And from this amazing partnership, Richard Orlinski created 500 physical statues that will be randomly assigned to 500 lucky minters. And now that I have roughly studied the current state of Web3's image, what I would like to say to end this speech is that for the Web3 to go from niche to mainstream, it needs to be mass adopted. And this mass adoption happens through education. For us, mass adoption means evangelizing the market. And thanks to that, we will say that the Web3 belongs to the people and not to a core group of people like it is now.
But we cannot do this without you.
So if you could just take 2 minutes tops, honestly, to fill in this form, you can either find it on our website, agoraclass.io, because as Enzo said, it's the first time that we're talking about our project publicly. So we have done something really special for this event. And we're giving away 5 physical statues of Richard Orlansky to 5 lucky minters. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, guys.
Hello, hello. So for our next panel, it's going to be kind of fun, and I'm actually really, really excited for you guys to see who's going to be up on stage. We are going to be speaking about meme and community coins because they are here to stay. Love it or hate it, Dogecoin is around and could potentially be the currency for Twitter. But today I've got Justin, and he's one of the organizers of DCENTRAL, so make sure you guys give him a big round of applause. But he's not my special guest. You will see who it is in a quick moment.
You're all looking, oh God, you're all looking tremendously excited to see me. I can tell from the look on your face. You're all looking at me thinking, oh God. Or the other half of you is looking at me saying, oh God. So I'm hugely excited to talk to you today. I gotta say, I'm here for Proof of Memes, which is the strongest project ever, in my opinion. I love it bigly and strongly from the bottom of my huge heart. And what I love about it is that they're making meme coins great again, okay? All the meme coins that you love to trade. Palm Chain is all about making sure you got the tools that you need to trade safely and securely. You got all the best projects on there, and they're bridging to Palm Chain. I love it so much. Love it so much. If I had pom-poms in front of me, I would dance in front of you, okay? I'm hugely excited about it. So I want to talk to you about something special. So we're going to collaborate with the most powerful DeFi projects in the entire crypto space to deliver 55,000 pounds, which is more than Rosie O'Donnell gets when she eats a huge Christmas turkey. You know that's true. You know that's true. And we're going to deliver these presents, 55,000 pounds of Christmas presents, to all the families and children in America that are in need right now, because it's a sad place we live in, isn't it? It's horrible with inflation and everything else going on. So we're going to make Christmas great again. So Palm, what they've done, they partnered with a little meme token called EGT, Elon Goat Token. And what they tried to do was deliver a huge giant monument to Elon Musk at his factory in Austin, Texas. Now, he didn't accept it. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. But I got to say, we're hugely excited, and I got a message for Elon. Elon, we're taking that monument, and we're going to use it to deliver Christmas presents all over the country to children in need. and we're going to make the Twitter bots pay for it. That's what we're going to do, okay? It's going to be tremendously strong, okay? Hugely excited about that. So let's deliver proof of presence to people in need with the Proof of Memes 22 DeFi toy drive and make meme coins and DeFi great again. That's what we got to do, folks. Can I get a round of applause for that? That was weak. Let's do it again, folks. Come on. Yes, that was better. That was so much better. That gets me feeling hot and saucy, folks, okay? And you know what we're going to do? We're going to make sure that the presents are gold-plated, because nothing gets me more excited than having a gold-plated toilet or gold-plated presents. There's nothing like dropping poo coins into a gold-plated toilet, I'll tell you that right now. Hugely excited about that. So as we all know, there's the whole FTX debacle, SBF, you know, I call him Samuel Bank fraud, huge fraud. And I don't like his hair, by the way. He needs to own a hairbrush. It's disgusting. It's horrible. How does he become CEO of a project with that horrible hair? It's gross. But what we're doing with this project is we're trying to revive the crypto space and make crypto and DeFi great again. So what I want to do is I want to introduce you to the saviors of the world of crypto. In my opinion, and quite frankly, they're the saviors of the world. So I want to introduce to you Palm founder Roger, joined by the altcoin Chill Tank members, Jake Gagan, Ian Heinisch, and the legendary Moon King, B Roots. Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. Welcome, everybody. I want to welcome everybody to the Meme Coin and Community Panel. It's all about trading and what's going on in the current marketplace. You may or may not have been paying attention to what's been going on DEX Tools, PooCoin, and many other places. For me, I'm a big degen. And honestly, the market's been really boring, but it hasn't been boring in the community coins, and we're going to do a deep dive. A lot of people have been writing it off, really, and just discounting it. You know, some of these are just meme coins, some of them are very short-lived, pump and dump, etc. So we're going to dive a little bit deep on what's going on behind the scenes, listen to some of the project founders on why they built it, to see behind the scenes from UFC to crypto, and even talking about creating content too. But let's do a quick intro for everybody down here.
Hi everyone, my name is Roger. I'm the founder of Proof of Memes. To begin, I started my crypto history like a lot of other people, getting into community coins, you know, learning about the DeFi ecosystem, and hitting that trade button on Uniswap. And from the moment I got in, I realized that there's something there that's just different compared to, you know, buying it on an exchange and, you know, considering yourself a maxi, but yet you've never used a DeFi wallet. So, you know, I'll pass it off to Jake over here. We'll get these intros going, and let's talk about Proof of Memes.
Absolutely. Jay Gagan, crypto YouTuber, and also online at Jay Gagan. Happy to be here. I know my mom's watching. She would kill me if I didn't give her a shout out. So hi, Mom. Thanks for tuning in. B Roots, go ahead.
Hey, Mama Sue. What's up? What's up? It's your boy. B Roots, also known as Moon King B Roots on Twitter. Been in crypto since 2013, and I'm a big meme coin investor. A lot of future for it, so that's me.
What's up, guys? My name's Ian Heinisch. I'm a UFC middleweight, also known as the UFC Crypto King. You know, I was ranked number 9 in the world in middleweight. I suffered some injuries that have kept me out of the octagon for a year and a half now. And during that time, I kind of knew about crypto. I kind of knew about meme coins. Obviously, pretty much everyone who apes in or buys a coin, a cryptocurrency, it's usually a meme coin. I bought Dogecoin first, and you know, it really opened my eyes to how communities and how crypto can really change the world in an impactful way, and that's why we're really excited to do this toy donation. And through my injuries and this time off, I've really been able to deep dive into crypto, and that's what led to starting Chill Tank with the Crypto Kings up here, and finding Proof of Memes, a lot of other great community coins, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But Proof of Memes has been a game changer for me and the Crypto Kings and the crypto space in a whole. And I'll let Roger speak about that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at crypto right now and you look at these top 10 coins, like what are they doing and what is going on with these community meme coins? You'll see, developers of low $10,000, $20,000 market cap coins sitting there putting in 12-hour days on Telegram, on Twitter, going in AMAs, talking about how we're going to conquer the space. You're not going to get any of that out of these top 10 coins. They don't care. They're hoping to find the next VC firm to keep what they have going. Anything that's community run is, true value. I mean, look at the US dollar. It went from being backed by gold to being backed by belief that we say this is a dollar. Who's to say that a community of 10,000 people, 100,000 people can't sit here and say that this coin is worth, 50 cents a dollar, whatever it started as. I watched, somebody buy $10 worth of proof of memes when it launched at a $5,000 market cap. They turned that into $150,000. Now they left the project early, left the community early, but this is an exponential community, and proof of memes is here to make things happen, bring people together, actually quantify a value with memes, and make meme coins great again, because we're the only ones here building in this bear market, talking to our community and keeping it going, keeping we're still very happy right now. There's no such thing as a bear market when you're working with community coins.
Yeah, and I'll back that up. A lot of people talk shit about community tokens and meme coins because of SHIB and Doge, and a lot of people in the space got into Bitcoin and crypto early. They don't like it. But the example he just said, someone turned $10 into $150,000. The only place you can do that, probably in the world, is meme coins. You can't do that with Bitcoin. You can't do that with Ethereum. So that's why there's a lot of tension. And like I said, a lot of people talk shit and they think that meme coins and community tokens are bad for crypto, when in reality, all of us have been in crypto for a couple of years. We saw how many people were onboarded into crypto because of Shiba Inu and Dogecoin, right? Millions of people came in because of meme coins. So I just think that, instead of talking shit on it, we have to understand that it's good and it's bringing people into crypto, which at the end of the day is what we want.
I want to add one thing to that. Most people trust their dogs more than they trust any human. People are not ready to really buy into all these metaverse AI projects because they don't even know what crypto is. You say, oh, this looks like your dog. I can get everybody I know to buy into that. They're not going to get these metaverse projects. It's going to take all this going through schooling systems for people to learn about it before they do that. So, let's use these adoption tools that we have and, start buying into our dogs.
And I actually had B-Roots on my channel a couple weeks ago, and he told his SHIB story. So I think people, to understand B-Roots, they need to understand how early you found Shiba Inu, because it was almost a year before other people found it.
Yeah, a lot of people think that SHIB came in 2021, that winter. And Shiba Inu was actually launched in August during DeFi summer, if anybody ever remember that time. Lots of rugs, a lot of crazy things happening, and I kind of veered off the DeFi summer a little bit, and hearing Elon Musk talk about Dogecoin, and I was like, man, we need to find a new Dogecoin, something new. So a lot of people know me as being one of the first 200 wallet holders in Shiba Inu, and holding that and how volatile that was. But I think that there are two sectors in crypto that has brought in a massive amount of people: NFTs and meme coins. Let's just say, Jake talked about SHIB having millions of wallets. The amount to see a meme coin go from 200 wallets to 10,000 wallets to 20,000, 50, 100, and just watching the growth in that of regular everyday people coming to crypto is massive. In less than 2 years, it has 1 million plus wallets. So, like you said, a lot of people don't hate on meme coins, but just think about it. A lot of those wallets are retail money, and SHIB is still sitting anywhere in rankings from 15 to 12. So,
Can I add to that?
go ahead.
And when you're talking about wallets, we're not talking about people holding it on an exchange. Half of the Bitcoin maxis out there are holding all their Bitcoin on exchanges, claiming, Bitcoin's the only thing you should buy. Everybody that bought Shiba Inu, this wallet count he's talking about, that's pulled from Etherscan, which is a data query explorer for wallets. That means these people are participating more in a decentralized system than the Bitcoin maxis holding it on these exchanges. They actually had to learn to access a protocol called Uniswap to buy these coins. So if you're going to be a Bitcoin maxi and believe in all this decentralization that we are taking part of, then you at least should learn to interact with DeFi protocols and participate in the system that's proven.
Yeah, it's definitely it's almost like an intro drug for crypto. We all know once you go in the black hole, you're not getting out of it. So meme coins, very easy. Oh, I like that dog. Cool. Everyone's getting into it. The price is going up. Everyone's winning. They tell their friends they're outside of crypto coming on in, and now you got this big community of retail people in. But once they get their success in crypto, now they look into the DeFi and a real project. So you're going to see that meme coins is here to stay for sure. You're going to see them getting bigger and bigger. Proof of memes, the layer 1 for meme coins. Great narrative. Look out for it.
Yeah, man. I mean, as an outsider, as an athlete in the UFC, obviously UFC has always been on the forefront of accepting new things, innovation, you know, starting the UFC fights, the earliest out of any sport in the world in COVID times, and having a Crypto.com sponsorship, having the VeChain sponsorship. You know, I became attracted to actually GME and AMC. It was a meme stock. And the reason I was attracted to it is obviously you can make money fast, but even more than that, I saw the corruption and I saw the community trying to fight something that was very corrupt. When AMC shot up, they literally took the buy button away so that people couldn't keep pumping and buying into the coin, or into the stock, sorry. So I realized that cryptocurrency, they can't do that. With DeFi, it's different. So that's when I switched over to like fully crypto. I still hold my bags of that, but I switched over to crypto and I saw the communities and they were growing and they were looking for change, and I realized that crypto can truly change the world. And we have all this FTX negativity out there right now, which is very unfortunate because as an outsider, like I have my grandma and my cousin calling me, "Are you okay?" And you know, I think that's kind of a bottom signal on a side note, but it shows that an outsider looking in sees a lot of negativity, a lot of disgusting things that they don't want to get into. That's why we want to do this toy drive. We want to beat the Guinness World Record of donating the most toys with proof of memes, and we want the whole DeFi community to come together. Inflation's through the roof. People are struggling right now in the economy. I think it would be an amazing thing for Binance, KuCoin, CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, everybody come together. Let's make this parade and let's donate and show people that crypto people aren't just wanting to make that quick $1 million. Yes, it happens, and it's a change of wealth that happens, but we want to use crypto for more than just making money. We want to use that for a good cause. We want to give back, and I think children in this country can use it the most in this economy. So I love what we all need to come together on this. I truly believe we can double the record and get 100,000 pounds, and I think we can all come together and make this happen with these communities. And I'll let Roger speak more on that.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you, Ian, and I am going to call out all those exchanges. You know, if you claim you're doing so well, you have all that liquidity there, you know, make a little donation. So now I am going to talk a little bit more about proof of memes and what it is. When Ethereum moved to a proof of stake ecosystem, you know, I make fun of Bitcoin maxis a little bit, but I still love Bitcoin. Without them, none of us would be here. None of this would exist. So at the end of the day, proof of work is a proven consensus, and it's one that has not failed. So proof of memes is actually an Ethereum proof of work blockchain. And at the end of the day, when it comes to proof of work, like our network of miners that we have, it's just way more sensual and kind of bullish in the sense that there's millions of dollars in hardware backing an ecosystem that is securing a network where people are transacting on the network. Now, obviously, the proof of memes name is a play off of the proof of stake, proof of work consensus. So with proof of memes, you know, when you look at anyone familiar with DEX tools in here, when you look at DEX tools, look at the list of coins that launch. I would bet you, you know, probably all of you at least $10 right now. 9 out of 10 of those coins on there right now are meme coin names. So when you build a blockchain specifically for that volume, whether or not you like meme coins, when these developers have a place where they actually go and it's specifically designed for meme coins, that volume is going to move to our network because everybody on our network came here because they trade meme coins. And, you know, right now, adoption isn't there where people are, you know, pushing these massive, you know, utility projects on Uniswap protocols. They're pushing meme coins. It's, you know, like right now, this space is being carried by degens hoping to hit it big because the economy's so bad and they know they'll never be able to retire anyways. So literally, you know, proof of memes blockchain, it's a really fun ecosystem. if you took Dogecoin and Ethereum, you know, those two had a baby, you have proof of memes, and that's exactly what we did. And for any of the haters on proof of work, you know, say that to the power companies in 10 years when they get a hold of what we're doing and they take Bitcoin mining and, you know, proof of memes mining, and they're using it to stabilize the grids. You know, everyone that is, you know, on the green energy side of things, they don't like it. And it's mostly just because, you know, politicians haven't gotten the money into their pockets yet or figured out a way to do it, you know, with everything else that they do in the system. So when the power companies get involved, you'll hear nothing again about green energy conservation with mining. And really, Bitcoin will solve green energy and mining, because the only profitable way to do it right now is through green energy.
Definitely. I think we're seeing a cleansing. Ian mentioned it. There's a lot of negativity in the crypto space with the FTX dilemma. I actually just saw BitBoy Crypto's here, so shout out to Justin for getting BitBoy here, nice guy. But we are seeing a cleansing process, right? And I think it's good for the decentralized part of crypto, because a lot of the meme coins and community tokens are on the decentralized, they're DeFi, right? So we're seeing a lot of centralized exchanges go down. It's been a bad year for crypto. We can all admit that, right? A lot of insolvency, Voyager, Celsius, BlockFi, FTX, all of these exchanges went down, which makes a project like Rogers, which makes DeFi projects more enticing, right? Because they don't own your crypto. When you have your money on Coinbase or Crypto.com, they own your crypto. Not saying these exchanges are bad, but it's not good to keep your crypto on there. So I think we're seeing a cleansing process. A lot of the bad actors in crypto are getting taken out, which is good. And we're seeing a rise of decentralized projects, hardware wallets. I'll make one statement. If you have your crypto on an exchange right now, I think we can all agree you should probably get it off and put it into a hardware wallet. And we're seeing a cleansing process. I think what's happening right now, obviously it's bad short term, but long term it will be good for crypto.
100%. This is my third, I believe, bear market.
How many years is that in crypto?
9, almost 10 years. So yeah, definitely been in this situation before. And you know, I like to see conferences like this where people are working. You can actually meet people face to face and actually see that there are in real life people in crypto that is working hard. And you're seeing that out there. And these are the projects that you want to get into because they're flourishing right now, just not in a chart. They're just building during the bear market right now. So you saw in 2017, everybody, you know, took in ETH and $15, $20 million raises back in 2017 where a lot of people got in and they all got flushed out because they just held their Ethereum. And just a lot of people got wiped out. A lot of companies got wiped out. But those who were smart with the Ethereum, and they kept building in 2018, 2019, 2020 comes, and the bull market comes back. With those who thrived, you know, came back around and just created new highs. You know, I could think of just one off the top of my head, Chainlink. Chainlink was one of them. Came out during 2017, 2018 run. Got killed, got smashed, kept building during the bear market. It was basically going up while everything else is going down because they were building. And that's what we're starting to see. You know, that's why I'm so big on proof of memes. Kind of came out during the bear market, and you look at the chart, and it's going up while everything else is going down. Why? Great narrative, new narrative, and it's solving a bunch of problems within the crypto space. So those who keep on building, I've seen it in the last few bear markets. You know, they're gonna turn it back around.
I want to add one thing to that. You know, with people that are bearish on the FTX situation, this is the most bullish proof of, you know, everything that Bitcoin stands for. You know, the big can still fail in this space. The fake actors, the innovation that's not approved. You know, Bitcoin and crypto as a whole is supposed to be the free flow of innovation, and people decide which innovation works and which doesn't. It's a truly fair, decentralized system. And in this case, all you're seeing with FTX is a bad actor and something that was going to fail now or later being pushed out of the system. So if that doesn't make you bullish that the big are failing, no matter how big you can get, you know, this is like if the government wasn't bailing out the banks or, you know, companies like GM and free flow innovation happened in the US, you know, they would have to have crypto to do it. So I'm more bullish on crypto than I have ever been with the fall of FTX. It's doing its job, it's cleansing the system, and it's keeping the true players in the game.
Yeah, I think what really good points is, you know, even in the right now, the bear market, the meme coins are outperforming what's going on. But in the bull run too, the meme coins like Dogecoin, if you look at the charts, Shiba even outperformed in terms of multipliers more than Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you're hoping maybe 2x, 4x. Then Ethereum, another 2 to 5x. Then maybe other coins will catch up. So if the bear market, the meme coins are performing right now, then in the bull run, the next one is going to be even bigger, like 100x plus. And we're even seeing that just like each week as well too.
Yeah. And that's why there's so much attention here, right? Like, we're humans. It's human psychology. Everybody, the Powerball was just at what, $2 billion, and every single person goes out and play it. It's like, if a Bitcoin does a 5x and we hit 100,000 Bitcoin next year, that's incredible, right? That's amazing. But if you get into a meme coin early, you can do a 10,000x. So it's like, it's that lottery ticket. It's the human nature. And that's why there's so much attention and so much people that are interested in these community tokens that we talk about.
Yeah, I mean, you can use crypto as the way it is. You know, I look at personally, meme coins is wealth creation. So, you know, you get in the coin super low. You've got your average Joe person puts $150 into a ship when I got it and turns it into millions of dollars. That's wealth creation right there. Now you use your Bitcoin, your Ethereum as wealth preservation. So it's different ways you can look at it. I look at it almost like a 401k, and I just set up my portfolio similar to that. And then as you create that wealth creation, you get a little more safe place. So
I can tell you,
meme coins create that. I promise you.
Every meme coiner, once they make the money, it goes into Bitcoin or ETH. So
that's true.
Yeah, and I just think like proof of memes, it's just been a game changer for the. I mean, what is crypto made for? Peer-to-peer transactions, for putting the power back in the hands of the people. And you have proof of memes that comes out. Most of these layer 1 blockchains have pre-sales with VCs. So the common person gets into this project very late. Now, Roger said all the people can get in now, and VCs haven't even stepped in. Institution money has not stepped into this. They will FOMO in, and this is putting the power back in the hands of the people. When proof of work, once proof
we've
of
had VC offers, and we've given them the middle finger.
Yeah, so I mean, it just shows like this is for the people. This is for the communities. Memes are fun. Memes make people money. We want to make memes have a good cause, which we're going to do the toy drive, and we want to do many more things in the future. So we want to make memes great again. Proof of memes is leading the way, and the VCs are going to be FOMOing in very soon. So, guys,
Yeah.
this is bullish.
And to touch on, with the proof of presence toy drive that we're doing, I'm sick of going on Twitter and hearing about FTX, and there needs to be some positive in the space because we still have to work on adoption as a whole. There needs to be collaboration. So if you're in any entity organization and you're sitting in this room right now and you have any connections with any Web3 party like Binance, CoinGecko, CMC, all of you should be jumping on this because it's really good publicity for crypto, and it's sending a message that not everything that's going on with crypto is negative. There's a lot of positive, and let's break the Guinness World Record. It's 52,000 pounds. Let's donate more than that, and let's prove everybody that the crypto space can come together for good. We will continue coming together for good, and we're going to blow out traditional finance, whether people like it or not. So get ready.
Yeah, and I know we have about 5 minutes. I got to ask the audience here and everybody that's watching at home, and am I the only one that's crazy to think that SPF is not in prison right now or getting prosecuted and he's speaking at New York Times? Can we hear some noise if I'm right? Am I off on that? It's like, how is this guy speaking at New York Times events when he's lost $10 billion of money, of customer funds?
How is Joe Biden in our White House?
Yeah.
I think Funny Die will like that also.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, another point that I like to kind of ask you guys too is, people kind of diving into meme coins too, like seeing proof of memes as well. You guys are building layer 1 of that to kind of even have tools to prevent rug pulls on the contract, right? There's so many, evaluating the coins. How do you separate from
To talk on that a little bit, when it comes to layer 1 blockchains and the founders of them, they do not care what's going on in their ecosystem because it all drives volume. 99% of their volume is scams going on in their ecosystem. So the only way to fix that is to step up and create standards. And that's exactly what we're doing at Proof of Memes. We're creating tools that prevent rug pulls. And from the top down, we're telling everybody, use this. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee you will not lose your money. And when we're saying use this, it's also for developers too. So we're encouraging developers to launch contracts that are, from us, pre-audited, and they're launching it on liquidity protocols that automatically lock liquidity. So it means for the end user, they're not buying into a honeypot. they're not buying into something that can get rug pulled. And at the very end of the day, at least their first crypto experience didn't end with them losing 100% of their money, because if they wanted to do that, they would go buy a lotto ticket, and that's not what we're trying to do here in crypto. We're trying to provide good experiences for everybody that's trying to get into the space and learn DeFi. We also have a launch pad that launches meme coin projects. We support them. We provide them with liquidity. You know, if Vitalik came and offered people, you know, liquidity, startup funds, if he went around to colleges encouraging developers to get into the space, that, you know, that's another really big issue with crypto right now, is no one's actually going out and attracting real developers. The real developers are sitting in college classes right now wondering how they're going to make millions of dollars when they're older. So, you know, people, community, or especially these layer 1 blockchains, they need to go out to colleges and recruit these kids, because nobody in these colleges is doing that right now. You know, my college, hometown college, MSU, Michigan State, you know, the competition's for like a $5,000 grant, and that's what you get to build. We can go in there with our blockchain and offer these kids $100,000, and I guarantee you we get life-changing products out of them. Off to you guys.
Yeah, and Roger's obviously the technical, the brains behind it, but I will say this, it's like, we do need more safety and transparency in the crypto space. There's 90, what would you guys say, 95% of projects that launch out there are probably scams?
90 to 95% of projects are scams, and then the ones that not, 99% of those will fail. So we need people building good products with utility that has a long-term vision.
Yeah, so you having those protocols in place saying, hey, this is a safe project from our detector, right? This is a safe project. And obviously you can't guarantee that a project's going to go up, right? Like as YouTubers and people that tweet about projects, like we get a lot of shit if a project goes down, but it's like 99% of businesses fail as well, or 90% of businesses. So it's good that you're protecting the space, because a lot of people see what happens and they want to stay away because they understand that you know, if you click a link, all your crypto could be gone, right? It's the wild, wild west of crypto, and I think building protocols like that is going to be good for the space ultimately.
Yeah, you're going to see, you know, the crypto kings and actually how we vent out different meme coins, different projects. You know, our Twitter show is Shill Tank, is what we're known for. It's been growing at a tremendous pace, and that's how we found Proof of Memes. But, you know, as much as possible, we just show people, we're going to introduce an interactive Shill Tank, where we show people actually all the checks that we do when we're actually looking for these coins and try to prevent rugs as much as possible and letting people know about coins. So we're going to have that out in probably the next 30 minutes, I believe, 30 minutes, an hour.
Yeah, so at 1 o'clock, we love Shark Tank, we love entrepreneurs. We figured, hey, we're going to make something similar to that, and we're going to vet these projects out. We're continuing to grow, learn. Our audience is learning. We're giving feedback to developers. They're coming back with better products. So it's a fun, interactive show. We found coins through this whole bear market that 5x, 10x, 100x, 5,000x, like Proof of Memes. Everyone's here for decentralization. We all know that's the way and the future. So I want to give a big shout out to Justin Wu for putting this event on. You did a great job, man, and we really appreciate you. And I know everyone here in the communities really appreciate you, man.
Thanks.
We'll be back next year.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, just building the community together and bringing different perspectives. I think that's why, like for me, you know, I put this panel together and brought all these guys here to, not to discount this as a phenomenon and what's going on in trading space. Obviously, great utility has been great too, DeFi, NFT, Metaverses, etc. too. But I wanted to really showcase this panel here and this topic really as a serious discussion because you always think, you know, as a meme, it's not. It's all fun and games. It's not serious, but you know what you see here is a lot of serious builders, and honestly, it's quite more interesting than what's happening right now, especially with all the negativity in space.
I'm going to finish with Elon Musk said, "Who controls the memes controls the universe." We're living proof of that.
There we go. That's how you end it right there.
And we'll end that with memes will power dreams, and we'll see you guys again at another. We'll see you guys again for sure at another Decentral as well.
Absolutely. We'll be there next
year. Thank you, guys.
So for our next panel, well, it's not a panel, it's a single presentation right before lunch because tacos are coming and I can't wait. But we have Yuri from Tatum, and he's going to be talking about the top challenges of the top challenges of the 100,000 Web3 projects, because we know there is a lot.
Hi guys, it's my pleasure to be here, and thank you that you are here.
And I'm here to talk about building in Web3 space and how we are building in the blockchain as a builders. So this is more for guys who are building their own Web3 apps. And the reason I can talk about this, about our experience from the space, is because Tatum is it's a developer tooling, and we are being used by over 110,000 projects right now. So we have quite a lot of experience when it comes to how you guys should build things today. So what we see a lot recently is that when you build your Web3 project, you don't have much developers really in Web3 space. Unless you go to LinkedIn, you can see a lot of Web3 experts. You can see like 500,000 of them, Web3 developers. Most of them are really not good ones. So if you are a business owner or just running some project, you want to build it, you go outside and hire them, and it will suck. The problem is that, except if you think about the blockchain space today, the way how it works is we all think about blockchain as something magical, right? We think about blockchain as something which is somehow different than any other technology in the world, and it's not true. Blockchain is just it's just a stupid database. You can write, you can read, you have some logic inside, which we call smart contracts, and that's pretty much it. It's just stupid database, it's nothing else. But we are just somehow crazy about it. It's hyped, and we are doing very stupid mistakes we were doing 20 years ago with other technologies. So in other technologies, the way how it works, if you build something, you use normal developers, and they are using something we call developer tooling, developer frameworks. Today, you have to hire experts because they are building everything from scratch. They are building everything, and they're building everything from everything from scratch, and they are building everything just for one chain or multiple chains. I will talk about it a bit later. So anyway, the way how it works outside the blockchain space, you just utilize developers you like inside your company, inside your team. You already have some great developers. Use them, give them tooling, so they can actually build something. And the way how it works in Web3 space, you have to go and hire experts, and it doesn't make sense. They're expensive, and you don't have enough of them. So the recommendation we have is just give your existing developers some proper tooling. That's pretty much it. So what also is important when you are building Web3 project is that every blockchain has a different specifics inside how it works inside. So what we see a lot is we are building on EVM compatible chains. They are all the same. So we can actually build multi-chain app, I don't know, NFT marketplace, whatever it is. And it will be the same because we build it on Ethereum, so it can work on other chains. You can't be more wrong. EVM compatibility is just about the way how you can code smart contracts, give or take. It's not saying anything about how the actual blockchain works. For example, if you build on Ethereum, and not many people knows that, you have something which we call reorgs. Basically, last 5, 6 blocks are not final. A lot of projects, if not almost all of them, are doing something we call, they are trying to catch the tip of chain. So they are basically going and scanning new blocks to get the most recent information. So what happens is they just scan something, they do something we call scanning the chain, they scan it, they get the last information, and that information changed 30 seconds later. So their information is wrong. And they are surprised that in a year, they have wrong data. They actually have even negative balances, which is not even possible on chain. That's just fucked up. So what happens is you actually have to wait either like a minute or something, or you have to verify your data. And that's Ethereum. But other chains, like for example Celo, which is EVM compatible, is actually kind of better Ethereum. They don't have it. So if you build on Celo, you're okay. But then if you migrate to Ethereum, it will start doing mistakes. You will actually find out maybe few weeks, few months later. So there are a lot of specifics you have to be aware of, and you need to understand them if you are leveraging experts. Now the experts, they can understand usually just one chain, barely, but they can, hopefully. But the thing is, if you want to build multi-chain, which is recommended way today, you have to either hire multiple developers or even teams to get there, or you basically become vendor locked, which means you will just work with one chain. It's not 2017 anymore. We should be smarter. There should be some risk management in place. You shouldn't put your business on one chain anymore, unless you are a huge fan of one chain for some reason. The way how you can avoid this is just use, again, some developer tooling which abstracts you from specific chain. We don't do that in normal Web 2 space. We don't code, we don't build apps on one specific technology anymore. It's not 2005, guys, right? We don't do that anymore. So if you want to build something, use something we call abstraction. You don't have to go to assembler anymore. You can just be smarter than that. And the major thing, what is happening, I already mentioned that, is building from scratch. So basically everyone is building from scratch. They are reinventing all the mistakes from scratch. It takes like a year, 2 years to build something a little bit serious than, minting NFT or something. And you will fail a couple of times to get it right. That's our average. What we have seen in the projects is about 2 times. 2 times you have to make it wrong to actually figure out how it should be done properly. So again, in normal technologies, in Web 2 space, the way how builders work is they are using existing frameworks, features for developers, so they can actually build things super fast. It's already battle tested by hundreds of thousands of other developers, so they don't have to reinvent the wheel over and over again. And you have quicker time to market, security things, all that built in. That's the problem, because we don't have that in Web3 space that much. So everyone is going to the RPC node, and they are building from scratch. So again, what we suggest is use developer tooling. We actually built one in Tatum. So I just want to show you that we have built something where you don't only have RPC nodes, you also have abstraction framework and toolkit around it. And last slide I actually skipped. I want to talk about, I don't want to go back, but the scalability. If you guys will build something, this is actually something we learned hard way with a lot of projects. A lot of projects are built in order to be successful at first. The most projects in Web3 space fails when they become successful and someone will start using them because they can't scale. And for different reasons, they are on-chain, they are too expensive, they just can't do that much transactions. The whole business logic is wrong. So I would definitely suggest you guys to think more about how you scale. Again, good developer tooling will help you to scale with that. If you are interested, we are sorry. What's the number of? Basically, when you enter the downstairs, if you go, we're actually, I think, the first booth, so you can talk to the guys if you're interested to learn more about building apps in Web3 space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure meeting you. Yes, you must return the mic. Well, on that note, it is lunchtime, and those of you who know me know that I love tacos, and I have ordered tacos. We will be taking a break, about an hour break for lunch, and we will be back at 1 p.m. ET. And we'll be speaking on Web3 sports. So if you're somebody who's interested in that aspect of the industry, make sure to come back. We'll catch you soon. Testing. Welcome back, welcome back. I hope you all had a delicious lunch. My tacos aren't here yet. I'm a bit sad, but it is what it is. So we're going to be really hitting hard on the sporting aspect of NFTs and Web3 because that's important. Also, too, big shout out to the thousands of people that are watching us live from across the world. Shout out to Binance, to Dex Tools, and of course, Coin Market Cap. If you guys are watching this live on the YouTube channels, make sure to smash the like button, subscribe, and set alerts. And drop a comment too, that's fun. Because the more interaction we have, we can push this out further into the metaverse. That's how these pesky algorithms work. But we are live the second day at DCENTRAL Miami. So I got a few questions for the audience before we have our next panel come up. Are you guys having a good time? Yay! Woo! Of course, it's good. Anybody learning anything new? Maybe? A lot. What'd you learn? Okay. What's your favorite part of NFTs? That's true. That's true. And you can authenticate things with them. They represent different things. So NFTs do a lot of really cool stuff. I love them because I love Music Men. And that when I heard the argument on how NFTs could support the music industry, especially all of the producers, the writers, the creators, people actually contributing, and remove that predatory third party, that's what resonated with me. I was like, oh my God, this makes sense. Just like Bitcoin removes the need for a middleman with banks. So with that being said, we've got a really great panel. We're going to be focusing on Web3 sports. And I think the gentlemen are ready. We'll have to see. Looks like they're ready. We're going to have Sunny moderate for us.
Hello, hello.
Hey, everybody. Apologies for the slight delay, but thank you, Finance, for streaming today. Baron Davis will be joining us shortly, and hopefully we can have some fun with all of you.
Absolutely. Yeah, appreciate, shout out to Binance. Thanks so much for the stream. And yeah, let's get started. So, I would just love to learn about how both of you got into Web3. And obviously this is Ross Gold, our brand ambassador. And
yep, and I'm Austin,
Austin
CEO at Neural Labs,
CEO.
and Sunny's my co-founder. And Ross is someone who we had a great relationship with and thought it'd be a great person to bring on. She's, of course, an excellent spokesperson and big enthusiast in Web3, and I think we could... here we go. Here we go.
The man, the myth, the legend. Right on time.
I got stuck in like a Web3 conference trying. No signs to get here.
No worries, man. We're glad to have both you and Ross. We were just getting started, and we were gonna, I think it'd be great to ask both of you kind of how you got into Web3, and what excites you about the space as it stands right now.
All right, sure. So first of all, hi everybody. So nice to see you all here. Thank you for joining us on stage for this Neural conversation. I want to thank the founders of Neural for having us on stage here, and Sunny and Austin, and of course Baron Davis, NBA All-Star and superstar, and also entrepreneur and investor. My name is Roz Goldenwood. I am the least famous person here, and I am a broadcaster. I work at ESPN. I played basketball, and so when Neural came around, it was a natural extension for me to be interested in wellness and health. And then for me personally, I'm an angel investor, and I'm a participant in the Web3 space. I'm curious. I'm like a normal person who's here and learning and been pretty active. And so when Neural hit me up, or hit my agency actually, and we were connected in that way, when I heard Austin discussing and Sunny discussing what they were bringing up, I felt like there was real substance to what you guys were talking about. I felt like it was also kind of still kind of peaky, definitely pre-bear market NFT crypto space. And there was a lot of fluff. There was a lot of like, quote, nonsense, a lot of craziness going on in the space. And I was literally searching for something of substance using blockchain technology. And when you guys came up with an idea of utilizing blockchain technology to like empower everyday people via their ownership of their information on blockchain and the ledger and the ability to see it and own it, it makes sense conceptually. The execution will be hard, but conceptually I was like, I want to be on the side of positive, meaningful use in this space.
Really appreciate that, Ross. I think one thing that really resonated with both of you was, the access point of healthcare and the access point of holistic medicine. And the fact of the matter is that there are large portions of the population in the United States that do not have access to the suite of services that some of us do. And, speaking to both of you, both about your past and what excites you in the space, it was really heartwarming to see that, we actually have the opportunity to provide services that otherwise might not be provided for people that really need them and deserve them.
So can you break it down even more simple? What is Neural? What is the service you're providing?
I will give the 30-second talk to me like you're a child of what Neural is. So you have a lot of data out there that's yours. It's in silos. It's highly valuable. And right now it's being taken from you, scraped, and depersonalized and basically monetized. And you're seeing nothing for it. What we're doing is the opposite of that. Consolidate your data. Your personal data is 300 times more valuable than the depersonalized data is being monetized, and then provide you the opportunity to share, rent out, or sell that information to whoever you want.
That's dope. I like it. Right? That's dope, right? I like that. It's dope. We kind of geeked out when Austin and I met because as an athlete, right, our insurance is taken care of in college. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, right? Right. All right, I'm just making sure.
I've been hurt in college, and I was completely rehabbed and taken care of by the best doctors. I don't even remember doing paperwork.
I tore my ACL in college. They were going to have one of the worst doctors work on my knee. Well, I wouldn't say he was one of the worst. He was just old, and it was a bunch of bad cases. Like I walk in the locker room, in college, and you see a dude like sitting there, like, "What happened to you?" It's like, "Man, my ACL," and he got a scar this big. So I actually went and took a loan out after my freshman year when I tore my ACL, and I used that loan to pay for my surgery.
Wow.
And because I did not trust that doctor. He had ditto Ed O'Bannon. Everybody's like, and remember ACLs were like the big thing. So everybody's ACL was deteriorating. And so I went to Curlin Joe, which was like the Lakers doctor, Dr. Lombardo, and I sat down with him and I was like, yo, I cannot afford this surgery, but I can afford to take a loan out to pay for half. If I make it to the NBA, I'll just pay it in full. And so I say that to say, I didn't have insurance. I was on welfare from a child all the way, all-American, right? Get to college. Do we have insurance in college? Yes, you said we did. All right. Didn't use the insurance, pay for my own insurance. Get to the pros, have insurance, but don't know what the hell it is, right? Don't know how I'm covered, my family covered, things like that. Then get out of the NBA and then realize that there are a lot of guys that don't have insurance, right? And don't own their data and don't have a policy. And so for me, neuro is personal, right? Because I know if I'm in search for, self-ownership, right? And a community and a collective of people who are thinking the same way, right? Then I can start thinking for the older athletes, that played in the NFL, and there's no insurance for PTSD or concussion protocol, right? So if they don't have insurance, their family don't have insurance, right? That high school kid that's coming up that gets injured doesn't have insurance, right? And how do you get people to invest into a system and an ecosystem that works for everybody.
Yeah, and I'd like to hit on something you said, not trusting the doctor. Does anyone here raise your hand if you know what KPIs are actually used to measure performance of a physician?
No one's raising their
hand. There's a reason that no one raised their hand, because you can't find that information. It's not required until more recently, at least. It has never been required to disclose the quality or the capability of a physician with any KPIs or metrics around any surgery or any performance. So you literally come down to trust. And it would be great if we could provide a platform where, by incentivizing a competitive marketplace, that now providers who are actually starting with, I would imagine, those that have strong KPIs, maybe they start providing that information as a way of attracting new patients. And by the way, I'm going to stop using the word patients. Let's just call people.
That's people, right? Humanizing, like, healthcare, which is it's a novel concept, right?
Yep.
So I feel like I'm watching trends, you know, and I'm seeing more and more, and especially coming out of the pandemic, like everyday people, and also obviously elite athletes, but are interested in being aware of their health or indicators of how they're sleeping or how much they're walking or, you know, wearable devices or different types of apps you can use to help your mental health or all sorts of wellness. And so because I'm seeing that individuals are taking more ownership of the quality of their lives as opposed to just giving it up to whoever said doctor, I could also see that eventually there could be a behavioral change of people understanding the value of owning their own information. And again, when you own something, there's always the ability to monetize it. Because everybody's buying our information, our DNA, you know, 23andMe, all these different companies, you know, they own the info we're giving out there. And we don't. And I know for me, I'm not even going to sit here like I'm, you know, so thoughtful about it. I will give away my information for a 15% off coupon. I give my email every single time. They're like, do you want your email? I get an email on every holiday special from just about every company. I don't even know what cookies I'm accepting, let alone my personal health. I mean, it's an exciting concept. And I guess my question for you guys would be, what do you think is going to be the biggest hurdle as far as getting people to understand and adopt this behavior?
Biggest hurdle, I think there's a few. I think one is probably the elephant in the room is that healthcare, just like education, these are the two most regulated industries in the United States. And as a result, been incredibly slow to modernize, incredibly slow to adopt new technology. And that's why the approach that we think makes the most sense is let's empower people first. Let's empower people with their information, gamify an experience, provide monetary avenues, and over time, as you build more and more users, well, if you're a company that's not on this, your competitor is.
And the most important thing is just to make it simple. Like, we want to make it so easy for people where they don't need to think about it. They can actually just access the information that they never had access to, and now things are personalized. I mean, this entire journey has been personal. You know, we're so excited to have both of you a part of our journey, and it's very meaningful, you know, what you guys do day to day. And this is, I think, a beautiful opportunity to actually help people at scale with technology that is still being developed, but we can actually bring to the mainstream and the masses. So.
And actually, Sonia, if you don't mind, I'd like you to kind of give your personal story and what your family experienced, because I will say, you know, when Sonny and I started this, it was actually from a place of, you know, a little bit of anger, a little bit of pain from personal experiences in healthcare and wanting to actually, you know, create a system where that kind of ambiguity, that kind of, you know, why did this happen, becomes a lot more clear.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, my story is relatable to a lot of people, actually. Parents came to this country, barely spoke English, first generation student citizen. I had kind of, my grandma pass away because of, I think, the lack of clarity in the healthcare system. And it was very difficult. You know, I had my first cousin basically translate what medical terms and jargon mean. And, you know, she was pre-med, and that was kind of my early experience in healthcare. It wasn't friendly to my family, and I think that's the case for a lot of people.
just thinking as you were talking, Sonny. I know from my family, like growing up as a kid, right? You go to the doctor, someone's sick. When my grandfather and my grandmother was sick, there was one person in the family that talked to the doctor. And that one person, or maybe it was two people, the people that are allowed in the room, they're getting the information that is translated, you know, from doctor or nurse to patient, right? The family decisions, right, for someone's health really relies on that one person. And usually that person is just responsible and organized and like emotionally in check, you know what I mean? And so when I think about, you know, this opportunity, I can go to my community, and my community can actually assess, articulate, simplify, right, what's happening in this hospital room, or translate, right? And we've never really had that, you know, outside of our family environment, unless we have somebody that's in the medical field. So a lot of people that are, I would say, not insured, right, or barely insured or fully insured, are just not aware of how information travels and how easy access you should have to the information that you need to make the right decisions for better health care.
That is such an interesting and excellent, you know, point that I feel like sometimes from communities that, you know, people on this stage come from, you know, where we've come from, there isn't the motivation maybe to, or even the understanding, the education, and to like understand how to navigate healthcare, wellness, what is right for your body, what is right for your family, what is the doctor saying, and therefore you might skip it or you might not prioritize it. So like, it's an interesting point, like the penetration of underserved communities because they're motivated via their ownership, via when it's yours, you care more, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, we're all vain. We all love ourselves. Like, you know what I mean? That people look in the mirror, like, you have to take care of yourself. So if there were information, right, about everything that I needed, right, or could be provided for me, or I was seeking, you know, it's like, oh, my toe hurt. Like, I'm damn near a hypochondriac. I'm like, I need to see the doctor. Oh, my fingers hurt. I need to see the, you know, but if I had the information, right, I could just do a deep dive on all of the learnings about me.
You might see healthier people
Yes.
because of this. You know, I came from a family, right, you might see people who prioritize wellness. I definitely come from a family where a few members were like, don't see the doctor, avoid that, don't go there, bad things are happening.
It's a scary place, right?
And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. I mean, you know, it should be a symbiotic relationship where you want to prioritize your health and that the system is easy for you to do so. And everything should be personalized. It should be based on your specific data, based on what you want to share and who you want to share it with. And we have this opportunity to actually do it today. And I don't think a lot of people know. I mean, right now we're in a quote-unquote bear market, but I look around and the people who are building today are really going to build the next massive companies to come. And so for me, I'm so excited, you know, and yeah, I would love to just learn more about kind of the things you guys see in the space, are passionate about, and you know, just kind of any health and wellness things as well that you guys want to throw out there.
Yeah, I would say, like, I mean, this is important because, you know, you're talking about, you know, our lives, our livelihood, and you're talking about, you know, a collective ecosystem of us as human beings learning and growing from each other to kind of like better our understanding of how we eat, how we train, how we exercise. You know, a lot of that has been fragmented, you know, even in our sport, right? You know, the dudes who were vegan when I was a rookie, we would make fun of them. You know what I mean? Like, we would throw meat at them, like, because who knew what a vegan was? You know what I mean? bad things happen on, you know, like funny things. Like no, that dude's a vegetarian. Somebody like threw a piece of meat at him. Don't be, I mean, this is 1999, 2000. I'm sorry, guys. Be mad at me if you want to.
It was a different time.
It was definitely a different time. It was definitely a different time. But we would make fun, right, of players who were like vegan or like ate healthy, and it was like, no, you're a basketball player, you get steak and wine. Like as a rookie, like you're getting coached into like, man, you gotta get your steak, wine, like, and then this guy's over here like, you know, hella fit and like 40, and I'm like, dude, why aren't you? Like, I don't eat meat. And I was like, what? You don't eat meat? And so, like, we kind of were born in this prehistoric, I call it, or pre-Web3, you know, ecosystem of not understanding what health is, not understanding the evolution of body, of training, of mind, right? And now you look at the NBA, half of the league, right, is vegan, vegetarian, or has a better diet. Guys talk about their diet. Guys are investing money into their bodies, right? And they still don't have all the proper information, right? So when I look at sports and in our space, something like neuro gets you young, right? Because as a young child, now when you go meet with teams and you had knee problems, or you had an ACL, or you had an injury, you can articulate that, and you can better articulate how you feel. So this gonna, I mean, to me, it's just gonna open up, not just for sports, but just, I'm thinking about all the undocumented, unaccredited young athletes, right? All the little kids who get hurt at AAU, right? And all of this information, right, being fragmented, right? I think this is a great opportunity to like pull people, pull information, pull resources, and then give people the opportunity to learn, simplify, and articulate who they want to be or how they want to live their life.
What he said, what he said, what he said. I just think when I listen to Baron speak right now, and it's cool, like you're getting this perspective from someone who has professionally thought about his body from all ages and, you know, at all levels of his career. And so, like, the insight is valuable. And so, for all the reasons he just brought up here, is why, even in the face of, this is a really tough time for the Web3 space. You know, there's been a number of tough headlines coming up, crypto crashes, you know, bear market. You know, some of it having nothing really to do with Web3 protocols, more just human greed and Web2 failures. But
Yep.
I feel like there is actual, in the face of all of that, there is actual meaningfulness and possible usefulness to the technology. The ledger. Blockchain provides a ledger of a storage of information and fact. And I do think there are going to be a number of industries in time that could be significantly impacted and revolutionized with accuracy. And blockchain provides that. And so, like, it could be healthcare, you know, it could be wellness, it could be philanthropy. Where's the money really going to? It could be real estate. Who owns this property? Like, where is it? How is it being moved? I have to pay extra money when I buy a home just to make sure nobody else owns it too, you know, or have any claim to the land. So I think, like, conceptually, that's exciting. And so long term, you know, I'm bullish on how important this could be. I think the concept of ownership via blockchain, that, you know, you own your health, your data, your personal information, is really valuable. And I think it's a concept that the majority of people in this world don't get to consider. Like, a few percentage of people own things. Most everybody else is consuming something and giving the money, the clout, and the, you know, everything else to the true owners. And so, like, this is a technology that empowers people, and I'm hopeful that, you know, we catch up to that through all of the noise and agenda and ups and downs. I think it'll be exciting. And so meeting some builders like you guys when I heard from you, I literally got off the phone after you kind of shared your deck, and I was like, wow. I was like, I hope it works. You know, there could be a million reasons why a new company doesn't, but if it, you know what I'm saying? But at least you guys are on the right side of like, how do we positively use this new technology to help people?
100%, and it's funny you're bringing back to memory lane our first conversation where you said you're spitting bars, and
that probably is a direct quote.
Yeah, and that was only 4 months ago, and this is everything we're talking about. That's coming out this coming year. This is going to be real. The company's only 9 months old, and we're that close to actually launching this product and empowering people not just with their information, but providing an opportunity for people through real data to ask and answer the question, who am I? And you know, you asked earlier, I'm thinking about just what you're saying here. What are the headwinds? Well, let's stop talking about Web3 and just start talking about utility and value generation. This isn't just a window of, you know, Web3 are these things. It is, no, this is a technology that has opportunity to create exponential value. So let's pursue that, and let's focus on what that value is and where the utility resides. And this is something that I know you guys are very passionate about. Sonny and I talk about this all the time, and people are like, oh, so you're a Web3 company. No, we're not a Web3 company. We're a health and wellness ecosystem that empowers you to collect, store, and monetize your most valuable information. That's it.
Bingo. Bars.
Boom.
Bars.
That's a bar.
Right?
But this guy taught me everything I know about a DAO too. You broke down DAOs to me, and when we were going over the platform, I was like, all right, like, I understand DAOs, but I don't understand DAOs. I think basically he did a master class for me as an investor. For like, it was 3 days.
In the studio, don't forget.
Yeah, it was like
with a whiteboard.
We were going at it, and I was like, this makes so much sense, right? When we talk about people. And I want to say this before Gary Vee gets quoted on TV for saying this. Web 2 is over. There's nothing else to be built. What else can you build in Web 2? Everything is cloned. Everybody has a streaming app. Everybody has a marketplace. Everybody has merchandise. Everybody has distribution centers. Everybody has video games, right? And so, to me, like, what else are you, like, who's gonna build some original shit in Web 2 right now that everybody's gonna be like, oh yeah, like, we've never seen that before. Okay, so we've seen it all. What's next, right? And because you've given up everything, right? Your ownership, your rights, your time, your attention, right? We're all kind of been desensitized and deprogrammed to not care about our data, right? Not care about what we want or who we are, and not care about the people that we need to be relatable to, right? Or tribe or community. And so I think Web3, right? And we don't say Web3, we just say, you know, whatever it is right now. Ecosystem building, right? Blockchain, what blockchain is giving us the ability to do is build ecosystems of ownership, of understanding, right? Of community, and then to be able to have access, right? To the information, right? To the resources, and then also have the help of people who are going through similar shit as yourself. And so ownership means collective ownership, like-mindedness, and all the things when you go back to, you know, when Web 1, 2, 3, everything was always about community. And I think the beauty of where we're going now is communities are gonna be able to own their community. And that's the beauty of, you know, blockchain, or, you know, the web space that, you know, the migration that we're going into.
So we're rounding out on our time here, and if you'll allow me, I'm not the host of this panel, but I can't help myself. I host for a living. So for you two, can we look forward? What do you hope for Neural and the industry in 5 years from now or into the future?
I want to just have us flip the script and prioritize a person first. Prioritize the individual. And you know, last year Sonny and I were here and we were sitting out there and didn't really have a fully fleshed idea. We've probably gone through 50 iterations since. And we were joking when we left that, you know, we're going to be on stage next year. We're going to have you know, an idea that actually exists. And now we're here, and it's really cool. And I gotta say, it's an honor to have you guys on board. It's an honor to have you guys as supporters, and it's an honor to be here with all of you. And you know, just thank you for the time, and we're gonna keep working as hard as we can to make this happen for all of you guys, and try to do some cool things in the coming months. So stay tuned, follow us on our socials. Please come find us later and talk to us. And just thank you for the time. Thank you for listening, and thank you guys for being with us.
Yeah, and one last thing I do have to say, I'm honored as well to have both of you here. We've spoken to a lot of people, but you have hearts of gold. You actually want to do good for the world, and that's the type of people that we want to build with, be surrounded with, and just go all the way with. So thank you again for being here. It really does mean a lot.
Yeah, and I would well, no need to clap for us. We need to clap for these dudes because, one, I mean, this lady is an angel. She is she has gold in her name. She is gold, and she's on TV all the time. So she is the most famous person up here. But I think that the way you two are approaching this business, right, with the intent, with the purpose, right, and the way you're going about it, right, thinking about people first, thinking about community first, utility first, right, and not thinking about yourself, right, is why you here this year and you're going further and further and further. And I just want to give you guys a round of applause because we need to champion projects, products, companies like this in order for us to like really win together, right? The whole last year was like, let's do this shit around a janky ass photo, you know what I mean, of like an alien or some shit. Like we should be doing this around something that matters, right? To our family member, you know, to our neighbor, right? To our friend. And so this, I want to commend you and say, keep going, keep pushing. I'm here, I'm with you, 10 toes, marathon, race, let's go. But I do want to give you your flowers so far because this is what we need to be focused on as we're building in this space. If you are building in this space, this is the utility that you can partner with to bring relevancy to your project, to your community, right? This is not a trick, you know what I mean? It's not a trick, it's not a PFP, it's not a, you know, shooting a basketball with me. This is like life-changing shit, right? And this is an opportunity where if you have it, then you can also give to others. So thank you guys for having me a part of this. I'm super excited about everything that's happening.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Let's change the world.
Hello, hello? Oh, yay, we're working. Thank you guys so much for watching the previous panel. I hope you enjoyed it. It seemed like a lot of fun. But without further ado, we do have to address something. Taxes are a complete scam, as always. But you do have to pay your crypto taxes. Yeah, give a round of applause, because taxes are a legit scam. And the Fed, all of that fun stuff. But unfortunately, we do have to pay our crypto taxes because nobody in here needs to get gaffled up. So without further ado, we have Ben Armstrong, BitBoy Crypto, and Clifton to talk about crypto taxes. Shout out to Crypto Tax Audit.
Hey. Wow, that's really loud. What time is our cutoff here, by the way? No, but what time, how long do we have? Oh, we have 16 minutes. Holy crap, we're running out of time, folks. This is bad. Welcome. My name is Ben Armstrong. I am with a little bitty channel called BitBoy Crypto. I'm here with Clinton Donnelly. You want to talk a little bit about, they know me. Tell them who you are.
My name is Clinton Donnelly. I run a company called Crypto Tax Audit. We've been doing crypto tax returns since 2018, and now we're specializing. We've extended our practice to defend people being audited by the IRS. It's such a need, and we have an insurance product that basically helps people do that.
Yeah. Well, obviously, crypto taxes are a question that we get asked a lot about in the world of, crypto influencing or, kick down your door journalism, like I call it now. But the fact is that this is a very misunderstood, topic, because I'm not a tax expert. How many of you guys in here are not tax experts? Virtually everybody, right? So the idea that I can explain to you how exactly you should be doing your crypto taxes, like that just doesn't fly. So we have to go to the experts that have the background in this. And when it comes to I want to share, before we get into letting you speak and answer some of these questions, I want to just give everybody an anecdote of something that happened to me last week, which is I sat down with a couple FBI agents, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, and had a conversation with them about various topics. One of the FBI agents was also a former IRS special agent. And this is the conversation, this is the question that I asked them, and this is their answer, and I'm going to let you comment on it, okay? I said, look, who is the IRS going after when it comes to crypto taxes? And she said, if you're trying to do the right thing and you're trying in your best judgment to follow the law, if you are using a CPA and that CPA maybe makes some mistakes, but it's not malicious, they're not literally trying to hide, then most likely you're going to be okay. They want to go after tax evaders. Everybody feels a little antsy in the space because the rules are not super clear. That's why we need the experts. But I think people that go into this of the idea that, oh, I'm in crypto, so they're definitely going to arrest me because my CPA made one little mistake here or there, that's not reality. But you do have to do the best of your ability. So I want to share that with you guys because I know a lot of people are always antsy about this topic. I don't think you need to be as antsy as you think you do, as long as you're not doing things literally illegal on purpose. What are your thoughts on that, Clinton?
That's very true. I've listened to the director of the IRS Criminal Investigation Group. He said, our goal is to encourage people to be compliant. We know from statistics that the IRS provided, there's roughly 33 million crypto owners, according to the Gemini research. We know that only about 8,000 or 8 million people have actually checked the box, yes, on the tax return that I handle virtual currency. That means we're in the neighborhood of 25 million taxpayers, adults in the U.S. that are acting fraudulently on their tax return. And I talk to a lot of them. A lot of them are, I filed my tax return, I just don't tell them about my crypto. Or I only tell them about some of my crypto. Yeah. Or I know major influencers who just don't file tax returns. And when you start doing that, you fall into a dark hole you can't get out of. Yeah. Because you don't want to file the next year because you didn't say the year before. And you don't know how to get back to a safe place. And it's a scary thing. I have a client who had 2 IRS criminal investigation agents come to his door, these guys with the guns and the badges, and they wanted to talk to him about his tax return or the lack thereof. He called me after he pled guilty to tax evasion.
Oh, wow.
The IRS, everybody should understand this, that the IRS commissioner, the IRS brings in $4 trillion of revenue to the U.S. government. The commissioner said, I can bring in $1 trillion more if you give me the money to go after criminal enforcement. And on August 16th, Congress did that. They gave what's equivalent to 3 times the budget of the FBI to the IRS to go after criminal enforcement. If you don't report your cryptos, they consider that a crime. It's a felony, and it also comes with a $250,000 penalty if you are actively and willfully not reporting. But you're absolutely right, Ben.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that just don't know. They're overly cautious or afraid, or in your accounts are confused. Do your best.
Yeah. And I think I would say a lot of those people that probably did not check the box that they should have, I would say most of them were probably in the camp of like, I got $100 in Dogecoin. It's worth 12 cents now, but you know, I'm just not going to mark it down. I think that when you're looking at people that are intentionally and willfully doing that for tax evasion, you're probably looking at bigger amounts. And you know, we've always told people since the beginning of my channel, pay your taxes. You need to pay your taxes. If you don't pay your taxes, there's no point in making gigantic gains if you're going to have to hand them back over because of enforcement. But let's tackle this, Clinton. Let's go from the perspective of how many people in the audience got in crypto in the last 11 months since the beginning of this year? One guy. Literally was that one guy. This is the bear market, guys. I love all the people here. That was awesome. So so this is for you. This is for the one guy, okay? You got somebody who's newer to crypto. They haven't ever filed taxes before when it comes to this world. What do they need to know as we head towards the end of the year, and next year he'll have to file taxes on his crypto this year?
Let's just talk simply about how cryptos are considered property, and you're taxed on your income. You don't make income from property until you sell it, okay? Now, in the tax code, when it uses the word sell, it says sell or exchange. Now, in our crypto parlance, we use words like swap, trade, this and that. They're all the same thing to the IRS. When I trade Bitcoin for Ethereum, that's a taxable event. I have actually sold, in a sense, I've sold my Bitcoin, and I experienced hopefully a gain or maybe a loss. So this is very key. A lot of people think I'm only taxed when I bring it to fiat, and that's a major mistake. In terms of, as you start to understand that's how I'm taxed, and if I get rewards, however you look at that, that's income as it occurs to me because I didn't do anything for it, it's given to me. That also is taxed as your ordinary income, just like where dollars earned at a job. And in terms of preparing your tax return, it can be very confusing. If anyone's used these crypto gain calculation software, which is kind of beat your head into a wall, I would just give you this advice. At least on your tax return, report the amount of income that you believe here you made, all right? Because you know more about your taxes than anyone else. You know how much you gain. And if you say, hey, I made $20,000 this year, just report $20,000 at your gain. Don't worry about the rest of the numbers. You know, we can get, as long as you're honest with how much you gain, then you'll pay a fair amount of tax. Because using those gain calculation numbers sometimes can, I mean, I've had people call me up and they said, hey, I just ran token tax and they say I owe $100 million.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, what do I do with that? You know, and especially if you're doing DeFi, you're doing anything off, you know, not from a centralized exchange, it becomes extremely complicated to use those services. So just pay what you believe you make.
Yeah. Well, I think that, you know, you bring up a really good point. You know, like you talk to somebody, they run the software, you know, and they're like, oh my gosh, it says I owe $100 million, but I'm working at McDonald's. It doesn't make sense now. So, because that's the meme, everybody works at McDonald's because we're all poor. Can somebody laugh at that? Those are my people. Those are my people. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Wow, that was a too high level joke for some of y'all low IQ people. But so Clint, let's talk about this. When you start talking about this stuff to people, or even when you're in front of me, you're talking, my head starts swimming. Why are crypto taxes so boring?
Taxes are sexy.
Whoa. Whoa.
I mean, people come to me and they start telling me like, the dirty things they've done. I mean, you know, criminal things. They, you know, just like when you go to a doctor and they say, take off all your clothes, you know, and all of a sudden you're naked in front of a strange doctor. They tell me things. It's something that gets the taxes are the primary way each one of us intersects the government in our lives. Yeah. That's the #1 way. And it's scary because you got to know accounting. There's words like gain, adjusted gross income. It's a little intimidating because not everybody has a numbers orientation. And our tax code is quite complicated. And it's not the IRS that makes it complicated. It's Congress. Congress makes it complicated. So yeah, that's what makes people agitated. Plus, most crypto investors, I'd be interested in your thought, most crypto investors, this is the first investing that they've ever done.
Yeah,
you know, they're
it
not
was
really,
for me.
They're not coming from stocks. They're not retail real estate flippers. No, yeah, this is their first entrance into it. So these are all new experiences.
Oh, I do look good. I just saw myself back there. I didn't know I was back there looking. I can't see my face. That's sad.
So I think that's part of it. It's everybody's entering in a new financial journey in their lives.
Yeah, I think it's true. I mean, I can say for myself, that's 100% accurate. If you would have told me 10 years ago that I would be talking about finance, I would have laughed. It was the most boring thing I had ever heard of in my entire life, and it still is a little boring. But, you know, the idea here is when you're looking at the complications of the tax codes and when we're looking at crypto, I want to know from you, in your opinion, what is the #1 thing that the Congress needs to do in order to simplify the crypto tax code? Get rid of them?
As you think about the mass adoption of blockchain technology into all aspects of life, we simply cannot tax everything. When I said that right now there's 33 million investors, well, you know, in a couple more years, we're going to have 100 million. 2/3 of all taxpayers will be crypto traders. If they don't do something about the law and simplification of it, Congress will, by default, turn its entire population into tax evaders, especially the younger generation who have never filed taxes.
Yeah.
You know, they came from McDonald's, they take your money, we're at risk of creating a generation of tax evaders. And how do you bring them back into compliance? Vilifying and throwing them into jail is not the way to do it. We're going to have to get a better system.
Yeah, we don't have the resources to do that. Even if they double the staff of the IRS, they don't have enough to throw everybody in jail. And I think that's, for a long time in crypto, that was kind of our viewpoint. Like, if you go back to when I got in crypto or Bitcoin in 2012, I think, what is it, previous to 2015, people were grandfathered in, didn't have to pay taxes on capital gains and stuff like that? Grandfathered in.
No, that'd be a mistake.
Yeah.
The laws haven't changed. You know, the understanding of it is
there was a moment when the IRS made it change, like
2014.
There you go.
They made it clear.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Nobody's coming after me for my 2012 Bitcoin that I bought and sold. I don't think. Hopefully, where's the IRS? Are they here?
Well, I will say this: the IRS is still auditing 2017.
This is the point. They don't have the resources. So even if they were to, double their staff, which they're doing, right? They still don't have enough resources to go after everybody. But for the people that are here, you know, if you've done well and you've made money in crypto, then you are opening yourself up, you know, by making mistakes right now. We haven't felt the full reverberating effects of the tax code when they're still living in 2017. Do you think that the crypto tax code will get simplified in order for them to be able to better apply their resources? Does that make sense?
I think what we're going to see as they go to the CBDCs.
Yeah.
Now, they don't want to tax CBDCs as property.
Let's give it up for CBDCs.
I think this is going to be an issue. One of the biggest problem I see from a tax perspective is that none of the blockchains are instrumented with information for tax knowledge. For example, I send ETH to OpenSea to buy an NFT, and days later the NFT shows up on my blockchain, having come from a different address. The blockchain doesn't connect these two events.
Yeah.
And so it's really a lousy ledger from an accounting point of view for that point. I think you will see with the USDC, I think you're going to see more instrumentation. I think it'll be a trendsetter back into the...
Now, you said USDC. You believe USDC is going to be the CBDC?
I'm not USDC. I'm sorry. I'm just nervous.
Might have been a Freudian slip. I think it will be. Well, he knows. This guy, my guy Clinton, he works for CBDC. Look, I think that when we're looking at tax laws, you know, it is very complicated. They do have to be made easier over time. The CBDCs will definitely, I think CBDCs, as bad as they are, and we don't want them. Who in here wants a CBDC? Yeah, you want to make it out of this room alive, you better not raise your hand. but the fact is that nobody wants them. But I do think, actually, in a weird way, as we do move towards a digital dollar and digital wallets, I do think it will actually help with the knowledge of how to use crypto, which is kind of a sick, twisted thing, you know. But I believe that we will see that. Now, when it comes to CBDCs and when it comes to, you know, crypto taxes, do you think once we move towards a totally digital dollar, how will that change the way the taxes are done? I know that's a big question. Because it's all there. All the information is there now. It doesn't have to be a paper trail.
Well, what the IRS would like, and what a lot of countries in Europe are doing, is, let me phrase this back. The U.S. tax code is a voluntary tax code. You tell the IRS how much money you made, and you voluntarily pay the tax.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they audit to ensure that people are compliant. Over in Europe, the tax man already has instrumented access into your bank. I can say this for Spain in particular. I know a lot about Spain. And the tax man can sit down at his terminal and say, Ben Armstrong, boom, boom, I can see all your bank accounts.
They cut off all my bank accounts.
And I can see how much, I can analyze it, I can see how much money you're spending on rent, how much utilities. But Ben, I don't see how you're affording a car. How did you get this car? You know, I can look at all your, because the law in Spain is if you have a loan, you have to pay for it from a Spanish bank account or credit card. So everything is tightly woven in the tax man. As they say in Spain, he knows the color of your lips. I think something's lost in translation there, but you get the notion. Whereas here in the U.S., we have our IRS is somewhat hindered, all right? And I think it's good because politicians tend to abuse the tax authority. You know, but it depends on who's in power, whether it's Democrats, Republicans.
This is terrifying.
It gets manipulated. So I think it's good that we keep the IRS on a tight leash financially. That's why I'm very disturbed by all this money that's been given to them, because the first thing they're going to do is give themselves all raises.
Yeah.
And you're right, they are having problems staffing. But,
they'll have to also tie to their daddy Gary Gensler probably.
What they're doing is, I have.
Where's Dirty Gary at? Is he here?
They audit people by. They know how much money you get from a W-2 and a 1099 when people pay you. They've now gathered enough information from the U.S. exchanges that they can see how much purchases you made in a year, not the profit, but how much your your sales were on each exchange on each year. And they can look at that and then the computers can go back onto your tax return and say, did he report this amount of, they call it positive income, not the expense, positive income. And by that means, they can then select and drill into who's not reporting. And it's going to be much more computer driven. Yeah. So they're using.
How many of you guys are not reporting your taxes? The IRS is in the room.
There are IRS people here.
Oh no! Put your hand down, sir.
I was told that there are 3 people from the Internal Revenue Service who asked for that to be taken off their badge.
Yeah, it's me. I'm one of them. I'm here. I'm a deep state psyop. Ask Mark Moss. Look, I want to say this, Clint. What you're talking about is terrifying, actually, when it comes to CBDCs. Like, think about this. Think about now they're going to have access with a CBDC to see everything that you're doing. They can question your financial decisions. They can cut you off if they want to cut you off. And here's the thing that really scares me about this. It's going to be so much more convenient for everybody. It's going to be so much more convenient. Imagine if you didn't have to go to your tax guy because everything is already internally put in. People would be like, dang, I don't have to go to H&R Block and just get my blood money refund? Cool. That's what people are doing with banks today. You know, when you see people talking about a bank run on Tether, and if all of a sudden all the companies that borrowed Tether went after their $65 billion back, they would be insolvent. And people are scared by that. But that's the way that our banking system works today. If we all went to our bank and withdrew our money, they are all insolvent. Every single one of them is insolvent. And yet we still trust and we still put our money there. I had all my bank accounts cut off because I had a Coinbase wire. And so after 20 years, they closed my bank account. Imagine how easy it's going to be for people to just get into the system and say, oh my gosh, this is so much more convenient. I love it, and to be all for it. This is why you guys are here. Y'all are not the sheeple. You know, the people that are out there that favor convenience and the banking world over this new decentralized economy that we're working for, they're all sheep. And unfortunately, the CBDC is going to be ushered in, and it's going to hurt a lot of people, I believe. So.
It will be easy.
It will be easy. The revolution will not be televised, but it will be easy, and you will lose all your money. So, Glenn, thanks so much for sitting on stage with me and talking about the
Thanks, everyone. Pay your taxes.
world. Speaking of people that don't pay their taxes, here's Crypto Video.
Make sure to wait for me backstage. I got to tell you something.
Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. The IRS is waiting for me back there, guys.
Waiting for us back there. Remember last DCENTRAL when there was actual feds while we were talking, and I got you?
I also remember at the last DCENTRAL where you said you would hit me, but you don't hit women. I'm still recovering from that burn. Thank you.
And with that being said, we have some very, very exciting news. We have Dame, and he is from Blocklords and NFT, or next gen NFTs, and they're going to be doing a live launch and giveaway. So make a round of applause.
What's up, Miami? Yeah. Guys, thanks so much for having me. I'm Dane Hammer, also known as the Lord of Growth at Blocklords. And yeah, I guess super stoked to be in Miami. We've been very, very kindly invited by DCENTRAL, and yeah, we're super stoked with what the guys have managed to pull off. I guess kind of with everything going on, and especially with the theme around builders gonna build, we're demonstrating exactly that, and that being irrespective of all the bullshit that's happening in the market and all the kind of circus around a certain amount of clowns, we're not fucking leaving, and we're gonna keep building. And we have been building for the last 8-9 months, and with that, I am thrilled, super stoked to be announcing our first product launch and next-gen NFTs. So without further ado, we've got some amazing guests joining us from all over. And yeah, the first is epic UFC fighter, Michael Bisping. The second is all-round good guy and entertainer, investor, David Panda, Chen, and yeah, last but not least, the mastermind behind all of it, the brain and the visionary, our creator founder, David Johansen. So without further ado, let's roll.
The air is thick with blood. Allegiances have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
So Blocklords is a strategy game, a medieval grand strategy game with RTS elements. This is a labor of love that we've been working on for the last few years. The idea came to me from working on a lot of strategy games and kind of feeling that this rise from farmer to king was never really incentivized the right way in regular gaming. Through hard work and through determination, becoming powerful and really feeling the weight of that power in a way that's impossible in most Web 2 games. What we realized is there are a lot of issues with Web 3 game development, And we realized that the infrastructure for building scalable Web3 games had to be essentially created from scratch. And this is what led us to create the Seascape network. And Seascape is ultimately the game platform, the SDK solution for game developers who want to integrate Web3 into their own games. MetaKing Studios is all about empowering the users and using Web3 not as an end of itself, but as a tool to really let the users drive their own experience. You get into the game, you build out your story, you recruit characters to fight alongside you, you make friendships along the way, amass power along the way, and possibly betray those friends that you made when the time is right. MetaKing Studios wants to define the user experience with Web3 as the ultimate tool to do that. As we started MetaKing Studios, it really became about building a team that would be able to deliver on the vision that we promised ourselves, that we promised our community. We really wanted to craft a unique journey for our team and for our community, and this is really how we did it, by picking the best people to work for MetaKing and essentially make the game we always wanted to make. We're designing a game with asymmetrical incentives meant to incentivize different types of users to do more of the things they love and to empower it so that players doing the things they love contribute to the ecosystem as a large and will benefit other users. The farmers are the early level players. Farmers provide labor, they provide resources, they provide time. They will work on their own farm, and as they build out their farm, that will actually benefit the lords and the ladies of the land. The lords and ladies, they're the higher level players. They've been playing the game for a long time. They've been maybe involved in the community a long time. They know what every resource in the Blocklords universe does. They control the regions of the land, and farmers, they work on those regions. So this created a dynamic where farmers are dependent on the lords and ladies because the lords and ladies build cities, they improve cities, they give protection to the farmers, they offer benefits to the farmers, they offer marketplaces for the farmers. And likewise, the lords and ladies, they need the farmers. They need the farmers to produce the resources. They need farmers to pay taxes. They need farmers to keep things running. This is at the heart of the Blocklords economy and the Blocklords gameplay, is the relationship between the farmer and the lords and ladies. Farmer players, or lord players for that, can at any time leave behind their base, leave behind their farm, leave behind their city. And when you're a warrior, you can become evil or you can be good. You will become a raider. You will roam around any regions. You will answer to no one. You will be your own master. Essentially, as a raider, you're living a high-risk, high-reward lifestyle. You can burn down farms and steal resources. You can raid cities, but if things go wrong, well, you've lost a big army, and armies are expensive. If you don't want to be evil, you want to be good, you can choose the honorable route. What is the honorable route? It is to become a knight. And knight will essentially protect farmers and make sure that they will stand for order, they will stand for peace, and they will protect, of course, farmers from raiders. And if called upon by their lord or kings, they will have to go to war against other factions. The dynasty system is a very important part of the Blocklords ecosystem because this is really where the heart of the Web3 lies. Every hero will have a limited lifespan. Every hero can be traded between different users. Every hero can get married, and every hero can have children. If you do not have children when your hero dies, you will lose your farm, you will lose your kingdom, you will lose your armies. Getting married and having kids is at the core of the Blocklords ecosystem. And the dynasty system is really a very powerful system in the game that will allow you as a users to create your own dynasty, create your own family, create your own banner that will last not only one generation, but many, many generations. Blocklords obviously started as a game, and the game is a core focus of what we're building here. We want the game experience to be something unlike what our users have ever experienced. That said, the game is just the start. The potential of Web3 is essentially limitless, starting with decentralization to asset ownership by the users. We want the Blocklords experience to use Web3 to reach all forms of entertainment, whether that be a TV series, whether that be movies, comic books, figurines, merchandise. This is something that we see as the future, not only of Web3, but the future of entertainment. The two are going to meet each other. They're starting to now. we're really powering the next phase of entertainment, which is going to be extremely heavy on Web3, and Blocklords will be at the heart of that and innovating in every aspect of that. Everything we're learning, all the infrastructure we're inventing, this is something we want to bring to scale, and we look forward to working with top studio partners. For example, some of the investors in Blocklords, Square Enix, Krafton, FunPlus, all of these partners are working very closely with us to make Blocklords the ultimate experience. And with that said, Blocklords is just the beginning, and we can't wait to take entertainment and Web3 experiences to the masses. As we started crafting out the Blocklords narratives, as we started looking at some of our heroes and characters, we felt that we really wanted to find a way to incorporate the classical, historical, more medieval style of storytelling, along with a more modern, meme-driven, and essentially Web3 focused way of communicating to our users. This is how we see Blocklords evolving through time. It's not by just following one very specific plot point and then making sure that everything follows that. It's more, hey, here are a bunch of characters, here are great game mechanics that are fun and enjoyable on their own right, and then here is a toolbox for you, the users, to create your own stories and narratives. As we were developing and crafting these narratives around the initial batch of heroes, we wanted to look at certain archetypes that are often present in the tech space and the Web3 space. Duke Chad became kind of the guy who signifies the bro. We've all experienced them, you know, so some of us identify closer with them than others, but essentially Chad is the alpha male. It's the guy you love to hate. It's the guy who you know, comes in and makes the decisions, and sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. And for us, it's really using meme culture, using the humor that exists in the Web3 space, and allowing our users to interact with that. So maybe Duke Chad is who you want to be. Maybe Duke Chad is who you want to fight. But essentially, by making Duke Chad immortalized in the Blocklords world, we create a space for all the Chads and all the anti-Chads of the Web3 space. And I invite you all to interact with Chad. Max is, you know, he's the guy your mom tells you to watch out for. He's blinged up. He's always got the latest goods, but also he'll probably drag you down a dark path, and maybe not the best person to associate with, but he is fun. He'll bring you to the best battles. He knows all the best spots in the land. If you need a raid, he knows where the raid is, and I'd say Max gets it done, but maybe not in the most honorable way. So if you want to impress your lord, I wouldn't hang out with Max, but if you want to have some fun, definitely go for a ride with him. Lady Lord, her name speaks for itself. She took power because she felt the world needed a change. Who runs the world? Girls. And Lady Lord is proving that. She's built an army out of kick-ass ladies, much like the ladies who work at the Meta King Studios team. And she's not afraid for a fight. And once she takes power, she doesn't hand it off to a male heir. She keeps power, she keeps control, and she will make sure that her court and her people thrive in the kingdom she will create. Henry is a complicated character. You know, he's been through the wars, he's raided, he's fought, he's conquered. He's really done everything a proper lord should do. But at the same time, you know, he's a man of taste. He likes poetry. He likes playing with the cats. He likes fine things, fine cuisine, fine materials, and he's a commissioner of the arts. So really, it's all about taste. Do you need culture in your life? Do you feel that the way forward is not battle but culture? Then yeah, Henry's for you.
Start by heading to www.blocklords.com, or you can scan this QR code. You can sign up to Blocklords with your email, your Google account, or your Facebook account. Once you've signed into Blocklords, you can connect your existing MetaMask or GameStop wallet. And if you're new to the space and you're not sure how to make a wallet, tap on Connect with email and follow the steps. It's easy. Once you reach the dashboard, swipe to the right to reach the gold chest, where you'll find the bidding. Here, you can place your bid and be entered into the draw. We'll release heroes from November 30th in pairs, and each will have a specific combination, and then on December 6th, we'll send out gold chests. Our top 3 bidders are guaranteed winners, and the remaining several chests will be raffled off between everyone else who's placed a bid, and all remaining participants will win a silver chest. On December 6th, our unique legendary heroes become available for users with the correct banners to claim. And our top bidder will win a custom medieval portrait, kind of like this one we did for Bisping.
Thank you for watching. We're really excited about Blocklords. We're really excited about the future of Web3, and we're so happy to have you all on board on this journey, and we can't wait to share more info, to share more heroes, and to share more stories with our community. To join me here at DCENTRAL Miami, I'm happy to welcome our special guests.
Yeah, and crossing live to our guys any moment now.
Michael Bisping, and I am here with my fellow block lord, David Chen.
I'm the only David Chen Panda, co-founder of NACL Salt Media, big crypto investor guy. I'm happy to be here with the count today, guys.
Yeah, no, my pleasure as well. Listen, some of you guys might know me from my career in the UFC, but right now I'm making a comeback in the medieval metaverse as the count in Block Lords.
And man, I'm so pumped about the launch today of these epic NFT next generations. It's unbelievable, Mike.
Oh, no, it really is. It really is. I can't wait. Such an exciting project, and I am literally buzzing about this.
So which one are you going to go for, Mike?
I mean, come on, listen. Duke Chad, of course, the superior man, the jawline, the muscles, you know, eating bones and all of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess I see myself in him.
The UFC fighters literally look for everybody that has the best jawlines.
Yeah, well, you know, I am literally Duke Chad, as I said, with the beard. You know, I've got a better body than you. I mean, no offense, doesn't look like you've been to a gym recently, David. So, yeah, he's the hero that I'm going to take for sure.
Wait, so you're saying that you and Duke Chad have some sort of bromance?
Yeah.
Wait. So you're saying that the fact that you stare at yourself at the mirror looking at yourself, you look just like Duke Chad?
Hold on a minute. Are you taking the piss? Seriously, are you taking the piss? Because I thought we were going to come on, we were all going to get along nicely, but you're fucking talking shit, man.
Mike.
Bro, I'm just joking, man. Take a chill.
Yeah, really funny. So what hero are you going to get then?
Duke Chad.
I know you love collecting NFTs, okay? But come on.
Dude, if a hero just comes up on the marketplace and in the metaverse I can be whoever I want, I'm going to be Duke Chad. I'm just going to bid on him. I mean, come on.
I'm serious.
Dude, I'm just joking.
Nah. Dane,
Mike.
fuck this.
Mike.
I'm done.
Are you serious?
No.
Mike.
I'm done. Fuck this.
Mike. Fuck. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry. That wasn't part of. That's not really how we expected things to end. But you can claim your euro through the barcode. Go to blocklords.com. The live and release is officially out. Apologies for that. Yeah, but please participate. It's truly a unique project. Obviously, biased in saying that, but it's live today. You guys have first access as being at DCENTRAL. So yeah, let's get it. And thanks so much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Woohoo, big shout out. So for our next speakers, we have, well, first, this is actually a very important topic, very near and dear to me, is how to survive and profit in a bear market. And we have our amazing moderator, Calvin, and he's going to introduce his panelists.
Hello, Miami. So let me bring you a panel today that's very, very interesting. we are going to just talk about money in the bear market. Whoa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first, thank you to Binance and CoinMarketCap. This session is being live streamed to more than 13,000 viewers globally now. So let us just start by having the panelists briefly introduce themselves.
Hey everyone, I'm Vanessa Ho. I'm based in Singapore. I'm from a project called SoCo, which did the Irene DAO project that some of you guys might have heard about, especially when Logan Paul bought it. We are a community management platform that helps creators and brands get into Web3 through NFTs and gated community.
Hello. Hello, my name is Darren. I'm the VP of Candy Club. I first came into crypto in 2019. My first crypto project was GoldZip, which was a gold-backed stablecoin. We raised about $300 million US worth of gold. After that, we co-founded 2 GameFi titles, and this year we're launching a product called Candy Club, which is the world's first altcoin crypto casino.
My name is David Brontes. I'm a venture partner at Buddhist VC. I've been in crypto since 2015.
David, closer.
During that time, I've been pretty fortunate to work with a lot of interesting projects as an investor, founder, advisor, and also lived through some of the cycles that have happened before this. So.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dreamer, president at Kingdom Studios. President at Kingdom Studios. We are the development company for DeFi Kingdoms. Yes.
You got a huge fans club here. So, okay, the first question. Very, very easy questions for everybody. How long do you think this bear market would last? How about Vanessa?
Okay. I think I've heard from people from the market and friends from the ecosystem that it might get even worse next year, which makes me very nervous because we're planning to list our tokens sometime early next year. And I think maybe when COVID ends, end of next year maybe, people say, right, when the bull market will come when when COVID ends.
There's no COVID right now. Yeah, COVID ends in Miami.
For me, I think about a year, but after the FTX crash, probably like at least 2 or maybe even 3 years even.
Yeah, so I also think the market's gone down significantly based on significant events, the news, but I think the ripple effects of that are still to be played out within FTX and also interest rates, things like that. So I guess my best guess is 12 to 18 months is probably when you start seeing some of that.
13 months.
I'd say 12 to 18.
I'm going to refrain from answering a timeline. I think instead I would invite us to accept this as the new reality. I think it's the new reality we're living in. It's just the market. And what are we going to do? If we continue to talk about when will it come up, we may fall behind others who are focusing, building, and choosing to say, this is the world we're living in. It's different than last year. It may be different than next year. How do we take advantage of it? How do we build and not fear it? Because then you don't care on when it ends. You'll benefit regardless.
That's actually a great answer. That's actually a great answer. Be it whether it's a bear or a bull, we can still make money, right? So, okay, next questions. This will be a harder one for all the panelists here. Tokens are down as much as 99%. If you have 100,000 invested in, today you are left back with 1,000. So, how do you think that the future for tokens would be in this whole entire market? It's lucky that you guys have not launched your token yet, but let's say, where do you all think that this whole thing will go? continue to go down further and so on? What's your thoughts about it? Anyone can just grab the mic.
I guess I can start first, and because we're gearing up for our token listing plan, is that the tools of launching your tokens and maintaining a token price have changed a lot. Now marketing and PR become white noise, and people are very wary and cautious and look at it as with like extra lenses now. So you can't rely on the same toolkits that other projects have done before in order to launch their tokens successfully. Right now, I think you just have to have high conviction, show your conviction in the long-term success and sustainability of a project, and your community members will buy in, and you really have to count on like proper tech. Back when we started, a lot of our success was given to the whole virality of the Irene DAO project, 7.5 million trading volume, all the celebrities bought Irene DAO, but that's only going to take us for a few months. It's not going to give us a proper token listing. So now the messaging have shifted to more of, here's our community management platform, this is our tech, and I think people will buy into it because that's more long-term.
So, DeFi Kingdom, how do you bring hope back to the market?
How do we bring hope back to the market?
Or how to DeFi Kingdom continue to provide hope to your fans, to the new supporters that's going to come in?
Sure. So I'm going to answer your first question first, and then I'll answer that one. So I think, it's just going to go down further. We just saw a massive event occur with FTX, and the contagion is still unfolding. The narrative of proof of reserves is something that I think we're probably overweighting comfort in, because we're not really focused on proof of liability. None of this is about DeFi kingdoms. However, everything in crypto is correlated right now. Every misstep, every scam, every accusation, every toxic person, every rug pull, if I'll use that word, affects the whole. So we have to grow as a group. So what are we doing? Not knowing what could happen the next day, not knowing what the contagion will be. We're doing what we've been doing the whole time. We have weekly AMAs to be transparent with our community. We get feedback. We build and deliver almost every other week, looking for utility and not focusing on our own price. But price is important to everybody, so strategy's got to change too. Strategy in bull market is going to be very different than strategy in bear market. The tokenomics can't just be flip-flopping back and forth, but they need to react in some way. Inflationary in bull and deflationary in bear. If you're interested in what we've done, we've had to do a major shift due to some other events that we didn't control. But we do have conviction in that plan, and we'll continue to adjust. Regardless of what happens in the world, build, listen, trust the team, and have the community trust you, and hopefully that long-term mindset will pay off in whatever market you're in.
So, Candy Club.
I think what Dreamer said was pretty good. You have to look a bit more beyond the token price. So it's more about the community building. So in these tough times, if you're building, which is good, but eventually when you have no community, you're building towards nothing. So right now, project owners, they need to work more harder. They actually need to do more activities, more collaboration with different brands in order to survive the winter. So once you survive the winter, that is when you can actually consider looking at that token price before making money.
So, David, things are down. So, is Plutus VC providing hope to projects out there?
Yeah, so I would say, we're still investing, right? I mean, I think people are being obviously more selective, which is normal and actually a good thing. I think allocation of capital, especially in crazy markets, it tends to go, rush different places, and really having time to do proper due diligence and allocation of capital will always reward good projects. So I would say if you're out there doing a project, like, if you have a good concept, the capital will be there. And, if you think about it, some of the strongest projects have been born in bear markets. So I think really, like the focus has been, it's all about building and being focused and maybe, utilizing your resources in the most efficient way. Things will work out.
Okay, my next question is for Irene DAO and DeFi Kingdom. So basically, today's NFTs prices are down. Hopefully, it can still maintain. GameFi, to many people, the guilds systems are not working anymore to help propel GameFi. So how do you all see this market today, and how do you provide back faith, or what kind of changes do you think projects out there, new GameFi projects, new NFT projects, new celebrities projects needs to do in the current market situation now?
Did I go first? Okay. So I think the word utility is used a lot, especially when talking about GameFi and specifically DeFi kingdoms. We do have NFTs in our game, and we don't set the price. So we actually are about to drop a new line of NFTs for our hero line that has new classes. People are very excited. These are very rare and have been highly coveted in the past. However, we're not fixing a price and just selling it. That's a trend that I don't know how long that can really last, especially with the regulatory environment. We reward it to our players. The players play the game to obtain these NFTs out of their understanding of the future utility and current utility and roadmap. So being transparent of what the plan is, feedback to adjust it, delivering the progress, and then finding unique ways for people to participate in the growth and building of that project builds a natural level of trust and excitement. Avoiding hype, pre-sales, fixed price drops with promised value with no fixed date and no progression is not only worrisome, but in a bear market, it is very risky and likely would cause a lot of people to flee.
Okay, I'm going to add one more question for the both of you. Where is the money today in GameFi, NFT? This is a hard question. Every time I run Plutus VC together with David, I'm the general partner of Plutus VC. So every time when a project comes to me for money, I will always ask them, especially during this bear market, where is the money? So this question is, where is the money for the investors? Where is the money for the retail investors?
You're looking at me. I don't know if I'm going to answer this one, but I feel like this gentleman on the side might be a better answer there. So I'm going to start it, but your comment you just made, everything's down about 98, 99%, that tells us where the money is not, right? The money is in safe haven assets. A lot of people are waiting on the sideline, trying to look for the next winner, trying to look for those that can be trusted. Is that the person that does a flashy, overhyped drop? Or is that the team with heads down, developing, planning, listening, looking around corners, reacting in professional ways, and trying to deliver a quality long-term project? I think so. Does the money come right away? I don't think so. If we look at all the VCs that have looked at projects in the last year in the bull market, I don't know how happy or sad they might be with their investments. But I will say from our perspective, we have focused heavily on building a foundation of structure with not only our legal structure, but with our team, our community, and the value that we have. So we have a proven track record for when we introduce capital, we have the project and the product speak for itself. So I think the money's on the sideline waiting and watching, and those that will stick out will be the ones that survive through the list of things that I just shared. And you will then see money follow that fundamental value.
How about Arindal?
I want to add on to that because the foundation and the structure is important. But for us, it's not enough for us to maintain that because of your high burn rates, to maintain your dev teams. So if you just rely on our conventional revenue model, which is just taking 2.5% of transaction fees, same as OpenSea on our platform, I think we're dead. So we have to take on more reactive approach right now to find new revenue streams to come into our business to maintain our team. And that includes, some service fees and capitalizing on things that people know us very well on, which is our kind of like our ancillary service of social media marketing and our network of KOLs that people recognize us for. So that used to be kind of a free value-add service that we do for people and projects on our platform. And now we have to start monetizing all these. So we have to kind of react, but be a bit more creative with what sort of revenue streams can contribute to our pipeline as well.
Great answer, revenue stream. So maybe Candy Club, you can explain a little bit how you can help projects with additional revenue streams?
We can't help with NFTs directly, but we can help with NFT project owners So what we do is that we work with people of large communities. So if you have a community of 10,000 or even 100,000, it doesn't really matter. What we do is that we have an affiliate program. So how it works is that we give all project owners a 1% turnover. Not to be confused with 1% deposit, but 1% rolling turnover. So what this essentially means is that when your community comes to our casino, they bet games on blackjack, roulette, whatever they bet, win or lose of that 1% goes back to you as a project owner. So there here is a guaranteed source of new income for project owners.
1%, isn't that very little?
No, it's not 1% deposit, it's 1% of whatever they bet. So basically, what they bet of $100, they can multiply that by 10, by 15, and you get 1% of that.
So David, you are the investor in Candy Club, the main investor in Candy Club. Why do you invest in a crypto casino project?
Yeah, so I guess going back to, I guess the time they were in the bear market, right? I think you look at projects and really the main focus for projects is, focusing on fundamentals, right? Like do more with less, right? So if you think about how you're running, it comes down to business principles. So, be focused on your deliverables, run your company efficiently, manage the resources that you do have to be able to survive, right? And really the reason why Candy Club had an impact was it essentially allows those projects a tool to be able to come and have something that doesn't have any cost to them, but they can automatically have an impact. And what that impact is not only for the utility of the token, but also engaging their community, right? Which is a big thing to do in the bear market. You have to have a reason to engage, a reason to keep your community vibrant. And this is a project that we found that was amazing because it allows people to instantly, because the platform is ready to go, instantly inactivate that in those projects, engage with the community, create airdrops, have tournaments, whether it's for fun or wagering. It just created an amazing opportunity to do that and also have a new revenue stream. So that was the main reason.
Yeah, and I think it's something that many other projects should consider. The concept of it's not just project ABC and what they can do relative to project XYZ. It's how can project ABC and XYZ collaborate to make each other better. And if you're somebody with money, and let's just assume that money still is on the sideline looking around, if they see 100 different options and they have to pick one, and then they run into 7 that are all teamed up, that are helping each other make money, that are making a more stable environment, interoperability between these different protocols, between the different games, am I going to pick 1, 2, 3, 4, or is my one choice protected by 7? There's less idiosyncratic risk. There's more, I guess, profit sharing, but also a reduction of risk. I think more of us have to be reaching out to others and say, let's bake into our business model a way for not only Candy Club, DeFi Kingdoms, or others to make money individually, but how can we help the whole, the industry, those that we work with, the community, let's create influencers from our community, let's create all-stars, let's create business models and a way to show those sitting on the sideline that they're not just investing in one token, they're investing in an ecosystem, a mindset.
Yeah, and to that point, I think when you're talking about interpolarity, I mean, really what Candy Club does very interestingly is interconnect tokens, unlocking value that way. And some of the other really interesting projects that I've seen as well on the GameFi space is they're doing the same thing for like NFTs, right? So it's like if people have NFTs sitting in their wallets that have zero functionality, now they're finding ways to integrate them into games. And it comes down to unlocking value. So what do we do now when it's low? It's like actually utilize everything you've already invested in and get the most value for that. So if you can unlock people's value that are in their wallets, having zero use case and now can work across different games, these kind of things are super interesting, and even more so now.
So I'm gonna be a little bit biased. So is Irene DAO or DeFi Kingdom a partner of Candy Club already?
Not yet, but we'll reopen the conversations. We actually got started talking about it, so I guess we have to follow up after.
Progressing conversations in a good direction.
That's good because what you just said just now allows everybody to understand that he truly understands the true value of Web3. So just let me briefly a few seconds. Web 1, Web 2, I've been a VC for 20 years. I've seen the whole entire space from Web 1 to Web 3. So Web 1, Web 2 is what I call a walled garden. My community is mine. I will never share it with you, right? That's Web 1 and Web 2. Whereas in Web 3 It's just exactly what you just said. A lot of Web2 companies jumping onto Web3 still does not understand the true value of Web3, and that is community sharing. That is one of the most important points. That's why we have joint AMAs. One community with another community on a joint AMAs means they consolidate the communities together and become stronger. That's what crypto industry today needs. Exactly. So, yes, it has to happen. It has to happen in a much bigger scale for this whole industry to pass this bear market and to make it bigger for everyone. So I'm going to go into, I understand that you believe that this is the bear market, we have to accept the bear market and so on. Let's talk about money, because everybody, I believe, why do you all come into crypto? You are not for the love of technology, you are not because of the love of the JPEG. Everybody comes into crypto for a few. I think majority, more than 2/3, come into crypto for wealth creation, profits, money, basically. So, any tips for people that currently in this particular market, from any of the four of you, that can allow the retail investors, which is the most important. If you ask me, the VCs are not your most important people. The most important people to any crypto and Web3 project are the retail investors, your supporters. So what tips can you provide to them? We are being live streamed to 13,000, 14,000 people today. What tips can you provide to all these people?
So I think in Web3, many people have seen very wealthy people come about from it, and it can be distracting. And it can almost be distracting to the point where people don't do their research or fully understand before committing their assets. In the traditional world, if somebody's going to be a trader, they make a paper account and they practice for sometimes years and get education before they put their money at risk. But unfortunately, if somebody's learning and ooh, I can make a bunch of money in crypto, let me go ape in on what somebody said on something, and maybe I don't even understand, but the way I interpret what they're saying is I should do this, and now I've lost everything. That I think is something that viewers should look at this and say, it's about managing your own finances. It's not about a quick rich scheme. It's about controlling your finances, seeing where your money is. I think somebody has been saying, your keys, your cheese. You own your keys, you know where it sits, you know how it's being used. That's very different than the traditional landscape of custodial banking services, where you give up your money, people may or may not mismanage it. It may or may not result in events that we've seen very recently. So people coming in, they need simplicity, they need education and for themselves and from the projects. And I think if they come in educated and realize that the value is not just to get rich, the value is to manage your own finances, to have digital ownership, and to innovate the space, then I think people can come in a more right
Give her a round of applause. So David,
I think
there's a saying in the market for crypto, bet what you are willing to lose. Do you agree with that as an investor? There's a saying in the crypto industry, only invest and bet what you're willing to lose. So as a VC, do you agree to this?
I think that's definitely a big factor. Is obviously you have to see it as the risk mitigation, right? Because it is a risky industry. However, I think as going back to the main point, which was, what can people do now? I think this is a good time to, the famous slogan, like, what's in your wallet, right? It's like you actually can, for once, kind of stop and think, like, as a retail investor, for example, look at your wallets. What did you invest in? What do you hold? And then kind of ask yourself, like, why do I hold that, right? Was it because I saw something trending and I bought this thing and it went up and now down? Because if you go back in the cycles, like, sadly, 80% of projects might not make it through, right? So even though the market is down, it's still a good time to really reassess and maybe cut losses of projects you actually don't believe in and you maybe got into them for the wrong reasons. and actually double down on ones, to your point of doing your own research, and believe in it, or believe in the team, or actually understand what the project is doing, and double down on those projects, because the ones that are going to come back are going to come back stronger, and a lot of them won't. So it's kind of almost like reassess and reshuffle your chips and place your bets where you actually believe in.
Okay, for you, since you're the only lady on the panel, I'll give you the hardest questions, okay? I take myself as a retail investor. Why should I buy your NFT?
I actually want to disagree on a couple of things that you mentioned, that profitability or like money is the biggest reason that they come in with. For us, we actually, on our platform, we actually call our NFTs collectibles because we want people to buy in or spend the money as consumption, less so speculation and investment. But that's us, right? There are other platforms or like your exchanges, of course, it's targeting people for the investment appetite. But for us, we are trying to appeal to the consumption appetite where you are like kind of spending to like sim for your favorite creator like Irene or a celebrity or a creator, and you are willing to just spend just to enjoy some sort of benefits of them, get to know the creator. And for me, like I'm also launching my community on Soko, and for we're providing like guest lists for my DJ gigs. We work with Amber Lounge where your NFTs bring you to global access. And you get house pour drinks, and you feel like that's worth it. It's consumption, and even in the bear market, if the NFT value drops, you feel like okay, it's worthwhile. You got whatever you want.
Yeah, so this
paid for.
is the million-dollar questions that for projects always tells me I want my investors to hold my token forever. Do you all want to hold a token forever? See, only Bitcoin. See. So, okay, who is in this market scream, okay, for profits? Nobody? Say. So, yes.
So maybe I'll take that cue and I'll add to my answer. So those that are watching or listening, what are other reasons to get into crypto outside of just the financial perspective? Well, DeFi Kingdoms is taking a couple different approaches. If you're a gamer or when you're younger, you like to play games, and you played it for hundreds of hours, and at the end you turned it off and had no value to show for it, well, now there's digital ownership that carries value with liquid market. You can play something, make a hero stronger, and sell it when you no longer want it or want something else. You can use those heroes to actually earn other tokens like Catch a Fish that actually can be used for utility across games in the metaverse. So if you liked gaming, check out blockchain gaming. There's so much potential. If you're interested in DeFi and you can't understand it, a lot of the projects are making it easy to understand through simplifying it through gamification. So anybody that's listening, there's a lot of opportunity out there to learn, to play, to manage finances, and to your point that you're trying to hit home, to have potential to have different types of profits outside of the traditional ecosystem and markets.
So, Candy Club, why should people bet on your crypto casino?
I think like for most NFTs, most tokens out there, for tokens that are hitting 0.00001, instead of hoping for the 100x, it's not really going to happen. It's not going to happen for this year or the year after. So instead of holding to these tokens, you can actually have some real entertainment utility on our casino. That's for one. And you can actually have a chance of multiplying it into like a 2x on a blackjack or a 10x on a roulette. So this is one real use case that here we're offering for all token projects.
So what you're trying to say is that I own some shit coins on my right hand. It has dropped 90%. I should gamble it off at Candy Club, double up on nothing, triple up, and then probably I get back the original value.
And you enjoy the process of it.
Yeah, I'll probably enjoy the process of it.
But wouldn't...
Okay, we have only the last 30 seconds. I'm going to give it the floor to the four of you all to promote. You have 10 seconds to promote your project to 15,000 audience viewing you live. Let's start with DeFi Kingdom.
Okay, so check out DeFi Kingdoms, game.defikingdoms.com. We are cross-chain. We're doing 1 to 2 million transactions a day on our subnet. We are launching on Clayton. We have new heroes coming out. Combat's around the corner. We are shipping things every other week and open to community feedback and welcoming people in. So come check us out.
Great.
Candy Club.
Candy Club, we are a crypto casino. We have over 200 slot games, over 100 blockchain games, and we have live casinos. We basically, oh yeah, Kelvin, you was going to say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay, basically, we can give immediate use case to all projects in the community space. Basically, giving your assurance to your marketing team, your community.
And I was told that Candy Club yesterday's revenue passed 18 million US just for World Cup bets using shitcoins.
Thank you, thank you.
Arindal.
Okay, whether you're an artist, influencer, Web3 alpha, doesn't matter what you do, you can be a creator on SoCo.xyz and connect with your community, or as a fan or a community member, come on our platform and support your favorite creators by owning your first NFT.
Okay, thank you Binance, thank you CoinMarketCap, and 15,000 people and everybody here. Good luck and make money.
Thank you for coming on. Love it, yay! All right, you guys, we have a keynote from Crown Sterling, and this is probably one of my favorite crypto topics, OPSEC. So we're gonna be talking about personal data sovereignty, and we have the amazing Robert Grant. Give a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Hi. So a few weeks ago, we had an election. And one of my close friends ran for Congress, and he lost. And I asked him, how do you know when you're running for Congress what the people you meet with are going to be in favor of and what they're going to be against? He said, oh, I have an app for that. And I said, what do you mean you have an app for that? He said, oh, I have this app, and I can look on this app and find any voter in the United States on this app. And I've only paid for the license in California. But I can look anyone up and I can find out what their positions are on every single topic. And I said, what? You got to be kidding me. And he hands it to me and I said, well, let me look myself up. So I looked myself up and I was shocked to find 56 pages just on me. 56 pages on every single possible detail you could think of politically. What my position was on abortion, how did I feel about China, what did I feel about the COVID lockdowns, who I voted for, my party affiliations, my house, every detail on me, and many, many more I could never even conceive of. 56 pages. I'm not unique. That data is available on every single person, so the politicians, when they meet with us, they know exactly what to tell us to make us feel good about voting for them. How many of you knew this? And I said, where do you get that? I met the CEO, and I said, where do you get this data from? He was a mathematician. He said, oh, from messaging apps. From your messaging apps. From your social media. Anything that we're not paying for in social media or a messaging app, that means you are the product. And do you know how expensive this data is? If Facebook were to send us each a check today to pay us for the profits they make just off of our data individually, it would be about $2,400 this year. Did you know that you pay $200 a year for being on Facebook? $200 a month, excuse me. $200 a month. A month. So when I started realizing this, I started thinking, gosh, there needs to be a better way. So we created a company a few years ago, and if I could pull up the slide deck, there we go. And the first thing that we did when we created this company was to establish a data bill of rights. In our Genesis blockchain, we decided to declare that data is the intangible personal property of the original producer. And therefore, it's protected by the U.S. Constitution, by the Charter of Human Rights. We're literally all of us working on a data plantation. We don't even know it. And the value of this data is going up, doubling every year for the past 5 years. When COVID hit, the data was what was driving all of the revenue increases for all of these large corporate entities that are the oligopolies that literally control our data. And by the way, controlling your data today is controlling your identity tomorrow. On Telegram today, there's already about 10 guys that have copied my name, copied my exact logo and everything, and I can't do anything about it. In fact, every time I post something, there's a bot that posts something that says, go to this site, we can have a more detailed discussion about this topic. I'm going to delete it soon. It's all fake. We are now living in a world where our data is an extension of who we are. And if we don't start to wake up to protect that data, we're going to lose sense of who we are as individuals. So it needs to be protected. So what's the mechanism for protecting it? First of all, President Biden and the White House just declared that all the blockchains and all of the United States government encryption technology is now all obsolete. Did you know that? Because of quantum computing, the US government has now announced that elliptic curve, RSA encryptions, all prime number, factor-based, public key cryptography is now entirely obsolete. So everyone in the US government has to switch over, but who is actually leading the charge of this switchover in blockchain? Because with blockchain, it's really challenging. How do you go back to the Genesis block from the very beginning? We need to implement now post-quantum technology because quantum computers can cut through encryptions like butter. And by the way, the US government's already been able to do this for a very long time. They have a trapdoor function inside the elliptic curve. I know this because I've spoken with the top cryptographers who know about this. And they're at universities and they know that the elliptic curves that are there are not sufficient at all. How many of you think that the chats that you're on Telegram are actually encrypted? Guess what? Any chat that you have not specifically designated as a secret chat before you open the chat and is only one-on-one, so any group chat is not at all encrypted. Not at all. No encryption whatsoever. It's completely open. How did WhatsApp get 10 billion in sales last year? There's no advertising on the platform. There's no subscription fee on the platform. 10 billion in sales? It's through selling your data. So we need to start protecting our data because data is the world's most valuable asset. For so long, money needed banks to protect it. We needed fences and walls to protect our assets and our property. And today, we need post-quantum encryption to protect our data, our most valuable asset. There's nothing more valuable than who you are. I have a friend right now that works in deepfake. And he's told me that he's actually gone to the families of James Dean and Grace Kelly because now they can actually have those characters, those actors, show up in new movies. The next Indiana Jones movie with Harrison Ford is actually going to be starring a deepfake version of a young form of Harrison Ford. We're going to start seeing lots and lots of movies where dead actors are actually going to come back to life. And there's going to be a huge battle over the fate of what happens with the family estates associated with that. It's already started. I can get a deepfake of myself. In fact, they offered me to get a deepfake. They said, oh, we'd like to put it on your website. That way you could have like a Q&A version of you for all of your followers, and even your grandkids after you're long dead will be able to know how you would answer something. It sounds kind of cool, but also super creepy. We're now going into this world, and we have to be mindful about protecting this data because it's the world's most valuable asset. The key to a sovereign future is quantum-resistant encryption to protect freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. What we have created is a new app. It's up and running. It's available now in beta, and it's a limited beta, but it's about to go in extended beta. And it's called Orion. It's the world's first quantum-resistant backed encryption for messaging that is entirely decentralized. This means it cannot be censored. Why is that? Well, because if a company has control of the server where your messaging is located, if the government shows up to them and says, hey, we don't have a warrant, but we think we have probable cause on this person, therefore, we need you to give over the keys to their data. Either the company is going to succumb to it or they're going to face a lot of hurt and difficulty. So now what happens? If it's on a decentralized network, nobody has control of it, except you, the owner of your data, because even the keys are sharded across all the network of nodes. And because of that, no one node and no company, no centralized architecture can actually go and give it up to anyone else. So the only way that the government or anyone else can come to you is to follow due process under constitutional law. Get a warrant by convincing a judge that there is true probable cause, and then you can decide whether or not you want to succumb to that warrant. This is what the Constitution is for. Government exists to protect people's individual rights and freedoms. We are here so that we can pursue life, liberty, and happiness, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. But it requires our consent. And that's what's become broken in society today. We need to level the playing field and bring back the individual rights and freedoms. Our app platform includes decentralized storage. It also includes a compression technology that's novel and mathematical. It's all backed by one-time pad encryption, which is the exact same encryption used to protect the nuclear codes. The nuclear football is a one-time pad. All military-grade encryption, true military-grade encryption, is only one-time pad encryption. Look it up. We were the first to put it on blockchain because we want people to have their own sovereignty. We want sovereign communities. We want a social media platform where I'm not going to just get kicked off of Instagram. I might leave Instagram and take my total of 3.5 million followers on my different pages and bring them over into a platform like this. Why? Because I then have control over at least the communication with my crowd. We built a platform for influencers and for people to join in. We hope you join in with us as well and take back our sovereignty. Thanks very much.
Thank you all so much for watching. Big shout out to the Binance community, to CoinMarketCap, and to Dex Tools as we're live streaming. I think we're live streaming to about 17,000 people globally, which is amazing. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Crypto Indio, and I'm very excited about the next panel. We are going to be talking about metamusic moguls, an exploration of music and Web3. We have an amazing moderator, Jesse. Timberland, give a big round of applause. Zaid and Stocks.
Out here. Long day, lots of great content. This is day 2, so we're excited you guys are still hanging in here with us. Amazing panel. Some of the brightest minds that I know when it comes to hip-hop and Web3 and in music and Web3 in general. So let's just start by, I don't think anybody needs introductions, but I just love each of you to just quickly explain what gets you excited about Web3?
Real quick before we begin, guys, this is Timberland. I got him out of his house to be out here. Can I just get a what's up? Some noise, something. This guy is showing up here for this space for us. And I'll be honest with you, the thing that gets us the most excited about it is how much this feels like the Wild Wild West. We were just talking about it backstage.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. That is, you can be free. You can create magic with no strings attached. It's the Wild Wild West, and right now there's no manual to how to run it, and you creating a new manual. I like to be the first of a lot. That's just my whole play, to be the first to jump into stuff ahead of time before everybody else jump into it.
And
What
Stocks?
makes me excited about Web3 is the fact that as I'm an independent artist, it gives me the ability to really focus on my audience and curate my fan base, really tighten it, and it gives us the opportunity to really build from ground up without having to go through so many loops and end up having to buy your own things back at the end.
Talk about it.
Basically being free.
Freedom.
Well, I want to hear what kind of stuff are you doing in Web3? And I'm a big believer in it. I definitely understand the space and know that this is an opportunity to pave ground waves, pave highways in the new internet. And there is a lot of opportunity. So you obviously have a lot of options. What are you building? What are you working on? What are some of the projects that each of you are doing?
So Timberland as a brand has so many things.
Let the
and
genius speak.
Yeah, no, man, don't do that. Timberland as a brand has so many projects that he touches, but one of the main things that we get excited about, we have a main character. His name's Congo. He's a Bored Ape, and we've given him a life in this place that we're building called Timberland, which is a music game platform that we're building to invite people to own alongside some of the music that this guy to my right makes. And so one of the main things that we're working on right now is building this place called Timberland, where people can come through and engage with us in a live setting, play games, and also earn some free stuff.
Stocks, I know you're doing amazing stuff in this space too, as an artist, as a host, as a producer. Would love to hear some of your projects, some of your focuses from your perspective.
Well, from early stepping into Web3, I jumped in as a collector, and then I ended up teaching, taking the teaching route with Revolt TV. We did Meta Money, where I wrote and produced the show, did everything, and we're just basically teaching the simple beginnings of people, to people that don't understand how to even get a wallet, what are NFTs, what is minting, blah, 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 blah. So it's like we did that, and I've also done music video release drops with Glass XYZ. We recently did a Solana drop, sold out in a minute on Glass. You know
Shout out to Glass.
And then
when you say you did a drop, what does that mean?
So we minted a music video that I had. I had a music video that came out a long time ago on one of my projects, and it was on YouTube. And then I ended up taking that video off, and then we minted it on Glass, and in that minute, we made more revenue from that video in 1 minute than we did from 3 years of it being on YouTube. And
That's facts.
Facts.
We did the same thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the highest selling Bored Ape music video where this guy came and dressed up in his mocap suit and brought this character to life, and we dropped that video on Glass XYZ. And I think it was the best performing video they did last year, or this year actually. Shout out to Glass XYZ again, but big, super big for the creators. 2 million views on YouTube does not get you nearly as much money as 15 to 50 people participating in your video.
That's true community, that's true core fan base, that's straight to the consumer. And I feel like, I come from both worlds. There's nothing wrong with the other side, but I think for independent people, you don't have to chase major labels when you have a label in your back pocket. Your label's in your mind, and what you put your mind to, all the tools are right in front of you. So to me, I don't feel like, I jumped out of there, and I still deal with the majors. So I like this world because I never was introduced to it. So for me, it's like I might as well take what I built up on this side, I call it Web 2, and move it over to Web 3. And I find more freedom because I'm only competing with myself. I'm my own boss. I make decisions on the videos, me and Zayda. We go through it, we making the cuts. It's no middleman. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing I love about being independent, because, the majors is more like a banking system, high interest rate banking system, that you pay all these high fees and don't really reap the benefits of the fruit of your labor, and it's exploited in a lot of ways that it shouldn't be exploited. But in Web 3, you can control how you want to give yourself to the world.
Exciting.
Precisely.
And so do you see yourself going back, like if you were releasing a record or another album, you have digital audience, you have legacy audience, you're building in this Web3 space as a pioneer in this new frontier. Do you feel like Web3 offers more opportunity for a release? If you were going to do a classic Timbaland project, how would it feel?
Well, for me, it feels real big, but let's be real. Eventually, we got to have this whole room filled up. That's when it really becomes real. You know what I'm saying? When everybody starts to understand what a wallet is and what Coinbase is and crypto is, and don't worry about we in a down phase, because everything goes in a down phase, and then everything that goes down comes back up, right? And people just gotta bear with it and understand it. But I believe, I could say maybe 2 or 3 years from now, especially with independency, you know what I'm saying? I feel like independent is gonna probably overtake the majors, because a lot of independent people are not gonna wanna go to the majors, and they're gonna be superstars. We're gonna see that probably in the next 3 years, depending on their grind, their mentality, their hustle. And we're gonna find out there's gonna be a lot of people eventually starting to come in here with more wallets. As you see, all these networks are starting to connect wallets to their accounts, like Riddick, wallet. You can get a wallet. They're trying to give the users wallets, trying to educate people on this thing. But I feel like it's the wave. We only have 60,000 wallets right now, right? So, or OpenSea. So imagine, just give it about a couple of years. It's a brand new thing. Right now it's going through a little turmoil. And a lot of people are like, I don't know, but they don't understand the benefits yet. It's just like anything, when Instagram first started, everybody didn't want to take pictures. It's like, what is this? What is this? I said, it's a yearbook in your back pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's like, think about it like that. It's a high school yearbook. It's a yearbook. It's a photo album. But I can see everybody's photo. I don't want to, Then all of a sudden it blew up. And that's how I feel about this. I feel like the people just don't understand the benefits of Web3 all the way yet. But just give it time. And I want to be not the main guy, but the first guy who stepped into it and opened up the door for somebody else brilliant. Look at Stocks. He'd come up behind. I'm coming behind him. But it's like more of me coming from that side of the world, going over to here and seeing progress. People just go by, they go by numbers, and you know how that's how the world is. Oh, it's sold this. Oh, for real? I need to go check it out. But once people understand the benefits behind Web3, I think it's going to be the wave. I think it's going to be it's definitely a great business, and people don't understand the business model of it. You have to have a roadmap, and this allows you to understand how record labels really work by working your own record. You know what I'm saying? Through Web3, because you can build so many funnels under your record. You're like, okay, I'm gonna drop this derivative of this person, of that, this or that. You can do so much, and it's a real business. So once people understand that, it's gonna be like, for culture. Once the culture get involved, they're gonna go crazy. Just like how they go crazy with GTA role playing? Like it's the culture that's making that. They got hair salons. They wouldn't have never thought about putting hair salons in a role playing game. You know what I'm saying? So once they get involved with the Web3 world, it's over. And once they know how it works, all it takes is a hustler to see how to hustle. It's over.
So how is the best way, Stocks, from your perspective, to onboard new people into Web3? Is it easier for you to drop music in the Web3 space, or is it easier for you to put out music in traditional ways?
It's easier for me to sell in Web3, but in the traditional space, I'm a firm believer that to stream a song, you don't have to really be a fan of somebody. You're gonna hear it in passing, it can come by, you might listen to it once or twice, but to be a collector, you're truly invested in that person. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it definitely makes a way for us to really connect directly with those artists, with those people. and find ways to build off of it. Can you hit me with the question one more time? I lost it.
Oh, I'm just, what's the best way to onboard new people into it? Seems like bringing more people into the space is going to be the key to success in this wave. And so how do you bring new people in? And is it easier to bring people into Web3 for you versus other medium?
I think they have two different worlds, but like introducing people to Web3, I think doing things like this, like having us up here talking about it, being representation, all of you beautiful faces in the crowd that show up for this type of stuff to learn more about it. It's this is how we get more people involved, because people don't believe in anything unless, you know, you see a herd. We have like herd mentality as people. So if people think everybody's like, nah, crypto's stupid, then they run that way. If they're like, everybody thinks it's tight, everybody runs that way. So it's like everything that we're doing is helping, but we do need to keep doing like installations, pop-ups, teach people like hand to hand. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot harder to bring people in if they don't already get it, because it kind of goes from like a investing place, then crypto, then NFTs. So it's like different levels, and it's like if they're not even into investing yet, or even like understanding what a cryptocurrency is, it's hard to get you to like put money in, invest, and like try it. So I feel like people like me and Tim and Zay and you, everybody that's showing like that we've come from another side and we represent a certain culture and that we can do it, and there's stuff that's going on inside this world for our culture, it makes people say, oh my God, like maybe this is a real thing. And like I love to be that representation for that.
And it's also it's also a builder's market, right? Especially in a down time. This is when you create businesses. This is when you create platforms. Zaid, what was the impetus to starting Timbaland as a world?
Oh man, that's a good question. So honestly, the impetus is watching Tim work. One of the most beautiful things about just this entire Web3 landscape and being, you know, Tim and I have been working together the last 3 years. And so when I saw the spark, the twinkle in his eye when he thinks about creating without context, that's the most exciting thing for me. I think, you know, watching Tim, you know, remove any sort of barrier or funnel from what it is he wants to put out in the world, I think is one of the biggest things that, the biggest catalyst for what we're building with Timbaland, because you have somebody like a Timbaland who's come from years of record label, you know, put this song out, not this one. You know, this is the single, everything else, get rid of that. And it comes out in this funnel, and it's like, well, you know, those ideas are not Tim's, right? They're from the universe, right? And so like with Tim, he gets to go in this space and actually just create without thinking about what the audience or what, you know, even the little devil in his mind is saying. And so with the Timbaland, it gives a place for those creations to take life, and also new people to come and create. So I would say that would kind of be the biggest catalyst, is just seeing this guy being able to create the stuff, and then also others. He's training user behavior. He's showing others, hey, you can come here and do it too, and we can make it fun.
It's too perfect of a name too.
Oh man, you know what's crazy?
When a name has a ring to it, you feel like you belong there. Like it flows.
Modern day Flintstones.
Modern day. You know what's crazy? Yo, somebody said that last night about the logo. They were like, it reminds me of Flintstones. Either way, I can't say that now. It's gonna stick.
So how does Timbaland fit with Beats Club? And Beat Club is obviously making big splashes in culture.
Oh yeah, like I look at, see, Beat Club, now that's my, like, that's a whole different like thing. That's like me. I come from a world where you go in the studio and make beats, right? I come from that world. So then, you know, me having kids, and I just start looking like everybody go on YouTube. So I'm like, so how y'all get beats these days? Oh, YouTube. So I'm like, wait a minute. So nobody goes to the studio? No, we get beats. Oh no, I got to create the Amazon the beat stores. Oh no, I got to transfer all these kids, and I'm going A&R it. Then I'm gonna get the best producers on my side to curate it. So I created a platform. I said, yo, I said, this has got to be, I told my team, we got to make the Amazon beat store, where you got high-end beats from the VIPs, where I got Mike Dean, Scott Storch, will.i.am, everybody from all the top producers is producing today. So if I don't put over millions of dollars in kids that's creating in their bedroom pockets, because they never could get their music heard. But by me having a curated place, and the beauty about B Club is our A&R portal, because people send in their music and they want feedback. And I call myself a high-end concierge service because I'm here, because I'm not a faceless company. I'm on the company. I'm on the calls. I talk to the memberships, and we just launching. So it's like it's just blowing up, and we just launching. But the reason why I have so much face value right now is because I'm in it. Like, I listen to these kids' music, and I know that's all they want. And I feel like that's my transition from being the best producer to being the greatest producer, by producing others, making sure they shine. And say if stocks need a beat, like, yo, man, I'm looking for something. Yeah, I got you. I got these 4 kids that are amazing. And so I connect stocks with them. Next thing you know, he create a relationship. I don't want nothing from it. I'm here to connect the greatness to greatness. I just want to curate the best of the best, but not so much. Thank you. And at first I had it where you had to be a VIP, members only, but then when I started looking at YouTube, I'm like, wait a minute, I need all these kids to come here. But what's going to make their membership special is they get to build their levels up to get to the VIP or the elite type list. It's like the playlist of beats. So stocks might go up there and be like, who the hottest kid? He go up there and it's like, how you go on Apple Music, you got the kid's face, you see his beat, see his profile, you can demo it. I got integrated technology where you can demo it, raise, I don't like this, I can do this, change that. So I'm all about making an ecosystem that I control. You know what I'm saying? That, like, when it comes to beats, if I'm Timberland, that everybody call the legacy, I need to control the whole beat market, music market. I need to control all of that. So I just said, I need to create a store. I need to be like how Jeff Bezos did with groceries and products. I got to do that with music. I got to have the best writers, because these artists looking for the best team. So I have like Jazzy. I have some of the best people that I pulled aboard to build this company, and like they give me top lines because people be looking for hooks. I got you. Boom, everything worked out. The sessions, who write it, splits are, I got that all covered. I just need you to do it, record, and sign up, and be a member. I got you. You don't need to go over there. Come over here, baby.
So that's the whole ecosystem, or that's part of the ecosystem. I'm sure there's more too. Let's talk a little philosophy about music in Web3. It seems like there's conflicting ideas about royalties and fan ownership. How do you feel about co-owning music with your fans instead of a publishing company or a record label? How do you feel about fans being investors in projects? Is that something of interest? Obviously, there's the fan club experience, and that's something that a lot of people are talking about in music and Web3. Ticketing. How does music really, what's the best philosophy when it comes to fans and artists and releasing music in Web3?
I think what we're beginning to see is sort of like a minor leagues and major leagues showing up in the music industry, where there's like the indie guys are the minor leagues, and maybe you start in Web3, and maybe you start with your fans owning with you, and then that community bubbles, and there's a majors that would come in and maybe take it from there. I think it's still too early. I mean, we're just talking philosophy, but I think it's somewhere between that and the like pay-per-view and cable approach, where it's like, yeah, we go to HBO and we subscribe because I want to watch Game of Thrones, but there's DSPs, there's Spotify, Apple Music, those guys that I just want to watch TV, man. And it's like, I think there's going to be a place for indie artists with Web3. Will the big guys have fans owning half their stuff? I don't know. I don't think they'll need to, but I know that the indies might, just to get off the ground. I think that's the biggest thing. Wouldn't you agree, Stocks?
I definitely believe in splitting equity of records, because as an independent artist, I've never been signed to a major, so nobody's ever paid advances for my beats. So me and all of my producers, we split equity on stuff. Like, I'll split equity with them, my feature will get a piece of equity, I even give my engineer some equity. You know what I'm saying?
How do you guys split it, if you don't mind me asking?
I'll split it like producer will get their 50%
Do
side.
you use a split?
Huh?
Do you use like a
I'm
split
straight
program?
split.
No, like a OX split.
No,
so like
I count the numbers and send the payments myself.
Does
My
anybody here
mom's-
know
my
about
mama
OX
is my
splits?
business manager. She do it, and then we send the payments out.
For real?
Yeah, I send it every accounting period, every 3 months, whatever. I'm sending it. And so like we do that, and it's like I learned from the early point of being an indie that was my way to actually produce music and keep my career going without having to break my pockets. So it was like it turned into a thing, and it became just my business model because I'm always in the green as soon as I drop, unless I shoot a video, pay for promotion, whatever like that. I'm always in the green. And my lawyer doesn't love it because he's like, yo, like you're kind of playing yourself. But I'm like, without these producers, I wouldn't have none of this music. I actually watched the interview where you were saying producers are the vehicle and the artists are drivers. And I thought that was the coldest quote right there because I was like, that showed me that beyond everything you've done, that you love this shit. Like, it's important to you to make sure they get where they're going through that music. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so that's important. And I also believe in the fans getting equity and stuff like that. I wanted to do it, but I was afraid to do it because of the SEC, to be honest with you. But I've heard of different people doing it, and it gives the fans incentive to keep listening to the music. You know what I'm saying? If I'm listening and I'm getting paid, I'm going to keep slapping this. You know what I'm saying? I get paid more for this than anything else I'm listening to. Keep it going.
So you split it on paper? Like you don't use like a split contract or anything like that?
No, we do the splits on ASCAP, BMI. You know, they get their
Okay.
publishing splits, and then I'll do like my mechanical royalty splits at the end. Yeah, but we do it on the split sheet. I
See,
just walk
that
the split sheet.
boy do what he see. He know what he talking about.
They definitely do know what they're talking about. Stocks actually has a show on Revolt. Talk a little about Meta Money and what that is doing for the culture and how that's bridging this gap.
So Meta Money is a show that we did at Revolt, me and the homie Dunny and the rest of the creative team at Revolt. We ended up doing that just to educate, because I remember I went to Revolt Summit in Atlanta, and I was like, I just bought my ape around that time, and I talked to Dunny, and I was like, yo, like, we need to put more people onto this. And he was like, absolutely, like, you think you could come up with like a lesson plan? So then I made like a pilot with like a couple different terms and stuff like that. We shot that, and it ended up getting picked up for 2 seasons thus far. And we have been teaching through that, and I'm like seeing, like, I'll be at the different NFT events, like NFT NYC, we did a show. There's a lot of people coming up to me like, yo, like, keep doing Meta Money, because I'm really learning stuff from that. Like, the way you say it, everybody says I translate it well. I don't want to say it myself, but everybody says I translate it well, and it makes it easy for the next person to pick it up. So I just look at that as like my job. I like to be the bridge right now.
You speak to the culture.
Absolutely.
And we need more of that. We need more of that. I'm telling you, it's some steps to this to make everybody understand it. It need more of this. Everybody, because it's not advanced, but it sounds, when something's new, it feels weird to them.
It's like when you tell somebody, like, I'm going to mint this, they're like, what does that mean? You're like, yo, minting is just like having a blockchain baby. It's there forever. Once it goes, then it's there. Boom. And they're like, oh, is that easy? Okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, minting something just as easy as posting something on Instagram. And people just don't realize it because they don't want to go do the little work.
That's why we here.
So, Tim, how do you feel, though, about fans investing in your music or co-owning music with you?
I mean, for me, I think it's kind of cool, especially because you might get somebody that's a banker that just want to own your music. Now, I just got involved with a banker, and it kind of connects you to people that you don't even know. That's why I think it's cool to let fans own, because the fan that you might meet that own your music, I'm gonna say, yo, I want to meet this person. And when I say a banker, he could his regular job could be a banker, but he just got into this, took some funds because he wanted to be a part of this. So guess what? It all worked out for me, because now I met a new banker. He's giving me some point of views on something else. I tell you today, a prime example happened today. I did a one-on-one session class. I always do. I like to give back, and I do these one-on-ones with people on their music. So it was an older guy from London. So I'm like, now, you know, music is a young sport. That's what I'm saying in my head, right? But they don't really have no age, right? But I'm looking, I'm like, damn, you want to do music now? Like, but he was come to find out, he was the guy who started the first streaming service before Apple and invested it and sold it early to Nokia. So I said, wait a minute. He said, so what I do is build companies and buy companies and sell them. I done sold major companies, and I invest into tech companies and bunch of new tech companies, but I do music because It's just something that's always been my passion. I said, hold on. You need to be mentoring me. He said, but I do have an idea for you that you might want to invest in. So I said, well, first play the music. So what I learned from this whole one-on-one is, so when he played this music, I'm expecting, I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was gonna be a little shaky. But it came out, it was all right. It wasn't bad. I had a few comments, and it realized that, what I realized is, when I told him, I said, man, you have taste. It might not be the music of today, but his taste buds are very unique and exquisite. So, because of his other endeavors that he invested in, because he invested in a lot of good companies, I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on, man, why? He said, I don't need to do it for money. I'm just something that I love to do. He was talking, I'm like, wow, you never know who you will meet in life. You know what I'm saying? So then after the one-on-one session, I told him, like, yeah, your stuff is good, man. Like, it ain't, it could fit in, in this day, you could put your music out anywhere, right? But it wasn't bad. You wouldn't think that came from him. But then he said, okay, I got something for you. I can't explain all what he told me, but I'm going to say it in simple terms. He said, how would you like to invest in, you're like this, a vinyl company where the vinyl could be made in 24 hours? He has the company that he told me the people that Peter Gabriel invested in this company. He started naming big. I said, wait a minute, hold on. He said, we have the technology. The vinyl, it takes a long time to make vinyl, and it's a custom. He said, and it's reusable plastic, like it's all stuff from the earth. It's like all these things that he was saying. I was like, oh, this is brilliant. Your vinyl in 24 hours. 24 hours. I was like, where do I sign up? See, out of that one-on-one, I got a one-on-one. I got, and that's what I say when you give stuff back to the fans. You don't know who a fan is. You don't know what they are. It allows you to connect with people. So that's why I think ownership with a fan is very key to next level success.
It really gives community another meaning when you talk about it like that, and you know that everybody's going to be in it together. If somebody has also involved in that project, even from a small investment standpoint, they're going to go hard for that song, even if it's a catalog song or a new song. Now your fans are actually like, they're your partners, and on a small level, they're going to go hard and maybe open your mind to all sorts of exciting new ideas. So in this last minute, let's just talk about the future of this Web3 ecosystem and where you think things can go and where you'd want to see things go in the short term.
I think free is going to play a much bigger role this year going forward with just free mints and onboarding people. We had that onboarding question. So I think free mints are going to be a big part of it. And for us, we're just gearing up for the access release to Timbaland and getting people in there. So for us, I mean, we're just excited to see what new trends. I think everybody's looking for the new wind to carry them through this year. I feel like everything is, it's only time will tell, but that's kind of where our head's at.
So let me break down what Timbaland, like in my eyes, when I saw what he built. So it was music and video. I'm gonna be real quick. And I saw that, but then I said, no, Zay, you don't understand. You world building. We building a video game. It's deeper than just, it's a musical video game. We have to create the new culturally thing, almost like how Fortnite is, but in a music way. Beta Raider had their own little game. It's like, how do we create that, but make it like how girls used to double dutch, jump rope, what I'm saying? Make it where everybody wants to go inside this world and do something when it comes to music, I look at it, it's like, when I saw it, I was like, wow, this is a game more than anything. And so when I kind of put that in his battery pack, he started like making a cool ass roadmap. That's why we say it's free to activate, because it's stuff that's underneath that is beautiful that we building out. Because I look at it, Timbaland is a world where Stock can have we could build out his thing in Timberland. And I really call it the land. I don't really say Timberland, I call it the land because
That's because he's Timbo.
because I feel like I want everybody to own it. I want him to feel like, yo, meet me at the land. I'm doing this. Stock is out. Meet me at the land. I'm doing this. I got the pop off at the. I want to say almost. Don't beat me up when I say this. Almost like some dark web, but not dark web. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you can be free.
GTA feel.
Yeah, like when you can meet me at the land. Like, what's the land? Then people go on and then, and it's a hub for people to create their own ecosystem. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm starting off, and it got music. I'm starting off with music and other little things Zay's building out when we brainstorm every day. But it's really for everybody. And I said it's for everybody because it's a place that it's like I look at it. I brought this island in Web3 that I'm developing. I need his place over there. I need World Star over here. I need this over there. I need Shade Room over here. You know what I'm saying? I need the hood back there, and Congo somewhere over there. You know what I'm saying? I see it like that. When people, and then once. I think you got to have something that's luring for people to come in Web3 and the metaverse and something that's catchy, just like how we got on Clubhouse, how we got on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Like at first, y'all like, what the freak? I don't want to type with it. The next thing you know, you type it. You know what I'm saying? You just got to like make it where it's like, yo, did you hear what happened at the land? Or what? The next thing you know, people are like, how you get on it? What is this? What is this? The next thing you know, you in Web3.
You got a gift for this. Stocks, quickly last word on your end. What do you feel like is the future short term for Web3 and music?
I feel like the bull run gonna come back and all the doubt is gonna go out the window, simply.
I want to thank Decentraland for having us.
Right there.
I want to thank Stocks. I want to thank Zaid. I want to thank Timberland. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of you for paying attention.
Thank you all so much for joining us at DeCentralCon Miami. Now we have a very special guest coming up next. We're actually going to be talking about real estate on the blockchain. And let's give a warm welcome to Ryan Panetta from Tykes Real Estate and Real World Assets.
All right. Thanks for coming out here, guys. I got to follow up Timberland, so that's kind of going to be a tough one to do. I didn't expect to do that when I came in here. But anyways, it's funny because I actually ran into him about 3 months ago here last time I was in Miami at Grant Cardone's office. And it's kind of the segment of all these Web2 entrepreneurs are realizing there's a lot of things happening in Web3 that we need to be cautious of. So for us, we launched an NFT project called Tykes about 2.5 months ago, and really our mission is to pioneer the future of real estate. So before I jump into this real quick, who am I? For those of you who don't know, I've got 7 different businesses doing over $1 million a year. Getting into crypto was something that wasn't my first rodeo in business. We're trying to do this like any other business, right? Second thing, 500 million views on social media. So I don't know how many of you guys follow me on there, but a lot of different, there we go. We got one hand. That's good. Okay, so a lot of people. All right, so I don't need to explain that. You guys kind of have seen some of the stuff. I own over 500 rental units, and I flipped 500 homes. So a lot of experience in real estate and business, not just some guy starting a project, all right? But here's the thing. Real estate's being disrupted by technology. When you look at the way houses are built, it's being disrupted, all right? For one, we've been building houses the same way for 100 years, like sticks and stones. That's how we've built a house. When you've got innovation like 3D homes and prefabricated homes and other things, they're going to change the game dramatically, okay? Another thing, this blockchain. There's a lot of things happening on the blockchain with real estate that's going to be really enormous. And lastly, the metaverse. Everybody's talking about the metaverse. Well, maybe not so much anymore. This might be the only place in the world people are talking about the metaverse. But it will be a thing. I think we can all agree on that. Just not today, all right? So here's the thing. why does real estate even make sense with blockchain? All right, there's a lot of things. How many of you guys have ever bought a home? Show of hands. How long did it take? Take like 30 days, 45 days? Like, there's a lot of time in buying a home. How many of you guys hated how many fees you had to pay? Yeah, you had to pay the title company, the appraisers, the inspectors, the title insurance, the realtors. Like, it's crazy all the fees you have to pay on every single deal, and it's so slow. Can't buy a house on the weekends, can't buy a house after 5 p.m. It's crazy. The blockchain can solve a lot of that, right? We all know just the idea of ownership, whether it's an NFT or a token or whatever, right? Like, you owning your information and having, you know, this asset that you can easily transfer in a second is going to be massive. And you don't think that that's going to come to real estate at some point? You don't think they're going to be entrepreneurs and people from Web 2 that are going to come into the game and figure out how to make this happen? It's going to happen. You know, people are already trying to do it. You know, it's just a matter of timing. So that's going to happen. Other thing, home building, right? We talked about 3D printing and prefab homes. You know, personally, I've been looking at buying different businesses that are in this arena because this is the one that can happen right now. You know, the time it takes, has anyone ever built a home? Show of hands? Okay, so a few of you guys. It takes a long time to get permits. The material cost is extremely high. You know, it takes a long time to build the house once you do have permits, right? I mean, you're looking at a multi-year process. Well, when you've got things like 3D printing or prefab homes where you can literally build a house right then and there, in the case of a 3D home, like a couple of days. In the case of a prefab home, building it while you're in that permitting process. So by the time you're approved for permits, you plop the house down and it's done. I mean, that's a really big deal for innovation. And not only that, they're able to build these homes with higher quality and higher, like better tech. And that's really what this is about with Web3. It's not just about the blockchain. It's not just about the community. It's about innovation. And what is the next stage of all of this? And I think this is one of the big stages of real estate that's going to pop first, okay? Metaverse, right? We all know the metaverse. A lot of us thought it would happen last year and whatever. And I think we all agree it's pretty far away at this point for having real use case and adoption. But at the end of the day, we all believe it's going to happen. I was just on NFT panel a couple hours ago in the other room, and I was kind of hating on my fellow real estate people with me because they're talking about the metaverse. And I'm like, guys, ain't nobody buying this right now, all right? Like, nobody's hanging out in the metaverse. It's not there yet. The real metaverse happens to be in social media today, you know? You guys just showed a show of hands. How many of you see me on social media, right? Like, that's the metaverse. The fact that you know my digital identity on this social media platform is what the metaverse is. You have this persona of me and this idea of me based on the thing I put out to you, you know, through a camera. And at some point, it will be more 3D and, you know, lifelike than it is today just on your screen. But, you know, it's going to take time. And that is going to change things dramatically for how we value different assets. You know, I spend $40,000 a month making YouTube videos and TikToks and other things. That's a lot of money to spend on a digital asset. But I know those are worth it. I know that my real estate on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and Twitter is super valuable. It makes me a lot of money. That $40,000 I spend a month can go make me millions of dollars in a month. So the idea of the metaverse is already here. It's just most people don't realize it. It will change over time like everything else, okay? So for those of you who are vibing what I'm saying, how many of you guys are interested in real estate, okay? You know, we created Tykes NFT to kind of bring this community together. And really for those who want to be the leaders in this, you know, Web3 real estate world and in the future of real estate. So what happens when you buy a Tykes NFT? Well, we got some cool little pictures and art, but it's obviously much more than just a JPEG. So we have education and networking. You get access to high-level real estate investors, entrepreneurs, Web3 experts, you you know, we've got over 5,000 tykes that were minted. They sold out instantly. And, you know, we have a lot of high-level people that came from me in the Web 2 space. You know, I wanted to bring all the connections to all the entrepreneurs and investors I had, and tykes be their first introduction into Web 3. And I wanted to make it as seamless as possible for them. Along with that, we've got weekly trainings on real estate, crypto, and business. Because here's the thing. As somebody who runs a pretty big NFT project, it's really hard to make money in crypto right now. Would you guys agree? Like, it's not easy to make money, right? But I can tell you this, you can make money in real estate right now. You don't have to rely on shilling the next crap coin. You don't have to rely on trying to like launch some NFT project or get on some whitelist. And that stuff ain't even gonna make you rich anyway. Like, that's a hustle, right? You guys can make big money actually acquiring skills that you can use in the real world today, all right? So we teach a lot of that stuff. Also, we have a Discord channel, like most projects, that's really amazing and active. So along with that, I wanted to do something that was a little bit different than your typical Ponzi scheme coin. We created what's called Tycoin. And so for our Tykes holders, if they stake their Tyke, they can earn Tycoin, and it has compound interest if you choose to stake it for a longer period of time, which you can see in the graphic. But with Tycoin, we wanted to build immediate use case, not speculation of what this coin could be. It's not Dogecoin, it's not Shiba, okay? It has actual use case. Number one, we've created a Tykes marketplace where you can actually buy and list your own kinds of products in Tycoin. So for me, as the founder, I've listed a bunch of my company's products on here. Like one of these is a ticket to our upcoming event. We're gonna have over 1,000 people in Las Vegas in January. I would love for all of you guys to come. It's called the Tykes Summit. And it'll be a room that's much more packed than this. And it's gonna be great. And we're gonna have a good time in Vegas. And I know crypto people love after parties. There's gonna be plenty of that. All right, I've been to NFT NYC. I know how you guys roll. Let's do it. So we're gonna have that. We have courses, we have trainings. There's a lot of high-level people in our Tykes community who have their own products and services that they're listing. You could buy it with Tycoin. Like, they're freely putting it out there for people to use their coins because we're trying to create real-world value with what we're doing, not hypothetical, high in the sky, in the future, one day it might work out value. Like, no, today. I want you guys to make money today in this recession because it's about to get worse. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, it's about to get really bad with the recession. And so dreams will not get you out of it. Skills will. And that's what we're doing, okay? Also, we've got Tyke shares. So I've bought a $1.5 million home here in Vegas that I've listed on here. It's like basically our Airbnb program. So once again, people can use Tycoin to go stay at the properties and, you know, go do it. People can list their, our members can list their properties on Tyke share as well. Also, I created my take on Shark Tank, which is called the Tyke Tank, obviously. And with that, we are trying to build the businesses that are going to be the future of real estate. You know, when I showed you the blockchain, there's already people trying to fractionalize real estate, people trying to build exchanges, people trying to do these big businesses who don't have influence or marketing capacity to get it to the masses. We do. And I'm going to have them come through, and we're going to blow it up. That's what the Tyke Tank's purpose is, to have our members be able to invest in these businesses and have smart people run them, help them out in the ways that they can. So we've got a few businesses we're already looking at that I may have already mentioned with issues that I see in you know, the Web3 space and real estate. Also, we've got our Tyke Summit coming up. Like I said, that's in January 9th to the 12th in Vegas. Put in your calendars. Would love to see you guys there. It's going to be epic. And literally, you get all of that with just one Tyke. Like, that's just owning one, okay? There are special perks for those who own 5 or more or 20 or more. One of those is the Tykes boardroom. So those who own 20 or more Tykes, we have about 60 people in that program, and they get access to what we call the boardroom. You know, it's our elite level people that obviously if you buy 20 of these things, you're pretty invested in this, right? You want to be around other high-level people. And we do what's called a board meeting every time we have an event. So we had one a few months ago. We're going to have one again before the summit, where they're on the inside of what's actually happening. And they're getting first priority to invest in these businesses. They're obviously making 20 times the TAI coin someone else is making with 20. They have special perks and privileges. I've helped promote some of their businesses because I want to see them win too. So the boardroom is a really exciting thing and a really valuable room. And here's the thing, there's a lot more coming with everything we're doing. And for me, I'm super excited about it because I know the future of real estate is going to be worth trillions of dollars, okay? Like seriously, it's $1 trillion industry. It's not an exaggeration. Real estate already is. When you start merging crypto and real estate and blockchain, it is going to be massive, okay? And for us, we want to be the ones to pioneer it, okay? As I mentioned, TAI's already sold out, all right? We might have been one of the only projects that was Web 2 based to ever reach #1 on OpenSea in the last 5-6 months. And it wasn't like FTX really hurt us at all or anything. Like, we're still rolling. So, I mean, to get #1 for a guy who literally kind of talks crap sometimes about Web3, because people really see like, oh man, this is not hype or a game. This is like, I want to make something right now of myself. I want to be a part of a community that isn't believing pie in the sky stuff, but who's actively doing stuff. So yeah, we were #1 on OpenSea. That was crazy. Over Bored Apes, CryptoPunks, even Ethereum ENS, which is nuts. But look, there's no TAIs for sale anymore because over 1,000 of them were burned to create our Boardroom Beast collection. Those who had 20, we gave them the option to just burn all 20 and create a special one-of-one NFT. And those are actually getting airdropped to them this week. And it's crazy. Like, they just willingly burned like millions of dollars. On top of that, majority of them are staked for over a year. So if you look at the liquidity of TAIs, over half the supply is staked for a year. So they can't even sell. And it will continue to drop as we release more future releases. So if you want to do it, you can learn more about it at TAIs.io. Our team's happy to talk to you about whether or not it's a good fit. You know, you can buy them on OpenSea right now. We minted for like $500 just a couple of months ago. They're at like $2,500 minimum. And I think they're going to continue to go up. I mean, if we can launch in the crappiest market ever and go through everything that's happened and still be where we're at, it's because like there's actual things going on. So nonetheless, I would love to see all you guys there. We're actually also having a meetup tonight at 7 o'clock at Monty's on the lake or something in Coconut Grove. That's what it is, Coconut Grove. So I would love to meet all you guys at 7 o'clock if you guys are super interested in it. And I'd love to see you guys join the community. Appreciate you. Peace.
We love meetups, we love community, and we love NFTs and Music Men, of course. This is probably going to be my favorite panel of the day. We are going to be speaking on NFTs, Web3, and a creator renaissance. We have Eric moderating, Romeo, the one only Miguel, and Lynn. Big round of applause, guys.
Alrighty. Guess you're wondering why I brought you all here today. It's because Ethereum just hit 4,000. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for being here at DCENTRAL, and hopefully you enjoy this panel. Feel free to come in, have a seat, come a little bit closer. It is a little cold on this stage, so if we start shivering or shaking, you know, it's a cold game and a bear market. So anyways, I'm going to let these illustrious speakers introduce themselves and a little bit on their background and what they're a part of, if you're not familiar. And then we'll roll into this conversation in regards to the creator renaissance that's happening in Web3, which I think this is we're using revolutionary technology during a digital renaissance, but we'll get into that in a little bit. So without further ado, Miguel, if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. How's everyone doing? Hope you're enjoying yourself out here in Miami. My name is Miguel. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I am a musician by profession, primarily, but I started a community called Sick World that kind of works in conjunction with a brand that I'm building, a life and style brand that I'm building, and we're a creative community, cross-discipline, and we're looking to leverage our creativity to create change that we want to see in the world. So it's a pleasure to be here with everyone, and we're really excited about what Decentral has been bringing to the space. I'm very happy to be here, so happy to meet you guys and happy to join.
My name is Lin Dai. I'm the co-founder CEO of OneOf. OneOf is a Web3 company, technology builder for musicians, for athletes, and for brands. So we provide a whole suite of services to launch NFT projects. From launching NFT projects to building very complicated kind of Web3 enterprise commerce systems. We work with everybody from Doja Cat to Biggie Smalls, Warner Music Group, the Grammys, and on the sports side, everybody from Wayne Gretzky to Muhammad Ali. On the brand side, Anheuser-Busch, American Express, a lot of major companies, helping these companies with hundreds of millions of users to kind of take the right steps to get into the Web3 space.
What's up, guys? My name is Romeo Lacoste. I was born in Montreal, Canada. I live in Los Angeles. I've been a tattoo artist for 10 years. I've tattooed many of the top world celebrities like Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande, Kendrick Lamar, Marshmello. I've been on a few tattoo TV shows. I've been in the crypto space since 2017, and now I'm creative directing my own Web3 project, so I'm really excited about that.
Very cool. And my name's Eric, or Motivate. I built one of the largest NFT and DeFi communities in the world. Work with brands like Hennessy, Netflix, artists like Doja Cat, Flosstradamus, and a handful of others in the space. And I have a project called New Friendship Tech, which is just turning social currency into equity by way of participation using blockchain. So that means everybody in this room, you're providing value by being in this room and attribution to this conference by being at this conference. And that should not get neglected or pushed aside or diluted. We appreciate each and every one of you. And there's ways of showing that now, especially when we could just gift you something into your wallet after the fact. So yeah, it's NFTs, New Friendship Tech. We're using technology to create new friendships in this digital renaissance, which, I want to go into that word because I think we've beaten community to death. I think renaissance is getting there. But what would you guys say is like why do people keep calling this a digital renaissance? What's different in the creative process or the creative minds, or I guess the way that people view this space as something different from what we've been doing or how we've been doing it? Do you know why, or have a reason or a thought on like why people keep clinging to that idea, that narrative with the Web3 space?
From my perspective as a creator, I would say the Renaissance aspect of it, I think, has a lot to do with creative control and sort of the removal of the middleman. I mean, the proposition of anything being decentralized is one that I think a lot of people are having a lot of challenges in understanding. That being the primary function of blockchain, it's kind of when people understand that, having a centralized bank, the way that we all maybe put our money in a bank now, and they still control how much you can pull out. They control how it gets lended, and they make money off of that money that is yours, and you don't see any of that. That's a centralized process that something like blockchain gives us a chance to bypass and then control. So in the same way, as a creator, I believe it's a renaissance because it's given us a new process through which we can communicate and build directly with our audiences. And I think though we've had, Web 2, and the proposition of the internet. It's just a complete different accountability that blockchain gives us that's not centralized, and it's shared amongst all of the participants. So it is a new way, a new process, but it's really, it's almost taking all of the same, to me in my mind, it takes all of the same propositions the internet has and just makes it owned by everyone all at the same time. So maybe that's what it is to me. It's just that there's no middleman. You know, it's all direct, which is excellent.
Yeah, I do think it's like the realest and rawest form of direct-to-consumer that we've ever seen. And a lot of people do say, like, not your keys, not your wallet. Well, I guess you could say not your bank, not your money. Or you could say not your masters or publishing, not your record. And now that process is open to a lot of people to contribute and participate in a way that we haven't seen before. And I think that's where you kind of steered that to in my head. That's my recap. Lynn, what are your thoughts on that? You're working with a lot of different types of creatives, and I'm sure they all have their opinion on this space, and you being an introduction to them, and one of being a platform that is really cross-format. Like, what would you say is the general consensus on?
Yeah, you know, we work with a lot of iconic artists, and really to kind of convince everybody to kind of really start participating and paying attention to the Web3 space. There's a few very key important things that we kind of educate everybody on, right? Like, number one is the ownership thing that Miguel talked about. Like, artists never really own their music, their performance, and whatever, because they basically, at the beginning of their career, they had to, usually they sign a record deal and collateralize that, right? Or future writing, you know, publishing earnings or future recording earnings with a entity that's able to fund your project. So in exchange, it's a venture model, and that model is kind of like really unfriendly to artists. Number two, the big difference really is, you know, why Web3 is better is it turns your relationship with your end consumer. And this goes beyond just like artist-fan relationship, right? It's a commerce model that is a two-way street. Because before Web3, Miguel would be telling his fans that, like, hey, buy my album, buy my ticket, and I'll give you a great experience. Now he can basically say, like, hey, participate in this community, you hold these tokens, and if you help support this community and help support me, you will directly benefit because your token is going to be worth a lot more, right? Like, you know, because there's only so many people that can participate in this. The participatory ability for fans and consumers is like never before existed in kind of the first 200 years of the capital market, right? So it's really exciting.
Yeah, newfound investments in people, right? It's social capital, social currency, more than a like, more than a follow or a subscription, just a whole new world of, you know, how I can give back to the people that are giving to me. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Romero, you know, you being an artist as well and more of an illustrated / tattoo world, you know, I'm sure you have books and books and books of art, and this space probably is just full of excitement for you because there's just so many different ways that you could repurpose that, and distribute it into a whole new life. Why would you view this space and creating in it anything different from like what you've been doing previously with the high-level talent that you've been working with?
Well, it's kind of funny because so I've been a tattoo artist since I was 17, but my first passion and what actually got me into being a tattoo artist actually was I was a big fan of anime and video games. Like, I grew up drawing like Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon when I was like 12 years old. I used to sit on my bed. And this was before there was like Netflix and you couldn't even pause it. So you had to just like, it was streaming on TV and you had to just watch it and draw it while you're watching it. But that was like my first passion. I'm sure that's what a lot of people got them into art. You know, I know a lot of, like for a lot of kids, that was kind of like what really got them through, you know, those times when you're young, and that's what kind of got me into being a tattoo artist. So now it's kind of crazy because I always had a dream and a passion to be involved in something like anime and video games and Pokemon and these more like these sort of like video games, sort of like illustrative, you know, series and comics and things like that. But back then, before the Web3 space, there really wasn't an opportunity. You had to go to college, you had to be an illustrator, you had to kind of go through all these really difficult steps to be able to get involved in these IPs. Now, with the Web3 space, you see people all the time. I mean, look at Bored Apes. Bored Apes was just created by a couple guys who created an IP, they created a project, they were early on, the project blew up, and now it's massive. And you see a lot of these projects coming along. It's a lot easier now. People like me, people who aren't even like me or as successful as me, can hire a graphic designer, can draw themselves, can create an IP, and with building a community and building a social following, you can literally create an entire brand. And now, for someone like me, I'm able to get involved in creating my own series, my own project. It doesn't have to be involved with tattooing. I don't have to go to college and go to be a part of some huge studio to be involved in creating, the next, anime series or the next comic series. So this new wave has really empowered a lot of the people and given them the ability to have opportunities they could have never had before, and it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I see that, the community component of it plays such a role in how people are viewing things. So it kind of makes me wonder, like, what were they thinking before? Like, where's your community living before? Now everybody's native communities are Discords, Telegrams, WhatsApp, group chats. We used to have message boards and forums, but now more than ever, the emphasis is on community and community building and letting them have that participation in your process, which I think that level of transparency requires a lot of vulnerability, and you're essentially allowing for market research to happen before your eyes. It's like, oh, you guys don't like this? Okay, then you change it because you're part of it, right? So I think that's a beautiful component of the space and this renaissance component of the, I guess, just industry at large. And with that, like, what would you say is one of the biggest hurdles that you found in operating in this space, since it's almost like, you got to learn the code if you want to speak the language. And this sounds like a bunch of foreign words to a lot of people when you're talking blockchain, cryptocurrency, NFTs, et cetera, et cetera. I just tell people NFTs stand for Ninja fucking Turtles. But what would you say is like an obstruction or adversity that you faced in bringing people to understand what you're doing or trying to do in this space? This can go to any of you. Don't be shy.
Yeah, I'll say something controversial. I think the fluff and the hype is really dangerous and bad for the space. I'll say, Beeple's $69 million NFT, like, certainly put NFT on the consciousness of mainstream consumers, but it's, I think in a way it really did a huge disservice. Everybody look at the space as something for a quick money grab. I'm sure Miguel worked on his craft for 15 years before, right, he really, gained commercial success. That's with everything. So basically last year were filled with 99% projects that really didn't care about a community, that used community as a word, versus, like, you can see how many, like, real projects that's still holding their floor price and people are still working on things. It's a fraction, right? So I think the hype really is a hurdle, and it's almost like we self-inflicted it in the excitement of the bull market, and we really need to recognize that and rally around kind of the builder that's still, like, on stage right now. So,
do you think financial incentive damages the integrity of the art?
I think when people think there is a quick dollar to be made, the motivations are different, and there is just a lot of different ways to kind of tackle that problem, right? Like, as we seeing now, the trading volume on a lot of these projects were artificial, or like farms that's kind of trading back and forth, right? So it's very hard. The second thing that's a big hurdle is, like, the tools today for the consumers and fans to engage is very technical, very, very difficult. Like, you had to be a technology sleuth and, like, super savvy to really trace all these things that should be a red flag, right? Like, if you just read the trading volume for the last 24 hours on OpenSea, you're like, oh shit, this project is pumping, and you don't know if that's, like, kind of like, wash trading between wallets. So there need to be a lot more tools to make it easier to understand for broader base participation. And then there should be, I'm glad, like, a lot of the froth got washed out. So you can see the project that's still building. like walk down to NFT now, the gateway right now, the project that's still out there, like communicating with their fans and supporting their communities, are the project that's gonna be here 10 years from now.
And Miguel has, people know you as a music artist, but also doing a lot of other things, and you express yourself in different mediums. You're building community with Sick, right? So, how is that, explanation of what you're doing being delivered to, I would think that like that would be an obstruction of you having to figure out how to effectively communicate what you're doing to people that are like, I'm down regardless, but like I don't get it, right? So what would you say that is?
Yeah, I totally would say that educating and clarity in educating is probably the biggest differentiator between people who really are going to become a part of the community and stay a part of the community. And kind of tacking on to, just the idea that the motivation in the bull market, a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, when things were really ramping up and we were seeing so many projects just go crazy and things being traded on a secondary like non-stop and just things just jutting up so crazy. I think that's a natural progression, because yeah, we live in a market system in general and people are having to survive. We're all here, we all have to find a way to make a living, and that's a big part of the proposition. So money will always be a part of it. I think now what's happening is we're starting to see the intention become the basis of whether or not communities or projects really do win or if they kind of fall by the wayside. And one of the things that we were just talking about this, so we had a space just maybe 45 minutes ago for our community, and it was that, instead of pushing the monetary, equity of the community or what the community has to offer in terms of equity, it's more about, to me, I think what will differentiate projects in the future is what is the ethos of the project? Do we align on what we believe? And because when you align with people on belief systems, those are the things that keep the glue. And as a musician, as any artist will tell you who's done it for long enough to be consistent and to be able to traverse the adversity, you have to be doing it for the love first. It's the ones that do it for the love that always see the money later on, but the love has to come first. And so I think winning in this part of the market that we're in now, I think the differentiator will be those communities that center around what they love the most and really bond on that, and then let the mechanical part do what it's supposed to do. That's mechanics, that's math and economics, and however you build the equity in the community, but it always should center around an ethos and the love of a similar love. I think that's the big differentiator.
Yeah, no, it's the why, right? At the end of the day, mission statement, core values, ethics, ethos, and I think a lot of us we could say we did it for the love or we did it for the fans, but they didn't understand because of lack of marketing or whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, like I think there is a new level of authenticity and transparency and vulnerability expected to be attached with this space, and I think it's building a more educated consumer. And that's where we're at now, where people aren't so giddy to throw money at anything that moves and shakes and flips, right? And understanding that it's technology beneath the art or the aesthetic or the consumer-facing, whatever it may be, being able to delineate that is super important. And I think letting people understand that that's really like on a base level, like that's all it is. Obviously there's layers underneath it, but being able to separate those two and let people understand what they're getting and the future value of it is not to be expected, and it's dictated by the people that are behind it. That's all inside, right? And How about you? What would you say is like the biggest level of adversity or obstruction you faced in getting people in or into?
Well, I think first of all, the technology is a little too complicated for the everyday user. I think that as they develop technology that allows people to obviously, and there's more of this already coming out, but when you're able to connect your credit card and you're able to buy an NFT or buy a token on, a website, and it feels more like you're purchasing an item off of a website, more like, like when gamers are playing Fortnite and they're collecting the skins, and it doesn't feel like there's like a blockchain involved and it's not so overly complicated. I think when they can sort of integrate that type of an interface with what the Web3 projects are trying to do, I think that you'll be able to really appeal to the mass audience, because right now it's a little too complicated for a lot of people. I mean, I remember when I first got into crypto, there's a lot, understanding blockchain, understanding how the tokens are not really on your wallet, they're on the blockchain, and just like there's a lot of things that are just too complicated for everyday person. And then having obviously like the transactions and putting the addresses and all that stuff, it's just like a lot of it's like really scary for the everyday, the average consumer. So I think that once that bridge is kind of like crossed over and there's an interface that's a little bit more easier for consumers to just basically type in their credit card and be involved in something, whether it's a community, whether it's a token, whether it's a project, an NFT, a skin, anything, I think that's when that bridge is going to be what's really going to appeal to all the mass and really get the world on board. Right now, I think we're still kind of like figuring it out, but we're getting closer for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and that falls into education and accessibility to have adoption, right? I built a 250,000 person community in the space by educating, but I've seen other people come into the space and taking advantage of people's lack of education when they could have made so much more impact and money if they provided that education. There's a lack of publishers in Web3. There's a lack of journalistic integrity. There's a lack of editors. Like, there's so many different opportunities, and it doesn't matter if you're not a curator, creator, or collector. It doesn't matter if you're not a dev or engineer or back end, front end, whatever. There's so much room for growth and so many opportunities that you could have a fresh start tomorrow and change your life the next day. So I think the education component is so key and clutch. And yeah.
I mean, I'll say education is super important, but also it's like, it falls on kind of product builder to build easier product, right? Like internet was like a thing, but like my mom didn't, kind of passively just use it every day until Apple came out with the iPhone, and she, like, everything she does, she's communicating with everybody like back home in China. Like the interface that like Apple put out was like game changer. That was the watershed moment for mass adoption, right? For mobile computing. So like we're not quite there yet, right? So what what OneUp does today is kind of a hybrid approach. We do let you sign up with a email, phone number. We do, like, if you don't understand crypto, we do custody your help you custody your assets. But like it's a stopgap, right? So they need to be much better, easier to use, like wallet, understandable, all those solutions, which will come in probably, in the next like 2 to 3 years, that really help. Like the onboarding burden of me having to, or somebody like my mom had to go take a 3-week like deep dive course on, right? Like she's just never gonna do it. Like most people just won't do it. But like if I am a Miguel fan and I need to collect the latest whatever he's offering to his community, I should be able to do that within 2 minutes from like learning about this opportunity, right? Like so that needs to happen.
Conscious design, period. Frictionless transactions.
I hope you're a Miguel fan. Oh, bro. But
took,
convenience, right?
Took 3 weeks.
Convenience.
3 weeks for his mom to get your NFT.
Listen, it took so long. I mean, onboarding anyone at this point, really, it is like the education proposition and how easy it is now for us to make a purchase with our credit card. That's like, you don't even have to touch it. You don't even have to put your password in anymore. Your password is remembered for you. Everything is so convenient on the Web 2 side that when you try and step into Web 3, then it's like, okay, wait, now we have to back up and then like re kind of learn all this foreign stuff. So I think with time, all of the convenience will catch up and it'll be so much easier to onboard. It'll be a lot more information out there and more people advocating. Again, use case changes the level by which we have interest, right? So the more use case we have across the board, more people will have more interest, which means more education will naturally be brought to to the space, and yeah, naturally it'll happen. So it's just, I think about, again, more projects remaining true to the ethos and focusing on the ethos of the community to meet the convenience. And when those two kind of get to the same place, then we'll see another reemergence of popularity, I guess.
Yeah, it's almost like you guys are saying we're unlearning, right? Because technically that's what we're doing. Like, from even streaming services, like, music was never meant to be $1. It doesn't cost $1 to make. Why would you, what? And then we're renting, we used to like tangible and physical goods. We have collections of DVDs and VHS tapes and CDs and so on and so forth, vinyl records, cassettes, all that, and we're becoming disenfranchised by the machine or the man by renting the thing that we love the most, that we want on demand, that's being blocked by ads, right? So going back to the direct-to-consumer side, like, this is really feeding a palette that has been kind of starved for a long time, and it's really allowing new connections and relationships to be born, which redefine our culture. And I think that goes back to the Renaissance thing. So I guess looking forward, I'd love to know how you guys define success. How you guys define success, whether in Web3 or just in general. I think it's a question that anybody can approach in a different way that provides perspective.
To me, success is seeing a vision through without losing your principle. Understanding that the vision will change, and accepting that ultimately it's about finishing and moving on. I think if we can continue to build things that, really stay true to the core of the purpose, and can accept that it will augment and it will evolve in the process, and be able to accept that without losing ourselves in it, being disenfranchised by the challenges, remembering that there's learning that will push us to new levels in the end, and ultimately that's the purpose. I think you're successful because every new peak is just another plateau. You'll find another mountain to climb, you'll find another planet to reach, and that's exactly what we continue to do as human beings. It's a part of who we are. And so yeah, I think that's really the core of it for me.
I don't know how I follow up with that. So I'm going to define it a little in a more micro level, right? So when I started this company, the goal is basically we saw the potential of Web3, how this is going to transform like every industry. What we really wanted to do is be an enabler to really have this as like, how do we provide tools or access for music artists, for athletes, for big brands and small brands, right? We work with American Express. We also work with Maine Lobster that deliver. You can get a digital token that gets you like like a year's supply of lobster. So really be the enabler, like to really help. And my goal is like small. People say like to help the next billion customer. I only want to help the next 100 million customer. To really like people. I use my mom as an example, just like people think she's really helpless, but really it's like, if the goal is, if I can actually get my mom to like go buy something that she finds value, not just like trading JPEGs, but like buy something that she's like, oh, okay, because like this gets me like a massage at like her favorite massage place or whatever, then I have achieved my goal, right? Like have the technology disappear, but also enable everyday people to connect with everyday like businesses or artists or things that they're passionate about.
I'll keep it short because I feel like you guys have already crushed it and killed it with your stuff, with your saying. But I think as an artist, I'm a pencil artist, I'm a visual artist, and I think as somebody who, whether you're not an artist and you're creating something and you just have a passion, I think that success to me is pulling through and finishing and succeeding on your passion and creating something that brings value to the consumer that changed someone's life. Like for me, like doing a tattoo for somebody that was, in remembrance of someone that passed away for them, and giving them something that was going to change their life forever, for the rest of their life. They're always going to look at that. It was something that was going to change them. It changed them in some kind of a way. And now with Benefit Media and my company, I'm trying to create an IP and a brand that it's not tattoo related, but if I can make a difference and create something that brings value to the consumer, it's not about making money and making millions or taking as much money as I can from somebody. And obviously, just like Miguel said, the money will come when you have something that has value. Bringing value to the consumer, the money comes. You don't have to make it about the money. So I think that when you create something that can really impact the consumer, and it's something that you can make a difference in the community, make a difference in the technology, make a difference in the environment. Like if I can do something that's people are gonna remember it for the NFT space and the crypto space and the blockchain and the Web3 space, and they're like, that project stood out. That project was something really cool. That project did something different. That to me is success. That's the epitome of success, is being remembered for something that changed the life of somebody or made an impact on somebody.
I love that, because this whole space for me is definitely building in posterity. You're building for a better tomorrow, hopefully, and you want to look back and see the legacy that you're leaving behind. So absolutely, I agree. And yeah, I think that's our time. So I appreciate all you guys being here and all of y'all being here as well. Give it up real quick for our lovely speakers. And
thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all. Up next, from the Secret Network, we have Tor, and we're going to be talking about our fight for Web3 privacy.
How's everybody doing? Thank you. Privacy is awesome. Thank you to the crowd. Everybody give a big whoop if you care about privacy. Okay, good enough. I'm Tor. I'm the founder of Secret Foundation. I'm talking about Secret Network. We're one of many organizations that help support the Secret ecosystem. We have Secret Labs, the core development team. We have secret agents all around the world, some of whom are with us today in Miami, many of whom are watching now live around the world. Appreciate you joining. We're going to be talking about the fight for Web3 privacy, both from what Secret Network has been doing over the past years, but also just in general, the fight for Web3 privacy. We're going to start with the then, we're going to move to the now, and then we're going to move to the always. Before we get there, though, I want you guys to remember this. Throughout the whole time that I'm talking here, there's one fundamental thesis that we built the entire project around, that we have built our entire conception of Web3 privacy around. And that is, decentralization needs privacy to succeed. But also, if we want privacy to be protected, we need decentralized systems. The systems that give us privacy must be decentralized. And if any decentralized system is going to be sustainable and secure, we need to be thinking about privacy at its core. So as I said, we'll start with the then. We'll go back in time for Secret specifically, talk about the genesis of the project, how long we've been talking about these issues. We'll talk about the project now, and then most importantly, we're talking about how we're iterating into the future. Everything we've built to this point is a foundation for what comes next for Secret. But that core mission of bringing privacy to decentralized technologies, and then, of course, ensuring that privacy technologies are decentralized, that's never going to change, no matter what technologies are used and no matter where we build them. I'm taking us back to 2015. The very first white papers that became foundational for Secret as a project were written. And they were written by Guy Ziskind, who's the CEO of Secret Labs, the core developers for the protocol. And the title of the paper was, this won't surprise you, Decentralizing Privacy. And the whole concept of the paper was that you could combine privacy technologies with blockchain technologies and get something that was much stronger than just something that was private but centralized, or decentralized but completely public, both of which didn't seem to be useful. So, unlike Bitcoin, transactions in our system are not strictly financial. They're used to carry instructions. We were already thinking about essentially smart contracts, decentralized applications, and we could discuss future extensions to blockchains that turn them into solutions for trusted computing problems, not solutions for speculation, not solution for just trading things of speculative value, but for solving actual problems, not becoming a solution in search of a problem. This became the foundation for everything that would happen going forward with the project. Meanwhile, also in 2015, this little network called Ethereum launched. And now we're starting to see blockchains that aren't just for peer-to-peer transactions, but also for programmable smart contracts on the blockchain. But as anybody who's used Ethereum knows, we're still talking about a public by default blockchain. Every piece of data, everything about the address on that chain is going to be public to every other user, every other observer. So into that ecosystem, some of the core members of Secret today began building Enigma then, which was designed at that point as a private compute layer that would sit on top of Ethereum. You have a public by default network, there's no privacy. How do you get it? The second layer solution. However, building as a layer 2 was still a limited solution, and there were a lot of technical challenges along the way, especially back in 2017, when barely anybody was even using a public blockchain. There were a lot of challenges trying to get this into production. No one had ever done it. At the same time, going forward a couple years now, other really innovative technologies start to launch. For example, Cosmos Hub. And now suddenly, people see that these alternative consensus mechanisms can work in production, not just proof of work, but proof of stake. And we get this idea of interoperability. Maybe blockchains should talk to each other. Maybe you should be able to have any blockchain anywhere, be able to send data to another blockchain. These are radical ideas. Finally, we're seeing some of them in production. But again, none of this has any privacy. Do we really want all these blockchains to talk to each other, sharing data everywhere, and there's still no concept of protecting data privacy? But suddenly, all the pieces are now in place. They're not put together yet, but they're there. There's this foundation for interoperability from Cosmos and self-sovereignty from being able to have a standalone blockchain. There's also this idea of programmability that Ethereum has introduced, and then there's still this idea of privacy by default that was introduced in the white paper that was being explored by transactional privacy networks like Monero. But this concept, this equation with all these pieces together, could add up to the original vision of the project, to have a platform that could provide decentralization and privacy and solve actual problems in the real world. So this became Secret, and the vision is still the same. Can we have a privacy hub for all of Web3 and solve the data privacy problem for all blockchains? Every other blockchain in the world is public by default, especially if they have smart contracts integrated. That data is all public. Can we change that? Can we secure that? Can we fix what could potentially become a dystopian public by default data model, a surveillance capitalist nightmare? Could we fix it through technology? So in February 2020, now getting into more recent history, but still a while ago, by crypto years, we had a mainnet launch. September 2020, private smart contracts launched. That means we've now had private smart contracts, which can have encrypted inputs, encrypted outputs, which run with an encrypted state, have been on mainnet for more than 2 years. And Secret became the first decentralized network with privacy-preserving applications. And more than 2 years later, it is still the only network that has been able to achieve this in production. What's important about this is that it's a privacy platform, not simply a privacy coin. We've had privacy coins. We've had coins like Monero or Zcash that are designed to be able to send transactions from one party to another. But that's not the vision. That's not what we talked about when we talked about a platform for secure computation that could be global, could be decentralized. We're talking about any developer being able to build any application, any generalizable application, and to have it be interoperable, have it be secure, and have privacy for the data that gets used by that application. Meanwhile, the world did not stop. It kind of got worse. I can pull headlines from like any day of the week. This is just a random assortment of data breach headlines. You've got Uber, Alibaba, Equifax, and of course everybody now knows all of the things that were whistleblown by Cambridge Analytica, what they were doing with Facebook data, all of this going on in the Web 2 world. Clearly we have a global privacy issue. Clearly. But then it got worse. And now you can see that it's not just an issue of like, oh, I had some data on some application, it might leak, some hacker might get my password, but I don't do anything important anyway. It's a human rights issue. It's not just a, I had some data somewhere and somebody might see it issue. We're now having laws in the US contemplated like, will there be a national abortion ban? What happens to the data about people who have sought those medical health services, or if they've used some sort of period tracker that is now selling their information to the government? We have a developer sitting in jail in the Netherlands simply for writing code for Tornado Cash, who still has not really been formally charged. It's also an issue in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I could go on. There's a million cases where, again, these are privacy issues, yes, but they're human rights issues, and the slope is more slippery than you might assume. And I'm not speculating to say that it's getting bad or could get worse, because it already is. The fight for privacy has been ongoing from the cryptography battles last century to what's been happening today. And we're just seeing it happen on new battlefronts. Even in Web3, suddenly there's become this consciousness shift about what is the role of privacy. And we've been saying the same thing from day one. Privacy needs decentralization. Decentralization needs privacy. You don't get any other story from secret. But suddenly you're starting to see a realization in the public by default blockchain world that maybe we do need base layer privacy. Major thinkers, thought leaders, suddenly this is the big realization they're having on Twitter that we had 6 years ago. So we're not upset about this. We're actually celebrating. Finally, people are starting to see the issue the same way we've always seen the issue. But it's not enough to talk about it. You actually still have to do the hard work of trying to build it pragmatically and iteratively and get these solutions into production. The point is that privacy is needed now. We're not going to need it speculatively someday in the future. We didn't only need it yesterday. We need these solutions today, not just for every Web3 technology, but for every technology. It's just that we know decentralization is the future. We also know privacy by default is the future. How hard can we work to have that today and get resources into building those solutions now so in the future we're not left wishing we had? It matters across every vertical. It's not like this is only something we're going to need for transactions or DeFi or NFTs or certain things. We need it for everything. Anything that people have been building in Web3 and everything you wish you could build in Web3 is going to require privacy at the base layer to be possible and to be sustainable and to be secure. At the same time, user experience matters. And usually when you have something that's privacy preserving, there's some user experience compromises, and it's a little clunky and it's a little weird and it doesn't work as perfectly as Google or Facebook or anything else that's siphoning off user data and reselling it. Okay, but we shouldn't give up. We need competitively good UX for privacy solutions so that people can adopt them. We shouldn't treat users like it's a hassle to experience privacy. They need to celebrate being able to have that privacy while using the applications they want to use. We're going to have to fight for both. So with that in mind, we already have a lot of mainnet dApps on Secret that are trying to solve for both UX and privacy and security all at once in production, building the plane on the way down, because privacy is needed now. We're not going to wait in the future for mythical, perfect solutions. That's only found through iteration, experimentation, and trying to bring real solutions to real users and to get the best developers in the world to try to build them. So I'm just highlighting a few here. Sienna, which is a DeFi protocol and platform. They do lending, they do swapping, they have a DEX. Alter, which is a communications platform for private messaging. Another huge use case for decentralized tech that you just can't or should not build on a public by default blockchain. We have a big NFT ecosystem. Stash is our marketplace, the primary marketplace where you can create, buy, sell NFTs that have native privacy. If you're going to have assets that are social and scarce and important and valuable, why do you want them public by default? Why do you want them sitting in a wallet that everybody can see, making you a target? Why don't you give users confidence that their security is in their hands? And if they want to show off their NFT, they can. And if they don't, they can keep it secure. Those mental models make sense. It's just that we didn't build them because we didn't have a private by default foundation. And today, with Secret, you do. In the future, there's more. Our booth downstairs has only 25 of the dApp names on there. I'm only highlighting a few on stage, but so many more are coming. Shade Protocol is launching a number of applications, including a privacy-preserving stablecoin and StableSwap. We've got Secret DAO launching, and also Pax, as well as a DAO platform that's trying to bring privacy to DAOs, DAOs being a massive use case for Web3 tech. We have OneNet, which is building Bushi, and they're trying to become a privacy-first Steam for Web3. If you care about having true ownership of in-game assets and what democratization of gaming might look like, so do they, which is why All these apps are building on secret. We have more wallet support coming. UX is important. You can't just have one wallet. You have to have a dozen. You have to have a competitive experience for users who are trying to experience these applications. Fina, Leap, StarShell. There's already Kepler live for a lot of applications on desktop, mobile, so you can easily get started with secret dApps. But this is only the end of the beginning. This is where we are. This is why we're here. This is how we got here. This is what's live. This is what's coming. But what's next? The most important part is what's next, because privacy, again, all of this is iterative. What's good enough today will never be good enough tomorrow. What we've built to this point will never be enough for the user of tomorrow. It needs to be more private, more decentralized, and we're always moving in that direction. And as we move in that direction, we're asking questions, we're iterating, we're fixing, and we're trying to get to the end state that we know we must, that we've known since 2015 we're trying to get to. Privacy, decentralization, needing each other, and finally having each other. Here's the vision. It's not just a privacy silo. We're not saying come to secret and never leave. We're saying, can we be a privacy hub for all of Web3? Can we be privacy as a service for every other blockchain in existence? Can we bring our solutions to every chain that needs it? Every chain other than secret is public by default with their applications. They all need this. Can we be that provider? And there's a lot of technology that we're already building that will allow for it, for cross-chain privacy-preserving smart contract calls, for inter-chain accounts, to be able to send private tokens on secret across many chains, not just throughout the cosmos, but everywhere in the Web3 world. We have a major mainnet upgrade coming on December 13th, Shockwave Omega, the third of 3 major mainnet upgrades that's bringing performance improvements, making things faster, user experience, obviously, not something we can compromise on if we want people to use what's been built. And that's only 2 weeks away. But maybe most importantly, other than this equation, and trying to unlock these 1000x use cases, is the evolution of all of this. How do we evolve past the solutions we've already built? So Secret 2.0. Everybody talks 2.0. There's an Ethereum 2.0. There's an Atom 2.0. All of these networks are always iterative. They always knew that there was going to be a transition and improvement. Ethereum moved from proof of work to proof of stake. All of this involves complexity. It involves iteration. It involves a ton of technical work. But our destination has always been the same. How do we get more private, more decentralized? How do we secure everything that's been built? And the Secret 2.0 vision is, how do we add even more cryptographic solutions to what's already been built? How do we integrate cutting-edge technologies like fully homomorphic encryption, multi-party computation? How can we use the best of what's been developed in the zero-knowledge space to amplify what Secret has already been a market leader on since those very first white papers in 2015? If you want to know more about that, my time is up. So I'm only going to direct you to Secret Summit. Take a picture. If you're watching one of these live streams, just go to the website right now, scrt.network/summit. We do have some special rewards for people who RSVP early. Stay tuned for that. But go to scrt.network/summit, RSVP. This is a digital conference. Show up, live streams, 5 hours of streams from the people who are building apps on Secret, from the Layer 1 core devs, from incredible thinkers across the privacy world, across the Cosmos world, from everywhere. And you're going to hear from all of them, not just me, about what makes the Secret ecosystem great, strong, and why they believe so strongly in the ethos and mission that's brought us all together in the first place. So with that said, a few other calls to action. We have a grants program. You can build on Secret. We're launching an incubator as well, and you can become one of those awesome secret agents I mentioned at the beginning of this talk. There's tens of thousands of them globally advocating for Web3 privacy. One of them could be you. If you just go to the Secret website at scrt.network, you'll see there. All those calls to action are there. Everything you could want to do with Secret is there. We have a real ethos and a real mission in the space. We'd love for you to be a part of it. Check that out. That's me on Twitter. That's the network on Twitter. Discord is there with the chat link. I really hope to see you in one of these channels, and I really appreciate you listening to me talk about this. It's the thing you can tell I'm the most passionate about in the world, so thank you for giving me your time.
Thank you to Secret Network. Now we have a very special performance from Ivan Lin via Wave. And big shout out to everybody watching at home, Binance, CoinMarketCap, and of course, Dex Tools. Smash the like.
Hi guys, my name is Ivan Lin. I'm the music director of the video game Assassin's Creed and its concert tour. What you listened to just now, if you play the video game, you probably recognize the music. This is from Assassin's Creed. And Assassin's Creed is also the very first video game soundtrack ever to be nominated a Grammy Awards, which will be it's a historical moment that finally there's video gaming music here that would be a part of the a Grammy. So who in this room also plays video games? Could you raise your hands or give me a shout? Great. So I will be performing one more song, which many of you in this room would know, but I wanted to also get this chance to share with you guys that after so many years of music business and video gaming production, right now I run a music company called Wave, which is a Web3 music streaming platform. We all know that you guys were here listening to Timbaland and all the artists here that for music industry and the music world, it's been a not friendly place for music creators, for music communities. Musicians are really good and being really creative about writing great music and producing a great music, but unfortunately, the infrastructure for music business isn't really good. And there's a lot that we can optimize. And what we do here at Wave is all about empowering artists by providing a technological service where the middlemen, like distributors, publishers, royalty collecting agencies, and all the middlemen can actually be replaced by a technological service, which is a Wave that we're launching actually next week. So Wave right now has 3 million music tracks in the pipeline, which is going to very soon make Wave the largest Web3 music platform in the world. And we're calling for artists, music producers, music creators, and musicians to join us. Please follow us, join our Discord. Contact me on Twitter or Telegram or anywhere on LinkedIn. I'd love to talk to you guys. We wanted to make the music world a better place. So, in this room, is there any Final Fantasy gamers here? Okay, so the next music I'm going to play, if you play the Final Fantasy, you will recognize the tune right away, and also the tunes that I personally and originally recorded for its soundtrack. This is Final Fantasy. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Testing, testing. Well, thank you all so much for attending Miami Decentral. It was an amazing event. Again, this is probably my favorite crypto event. And one of the reasons why is it incorporates Bitcoin, Web3, NFTs, Metaverse, crypto, you name it, Decentral's got it. And plus, we had some amazing guests. And big, big shout out to everybody in the Metaverse watching us live from the Binance stream, Dex Tools, CoinMarketCap. Thank you all so much. But before we close this out and party, we have to give a big, big, big thanks to the founders and the organizers of Decentral. Give a big round of applause for Michael, Justin, and of course, Esther. They made an affordable conference for everyone to attend, and I am forever grateful. Woo! And of course, thank you for letting me MC. This was fun.
Hello, hello. Awesome. Well, I want to say thank you to everybody, especially here on day 2 on the final hour. It's been a crazy, crazy week, and hope you enjoyed it. You know, we're trying to bring all of Web3 together. And that's what we're trying to do, a little bit different things, where we had a fashion track, DAO track, DeFi, NFTs all together. And as you can see, and if you talk to many of the booths, we're a multi-chain event, no maxi stuff. We really want to bring everybody together in one place. And so we're happy for everybody to join us, especially supporting each other and building together, especially during these crazy times. And we also had some really crazy stories, right? We had BitBoy come in fresh from Bahamas, sharing his FTX journey and hunting Sam down, all the way to some crazy new stuff from the Metaverse from Timbaland, and many other future speakers as well, future speakers such as Tor, always dropping some alpha on secret network and privacy, and why decentralization is still important more than ever as well too. So yeah, you know, it's been a crazy absolute week. I don't know how you guys are feeling. You guys are still, Michael's still standing, so
I'm still wired. I want more alpha. But no, it's like these past 2 days have been really amazing, you know. Everyone's coming together, everyone's being a part of the community, and everyone traveling from all around the world too. You know, once again, thank you for the ones that came here and the ones that are still here, especially it's 5 o'clock, we're about to be ending the stage and everything. But, you know, we want to, from the bottom of our heart, thank you guys for being here and being part of the community, because without community, we're technically nothing, right? So give a round of applause for yourself as well.
Yeah, so I also want to do a special shout out to everyone that helped create our Minerva Circle this time at Decentral. This is the first time we had a women's lounge in space. We had like a huge turnout of women speakers. We had over 120 women speakers at a crypto conference. And also, it's probably the first time that we've ever had a full day of fashion, digital fashion and metaverse fashion track. So we had that on the alpha stage, and we had that for the full day. So thank you everyone that made that possible as well.
Awesome. Well, it won't be any surprise, but we'll be back again next year here at the same location during Basel, kicking off as well. And we're also expanding out into a few new other cities as well. Austin we did earlier in June. If you didn't join us, we did Decentral Austin earlier, right before Consensus Week. But next year, we're looking to kind of expand out into a few other new areas, I should say, to build more friends, build more communities, and also highlight some of the new developer communities that's been expanding out, both not just in the US now, but also in Asia as well too.
Esther,
Director of Asia.
Well, okay. I need to announce that Decentral in 2023 is planning to have our first conference in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. So this is our launch in 2023 in Asia. And also we have plans to have a Decentral Japan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. So, you know, I hope everybody can join us in Asia. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, so what we're doing is really bridging a lot of the different markets together. You're going to see a lot more tactical events, especially during the bear market as well. We're going to be kind of where the conversations will be, whether it be the Tokyo Game Show, and then in the US, we're going to be doing LA as well during E3 week as well too. So that's going to be a brand new series. It's called GM Summit, Games in Metaverse, and NFTs of course. And we're going to be in LA as well too. And then again, we'll be back in Miami again for Art Basel kicking that off as well too. So, well, thanks again for everybody joining us for an amazing week, and hope you have a great kickoff to Miami Art Week.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And thanks to the team too. We got the whole team up here as well. Yeah, we all got our executive producer here, Dan. This amazing stage is all his. Great work and vision. Of course, can't do it without him. Jason's been handling the media and marketing as well too. Shout out to Jason. What's up? There you go, Jason. Another executive producer here, Rob, helped build the stages and all the booths as well too. Amazing booths. Cool. Come on, one by one. That's all. Well, yeah, this is all the people behind the scenes help build Decentral what it is. You know, as we continue to grow. Both online and offline events as well. And we have Giovanna helped put together a Minerva Circle as well. So she curated all the women's speakers and invited all the guests as well. David behind the scenes, but if you are a sponsor speaker, you probably talk to David. David's the man behind the scenes along with our team. Same with operations here with Linda. Thank you, Linda. Our team's getting bigger and bigger. You got hit? Constant as well too, can do with ops, and the rest of the team coming up. And Duke as well, and Tiffany joining us for Decentral Vietnam as well. Duke is our brand new partner too for Decentral. As we're expanding, especially with what's happening in Vietnam too, would you say Ethereum is looking to, East Vietnam just happened as well. A lot of development has been growing in Vietnam, and I'd say probably, I think the stats was like almost 40% of the country, or at least 40% actually have crypto too as well.
Yeah, we're pretty excited. I represent, I'm co-founder of Spores Network, a launchpad and GameFi Metaverse publisher. Known Decentral for quite some time. Like I was here last year. Pretty excited to join with this family to build out Asia. And yes, Vietnam is both an epicenter for Web 2, tech and dev, and so we want to build that for Web 3 alongside Decentral.
Awesome, awesome. So yeah, we have the Decentral team up here. Then just get the photos too, and then shout out to our video and media team too, always making everything lit. Awesome. That's it. And done. Oh yeah, also too, shout out to the 18,000 people on Binance Live and Dex Tools and CoinMarketCap too. So yeah, we couldn't do it without Binance. CZ is keeping everything safe.
Thank you for everyone for coming through. Let's go, baby. Vietnam's coming up.